Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Oh, it won't seem way out. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
All right, welcome. Once again, this is Alchemizing. I'm just going back to back, y'all, because I've been gone like this whole time, and there was a lot going on. So one thing that happened while I was on break is that I was a part of this live stream that was talking about, all right, what is it that you believe in, and what contributes to it? How has it affected your life? Is it ism? Is it is it wisdom? What exactly is it, right? And this live was held by the guy, the skeptics, right? The community of skeptics, which is mostly an atheistic standpoint on a lot of things. So I wanted to kind of go over this live and give my opinion. Today, this particular live is an open panel. If anyone wants to come up and discuss, this is open panel. All right. So let me go ahead and put that up here. Let people know. There's an open panel because I'm here for it. Anyone that wants to discuss, it's an open panel. Link is in the chat. So there's a link and everything. So let's get into it. This is an open panel, and we are discussing the ism of the isms. Belief ism, if atheism, Christendom, all these different things that rule our lives that we, hold dear. So let's get into the video. All right. I was a part of this live stream, and it got really interesting because, people had their different ideas of what they feel, now because of the thing was mainly for like an atheistic panel, people pretty much you had different people from different walks, have Christians, a little bit of everything. So let's go.
Get this healthy conversation together. What keep you grounded, bro? What you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I've just been listening, and I think you were asking everyone what's the advantage based on their spiritual belief. Is that the question?
Yeah. Based off the system you believe in, but how does it get advantage over everybody else?
Okay. Well, I don't know what I would say it gave me an advantage over other people, but I will just say that for me, my spirituality is my cultural identity. That's the first important, is my cultural identity. It defines who I am, and then my people. And apart from cultural identity, I say it gave me meaning and purpose for my own well-being, physical, mental, intellectual well-being. I think those are the things that my spirituality does for me. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
I like that. I like that cultural identity piece. I think that's strong.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm always at war with half of y'all.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that Sekou is he atheist? So is culture identity atheism? I don't know. I'm not gonna find out if Sekou is atheist, but I think that he's an atheist. So I don't know where that would be culturally identified in an African person, but that's something else.
Identity is essential. It's one of those pieces in scientific literacy. I think those two things and financial literacy will help make the next generation be able to put forth, put your best foot forward. What you choose to believe in and all that, as long as it gives you a proper and realistic cultural identity, then it ain't no problem. If you run around here think you're a Native American and you run around here think you're ancient Hebrew or an Egyptian, man, you messing with your cultural identity right there. Because you can respect the Hebrew tradition and you can respect the African Egyptian Kemetic system, right? You can even practice that. But you're supposed to know who the hell you are. Because when you know who you are, you know where the hell you at. And then if you know where you at, you know how the hell you got there. And then you got a better chance of knowing where you're going. You can shape the future.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make that point. Shay, where you at?
What's going on with y'all? Peace.
Man, you heard the question, yo.
Restate it, please.
I say, what's your system to keep you grounded while here on Earth, yo? And how does it give you an advantage?
System.
Yeah, what's your system?
Common sense.
That's your system, common sense.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Like common sense, you know what I mean? I look at a lot of cultures. You get what I'm saying? And I can see the value in them. I don't look at the spirituality or any of that stuff or a cultural identity. You know what I mean? I'm an African American. I'm here in America. You know what I mean? I can be whatever I want to be. As an American, I can be a Buddhist, a Hindu. I can practice Kemetic spirituality if that's what I choose to do. I could be a Christian if I choose to do that. But before any of that, I'm looking for common sense. I'm looking for what makes sense. What's advancing us? What's going to get our people together? What matters? That's what I'm looking for. What's going to start advancing us? That's what grounds me actually having a certain level of when you come with me and you just kicking all craziness, I can't be grounded around you. If you ain't operating on common sense, I can't be grounded like that. No. So I operate off of common sense. Common sense keeps me grounded. I like to surround myself with individuals who are likewise. As soon as you get to kicking crazy, we already know where that's headed.
All right, got you. Akira, did I say that right?
Okay, but they are not mutually exclusive.
Hold on, don't dive yet. Don't dive. We're gonna open it up in a second. Did I say your name right? Akita. Yeah. What keep you grounded, bro? What's up?
I just want to say, I just want to say thank you, Unc. You sourced a book a while back, and I was like, oh shucks, I want to read it. I think it was on the other elders one you called up, but this book.
Oh yeah, Diab's joint. Yeah, that's a banger right there.
I just wanted to say thank you for that because I'm still reading it now, but I just wanted to say thanks for always sourcing out good literature to go and read up. My system.
That's a tough read too. That's a tough read.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think I'm trying to dumb it down to like one word, and I think it will be like understanding. Because I really try and understand. Like I'll read something from this to that to this to many different things, and just having a good understanding gives me a better perspective on concepts that from everywhere. So I'm just gathering everything, and having a better understanding keeps me away from being so I don't misunderstand someone else or misinterpret something else. And I think the understanding gives me more appreciation. And you might not have been earlier, but I'm Māori. I'm from New Zealand, actually. I live in New Zealand.
Okay.
And a lot about
you said you're from New Zealand and you were something. What did you say?
It's sort of like the African thing. Like people in Africa, in America would like just say like, oh, you're from Africa, but the Africans would call themselves their tribe. We are a tribe, so technically people will know us as Māori.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's the word.
Māori.
Okay.
That's like the indigenous term for what the colonizers called us, but we went by our tribe, so I'll be Te Arawa and things like that.
Respect. Go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot about and our culture, sort of back to what Sekou, and peace to Sekou too. I've been watching him, and he's amazing. I like how he can sort of call himself out sort of to a high, or he puts himself at a higher regard in terms of your guys' debate. I sort of agreed with Sekou in that debate, but just seeing how he went back and said, actually, I seen what Unc said in this. That's the sort of one what I'm saying about understanding. It's like I don't even want to be right or wrong. I want to learn and sort of just be honest to myself. So in our culture, we are very as Māori, we look at things like our sun, we call it Ra or Ra, Tamanuiti Ra, and other words that go back to like Africa or even Kemet and stuff like that. So but we're very conceptual, metaphorical in our approach, because a lot of ours was oral. We didn't start doing like this would be a manaya.
So here we go, oral tradition, right? So he comes from New Zealand, and those are the colored people of that land, right? And they have a similar tradition to Africa. Here's the thing: there were various oral traditions throughout the world, and what happened is that he says they call the sun Ra. So this is proof that ancient Egyptians and all these different cultures somehow had connection with each other. you know, and that oral tradition passed on. So yeah, shouts out to the brother from New Zealand, Maori.
It's like our tamoko, which is
Mhm.
we can break that down another time. But we sort of see things as guardians. So this would be like our guardian and things like that. It sort of traces back to many different things, earthquakes. The
Mhm.
tamoko goes back to like the itching of the earth. So the
Mhm.
tamoko goes back to the itching of the skin, and you represent your culture, your tribe, your hapu, just many different things. But yeah, sorry, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just
Yeah,
want to say thank you
one
for
word.
putting me on because I've been watching you for years, and it's an honor to be amongst you. And yeah, I would just say understanding.
Let me say this though. You know, I didn't get it to I start to seek to understand people. You know, and this thing we do, this thing ours, man, the key point is understanding. You got to seek to understand, right? You can't seek to be right. You know, if you always fight to be right, you're going to miss something. You won't even know when you're wrong. But once you understand where people is coming from, you can pretty much figure out, like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but how does that fit in this and that? So yeah, it's key. It's key in human history. Those that understand others, you know, they put themselves in a favorable position. It's about understanding, man. And if you can understand each other, you can work together better than that. It's when you fight to be the right one and this, that, and the other, that's when that real friction come right there. Kim, where you at? Kim Netta. Kim
What's
Netta.
going on?
Yeah, right. You have fit when I say that thing wrong, boy.
No, I don't. I just make sure I tell you because you can read, huh? And then when you don't say it right, I feel like you're being funny. That's all. I'll be tripping.
Spelled right? How's that spelled right? KMNT. That ain't spelled in English. Give me the English. I could have got it.
We know when we look at metal letter and it's written in the indigenous language, that's how it's written. And you know that. You know how to identify that. So when you do stuff like that, I feel like you be playing, but it's all good.
Put the vowels in there. I get it. Then I can
Nah,
understand.
you know how to identify them without the vowels, but it's all good. I ain't gonna argue with you about it.
All right. You know the question. That's the power question for the night.
What keep me going, I would say, is history, science, and understanding. Because I feel like without those, then you kind of just doing whatever without being able to understand. So where I say science is because you got to understand first to even be able to understand science, because it's not something that's just so simple. It's a really complex thing that a lot of people don't understand. They misquote a lot of stuff. So yeah, I go with science, understanding, and history.
Okay. Hey sis, where you at? Unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah, how you write that on there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you write your name on there?
Genesis.
That what? DJ what? Oh,
DJ Genesis Detroit.
oh DJ.
Your favorite person, right?
Yeah, you be fighting. Anyway, what you got?
He said, yeah, you be fighting. Man, my reputation precedes me, but I don't be fighting, y'all.
What's your system to keep you grounded as a system? Keep you
I would
grounded?
say Ifa.
Okay, I like that.
And as in Lukumi. And then sometimes Isheshe. They're all kind of like work in tandem and keeping me grounded. How it keeps me grounded is self-accountability, because the system itself makes you have to be accountable for something within yourself, and not believing in something really outside of yourself, but understanding that everything is within you. So that all the Orisha that we speak about in these stories are really you, and parts of you, and parts of your body, and parts of who represent you. So
I like the traditional. That's the traditional African system. You know, I think you said something was deep. So we got a few good things going on here. Then I'm gonna get right to you, Easy Bands, and say, cool. You said accountability. That's deep. So we got understanding, we got accountability, we got science, right? And those things, I think we suffer for personal accountability. I had this all the time when I'm going back and forth. Nobody wants to take personal accountability for what the hell they done set out their mouth one and what they telling the people. Right. So personal accountability is big for me. Right. This community has an issue with personal accountability. OK, so if you're wrong and you've been shown to be wrong, I did it early in the day. The brother said I'm not a Hebrew. So immediately I got to check myself and say, hey, man, I just was wrong. Right. That's being accountable for what you say out your mouth. All right. And that's a big thing here. Yeah, we all got to be more accountable, because if we're more accountable collectively, if we're accountable, you'll see things around you start to change.
In Ifa, they have a thing called Iwapwele, and Iwapwele is good character. So you, as a person on this earth, you have a destiny that you're supposed to fulfill, and it's all based in your character. And so you have to take. There's nothing outside of you that tells you how to behave. It's up to you to behave a certain way, and to try to maintain good character and to fulfill your destiny. It's not up to something outside of you. You can't blame demons. You can't blame things outside of you. It's even some of the demonic things that people say are really you in your brain and your mind working against itself. So that's kind of how we're taught.
I like that. You was going to say something, Easy Band. It was something you wanted to add to it.
Yeah.
And after you get in, we can start mixing it in a little bit.
All right, but yeah.
Because maybe some of it was full of shit. You ever thought about that? Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to like go into more detail. I thought we're just like giving quick answers.
I got back to you. Go ahead.
All right, but yeah. So if I go back into detail, the Bible actually provides us a guide. It's actually like a guidance. So it's a guide on how to live. Whatever happens in your life, you can always go back and find a situation that's in the Bible that you can relate to, and you can see how people interacted with the Word of God and applied that Word of God into their lives to overcome the situations that they went through. So in terms of me being a man, I've used the Bible a lot to try to understand the things that have happened to me and to try to get some inspiration and motivation on how to overcome those things. Things like accountability, that's all preached in the Bible. It's one of the, one of the most important things. We need to be accountable for our own choices. We have free will, and that's one of the major things. So I'd say that, and even the pursuit of knowledge and checking whatever you hear, right? Testing whatever you hear. All those things, you find them in the Bible. The Bible is a collection of books and covers a lot of stuff. So I won't even do it justice trying to explain all the benefits we get from the Bible and from the religion itself. But go ahead.
Can I add on? Can I add on to that?
Would you say you say cool? You see,
yeah,
we're gonna keep you last because you start talking about women and how they should dress.
No.
Yeah. Come on, cool.
I'm just trying to say, right? The word Satan. The word Satan. The word Satan means adversary.
You can't hear. Since you can't hear, we gotta make them hear. Say cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
So what? Yeah, what's the question? Sorry, I wasn't.
No. You wanted to add something to it, and I kind of cut you short. You wanted to say something.
I was trying to say because someone was saying that they are grounded in common sense. It's not a cultural identity and all of that. So I'm trying to say that they are not mutually exclusive. To have cultural identity doesn't mean you don't use common sense. I think the world functions with in-group and out-group. Everybody belongs to a group. And it's very important for survival. Evolutionarily speaking, we live in groups. And those groups is how our survival come about, is how we pass on our gene, is how we grow economy, politics, and everything is a group. You have to belong to a group. So cultural identity is very, very important. And Diop gave us 3 factors: the linguistic factor, the psychological factor of identity. That's why language is the first thing in cultural identity. It's the vehicle of your culture, is how you articulate your thought and how you view the world. That's why Abrahamic religion are dangerous, because when they come to Africa, the first thing they do, they take away your language and your name. So when you become a Muslim, the first thing the God of the Middle East does is that you have to give up your name. You have to adopt a new deity name from the Middle East, and your holy land will no longer be your own land. Everything about you will be outside of your environment. So if to be a Muslim is to adopt an Arabic name and then speak to God through Arabic language, and then you gave up your cultural identity. So I'm saying there is no right or wrong here, but everybody should respect their cultural identity. And then we can have a dialogue of civilization, and we can learn from each other by still retaining our cultural identity. I can learn the science of the Japanese and the European. I don't have to be a European or Japanese to learn his techniques and improve mine. So this is what I'm saying. I am an African, and I stay within that cultural identity. I don't need Allah or Buddha to tell me nothing. So that's all I got to say.
That's deep right there. That's a good one.
Could I say what I was going to say?
Of course. See, now you got something to really say now. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. So,
okay. Just for the record. Go ahead.
Yes. So I believe that we are God's chosen people, and that God chose us to rule the planet Earth.
I got you, Ashay. Do what?
In a righteous way, because man, I lost my train of thought.
See, so let me just get into that. I don't believe that there's a such thing as a chosen people. Everybody that made it onto this earth and that's living life is a chosen person. Why would a certain group of people be considered chosen? Why would God choose other people over others? As we get more into this, you're going to be hearing from different people and about like this, this chosen thing. But it's like, why are why would God, the creator of the heavens and earth, then choose a certain people on earth like that? Like, now God is creating the universe, he's creating other planets, creating stars, but then he go on earth and say, you know what, you guys are the chosen people. What? That's the part I'm like, I don't believe that God has a chosen people. And I don't believe that there were certain people meant to rule on the earth. I mean, there's different, it seemed like everybody's taking turns, each person, each group, they get to rule at different times. I mean, if you actually look at history, there's no such thing as a chosen people that get to rule over the earth. But I mean, I guess we're all talking about what everybody's things are. So let's go.
And the Most High made you, he plucked you upside the head.
No. I'm kind of tired, bro. But, no, the fact is that we are God's chosen people.
Oh wow!
And no. Okay. So the fact is that God created the universe to be a certain way. He didn't create us to be all wild, like women being all over the place and all that stuff.
Why you keep fucking with me?
I gotta go there.
No, you're not. Now, come on, yo. Hold on. Let me do this. I want you to take notice of something, right? As I went around the panel, right? The things that everybody made mention of, right, was things that we could all work together. But when you got to the Christian Easy Band, right? No, what, Easy Band? You kept cheering them on about beating up the women, though. You did.
Yeah,
so my point is the thing. Hold on.
Nah, but yo.
No, don't but. Let me just say this.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think this is we've reached a pivotal point right here in this conversation, y'all.
Yeah,
think about how the rest of the humans on the panel had systems that would easily accept the things that we was talking about. When we came to the people of the book, right? They all of a sudden had these super rules and regulations that outcast women, right? That stopped us from even understanding. You ain't even gonna let me understand. You're gonna tell me why she gotta do this or why she gotta do that. And that's listen, you heard, don't worry about it. You're gonna kick. Trust me, you're gonna jump out the window. Trust me. I'm just saying the understanding that we was trying to have amongst each other when they came to the people of the book, y'all got a little stricty, little colonizing, little rule and regulation. Don't eat this, the little teeny that. Y'all was really anti-humanity. See, I see them books as being anti-humanity because humanity is more than the Middle East. Humanity is more than the little biblical area that most people don't even recognize because the Bible ain't never talked about the whole world. It was talking about a very, very small piece of the world. And they put rules and regulations. So it wasn't even meant to go global. But based on colonialism and technology, it went global. Bro, that message you got right there, both of y'all two, yo, that make y'all outcasts. Go ahead, I say next. He got to burn his eye.
And I want to say something next.
Yeah, just,
let me say this.
I found it.
Please.
Talk crazy about the women. We're gonna let you go after easy.
Yeah.
No,
So,
I think it was what y'all doing?
Why?
What y'all doing?
Why is it?
No, you gotta
doing?
Why did
What you doing, fam?
Go ahead. I'm muting him out. He'll catch himself. The Most High got him. Talk. He can't help.
Hopefully. I found it funny that out of everybody's system, the brother say cool. The brother me saying common sense. He came back with what he came with. Now, I think that was the last thing that should have even been attached to each other. Why? Because like we all know, and say cool can agree with this as well. Not all the time our cultural identities make sense, right? Sometimes you look at some things that some people do within their culture, and you be like, man, what the hell is they doing, man? They is wild, man. They letting the cow just pee on their head, you know? Or you got some folk, or like the example I gave in the debate. Let's take it away from Africa. We'll go into Asia. When the Cayenne women was wrapping that long coil around their children's neck, and by the time the child is a 21-year-old adult, they vertebrae is already collapsed. That's part of their cultural identity. But when we look at the science and what's actually happening in effect, that don't make no sense. And there's some things that may make a little bit more sense. It may correspond to, it may be a little beneficial, but some things are just strictly cultural and they're not meant to make common sense. Get what I'm saying? Because what you do in your household, if I was your culture, may be wild and you might not bring that out into the public. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
But so that's the point I'm making. So if you doing something that I can get down with, then I'm with you. But if you doing something and it's something within your culture where it might be in your culture where y'all feel like soon as the chick is on her menses, she ready to go. You know what I mean? It's some cultures who feel like that and look at life like that. I'm not with that. I stand clear of that. That don't make no common sense to me. You know what I mean? This ain't no knock to nobody. But that's what I'm saying. Because not all cultural identity is going to make sense to you. And not all cultural identity is even legal in the United States. That's the last point I'll make.
All right. Go ahead, Easy Bands.
Yeah. So, brother Unc, I'm very surprised by you, man. How you sit there, listen to all these people talk about, Ifa, and then the Maori brother talk about his culture, and then point out Christianity alone and say, "Oh, that's where the problem is." That is just.
I didn't say that.
All right, so clarify what you said, and then let me go.
I said that the two brothers of the book was actually in conflict with everything everybody else said. You got to hear what y'all said. Now continue about the women. Go ahead. Don't get off that. Don't move because you want to respond. We want to hear about the women. We listening.
Okay. So, all right, we'll talk about the women, then I'll come back to that comment. So, with the women, look, I got children. I got daughters. I tell them what to do when they go out there because we're living in a realistic world. In a realistic world, there are people who will act in certain ways, right? You can't control everybody. So what you want to do is protect the ones that you love, right? Okay. You protect them by giving them good advice. You protect them by giving them advice like, hey, when you go out there, dress appropriately so that, you might, for certain reasons, you might find some creeps out there who think that just because you're dressed a certain way, they're going to treat you that way. Okay. So if in the Bible it says, hey, dress modestly, it's to avoid something. Okay. It's to avoid negativity. And then we do that in life. In any society, and then any civilized society, they have rules and regulations. And those rules and regulations are to the benefit of society. And so that's what we find in the Bible. Okay. When we're talking about the clothes, we're not just trying to control what women do. We're just trying to benefit everyone in society, including the women. Okay. And the big problem is what's happening now. You have people demonizing the Bible and taking it out of the household. And then what do we find? We find people with no ability to have any type of framework. They're just going out there doing whatever they want to do.
All right, get your next point.
If she wants to dress half naked, she can go dress half naked, whatever it is, what it is. And then when the consequences happen, you find now there's a lot of broken homes. There's a lot of single parents. There's a lot of delinquency, etc. Things like that. And that's what
I have a question.
No, you don't gotta jump in. I'm gonna give you a free. You don't gotta jump in because you shouldn't have to ask a question. That was so wild. So I just want to make sure.
I don't know how to raise my hand. Is there like a raised hand?
You don't got you. I said you were gonna go after him because I know he was gonna say something wild. I knew the people of the book would say wild stuff. So basically, the way the woman is dressed is it becomes her fault because a nitwit and an out of control person did such and such.
Doesn't become her fault.
I had to finish. I never cut you off, though.
You're right.
You damn near talked us to death, and I never cut you off.
Bro, stop saying that. You're long-winded too.
But I pay the price. I pay the cost to be the boss to talk long. Let me finish my point. I'm saying to you, I want you to know, for at least 350,000 years, humans was naked. Just for the record, no clothes on at all. You got indigenous tribes still naked. So that means, because they naked, that means you can just have your way and disrespect them? No. It's a me thing. It's a man thing. It's a person thing. It's not a woman thing. Just because a woman is butterball naked, what they got to do with the way you treat her and respect her? It's you gotta have. Remember, we talked about personal accountability, right? It's called personal accountability, Easy Band. So whoever wrote those books, right, and said a woman to dress as way dress, they wasn't taking personal accountability. They put it on the shoulders of a woman. And then they're gonna tell them how to dress, but yet they can dress the way they want to dress. I find that to be very, very, very ridiculous.
So, Andre, why don't you leave the keys on your car when you get out your car? Your beautiful Range Rover. Why don't you leave the keys on your car when you get out your car?
Go next. Go ahead, sis.
All right. So my question is, that,
we're gonna talk to you. Ask the man a question. You better get out.
A lot of times people dress according to the climate. In America, we actually have a very hot, like climate in certain areas. So why would a woman dress in a beekeeper suit because a man can't control himself? I'm like, if you're in like the Amazon, you know what I'm saying, and it's hot like 106 degrees, why would you be up super? Like that's how you know when people don't belong in a certain area. When they got the beekeeper
you call
in the desert.
Sims in the chat. Well, you play too much. Go ahead, sis.
You in the desert with the sun beating down at 120 degrees and you got a damn black hijab on with a full thing only can look out the eyes. Are we serious? Really? So who's right? The woman that's like, man, bump this and melanin popping. You know what? And the men don't sexualize those women because this is the only thing. They made some good points. They got used to seeing titties and booty and whatever because that's what the culture. They said it's hot. It's hot, and the men got their ding-lings hanging out. So they're like, oh, look at your ding-a-ling, and all this stuff.
Yeah,
because it's something wrong with our society and colonialism. What happened during slavery that made us defile the woman's body And then when you bring in the Abrahamic thing, because these men are really gay, you know what I'm saying? And they really
Wow, that's what we're doing.
And they want to defile the woman, make the woman look like the bad guy. And
Now, don't take it personal, Easy Man. You know she's not talking about you. She's not talking about you.
It's about colonialism, yo.
She's not talking about you, Easy Man, but you want to take it personal.
No, it is. The colonialists were gay. They were very homosexual.
Colonialism, yo.
Listen, the
No, she's talking
colonialists
about
were
gay, bro.
No, I'm talking about
you was in Africa, Easy Man.
But she's talking about the Europeans who colonized us, not you.
He want to take it personal. He want to take it personal so bad.
Man, this is crazy. So I made a good point, right? I was talking about colonialism. I'm talking about like, okay, the people, the colonizers, you know, the fact that they had like these homosexual ideations, they were having slaves screwing each other. They were doing a lot of weird gay shit. Okay, to the men, to the women, to the just a lot of like sexual depravity, you know, to the slaves, you know. And I'm talking about that. And Easy Band's just here gay, and he just, man, he listen, to hit dog a holler. I ain't got nothing against gay people, but when it's used as a weapon against people, that I have a problem with. Half of them were drinking, they didn't even drink water. You had a whole culture of people that didn't even drink water. They were just drunk the whole time and just defiling everybody, just like sick. So you basing your culture off a bunch of drunk people that came over from the Protestants or whatever, enslaving people drunk on a ship, doing all kind of wild stuff, and want to say that they don't like women because they really come from that Greco-Roman weird gay ass culture. So let's go.
Go ahead, Jace.
I did want to point out that and I understand what the sister's saying as far as like you know, if you go to a lot of
Sarnetta Studios does not dispromote gay people. We are not against gay people. That's
man, child. We didn't need I don't need no man to man. Let me just bring that back what I said. Because you know what? I don't need nobody that mansplain what I said. Sarnetta Studio though. Well, listen, I said what I said.
Because we're living in a realistic world. In a realistic world, there are people who will act in certain ways, right? You can't control everybody. So what you want to do is protect the ones that you love, right? You protect them by giving them good advice. You protect them by giving them advice like, hey, when you go out there, dress appropriately so that, you know, you might, you know, for certain reasons, you might find some creeps out there who think that just because
that's in our culture. See, people in America, especially blacks in America that are being homogenized into this Christian society, they don't go out, like go get on a boat, go get on a plane and go to another country. People are so closed-minded here. We're on this continent over here in North America, and we have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world. And we really think that what we think is everything because we ain't been no further than whatever block we on. And so we speak matter of fact about this. Like it's the truth. It's like, bro, have you go somewhere? Travel. Not just to the United States. Get on a plane and go to another country. And you will find out all these like societal things that you really think is like a big deal is not in other countries.
So I just want to make sure.
I don't know how to raise my hand. Is there like a raised hand?
You don't got you. I said you were going to go after him because I know he was going to say something wild. I knew the people of the book would say wild stuff. So basically, the way the woman is dressed is it becomes her fault because a nitwit and an out of control person did such and such.
Doesn't become her fault.
I finished. I never cut you off, though.
You're right.
You damn near talked us to death. And I never cut you off.
Bro, stop saying that. You're long-winded too.
But I pay the price. I pay the cost to be the boss to talk long. Let me finish my point. I'm saying to you, I want you to know, for at least 350,000 years, humans was naked. Just for the record, no clothes on at all. You got indigenous tribes still naked. So that means, because they naked, that means you can just have your way and disrespect them. No, it's a me thing. It's a man thing. It's a person thing. It's not a woman thing. Just because a woman is butterball naked, what that got to do with the way you treat her and respect her? It's you gotta have. Remember we talked about
don't have no
personal accountability, right?
Self-accountability.
It's called personal accountability, Easy Man. So whoever wrote those books, right, and said a woman to dress this way and dress, they wasn't taking personal accountability. They put it on the shoulders of a woman, and then they're gonna tell them how to dress, but yet they can dress the way they want to dress. I find that to be very, very, very ridiculous.
So, Andre,
right?
why don't you leave the keys on your car when you get out your car? Your beautiful Range Rover. Why don't you leave the keys on your car when you get out your car?
Go next. Go ahead, sis.
right, so my question is
Right.
that a lot of times
We're gonna talk to
according
you.
to the
Ask that man a question. You better
I
you
mean,
better get it out.
a lot of times people dress according to the climate. In America, we actually have a very hot, like climate in certain areas. So why would a woman dress in like a beekeeper suit because a man can't control himself? I'm like, if you're in like the Amazon, you know what I'm saying, and it's hot like 106 degrees, why would you be up super like that's how you know when people don't belong in a certain area when they got the beekeeper
You
suit
call
in
a
the desert.
Sims in the chat. Boy, you play too much. Go ahead, sis.
You in the desert with the sun beating down at 120 degrees and you got a damn black hijab on with a full thing, only can look out the eyes. Are we serious? Really? So who's right? The woman is like, man, bump this and melanin popping. You know what? And the men don't sexualize those women because it's a normal thing. They
made
got
some
used
good
to seeing
points.
titties. They got used to seeing titties and booty and whatever because that's what the culture. They said it's hot, and the men got their ding-langs hanging out. So and the women ain't over looking at them like, oh, look at your ding-a-ling and all this. It's something wrong with our society and colonialism. What happened during slavery that made us defile the woman's body. And then when you bring in the Abrahamic thing, because these men are really gay, you know what I'm saying? And they really like
that's what we're doing.
And they want to defile the woman and make the woman look like the bad guy.
Now, don't take it personal, Easy Man. You know she's not talking about you. She's not talking about you.
So I said in colonialism, and the guys were really gay. He'd take it and say, "Oh, really? Like, bro, no, I'm talking about the colonialists." And of course, listen, America has a very hot climate. Go down to Florida right now. Go to outside in Texas right now. It's hot as fuck. It's like about 100 degrees, 90 some degrees. Who is going to wear a hijab out in 90-degree weather? And then half the hijabs, they make them wear black. So you can't even say it's to be warmer during the, not to let the sand or whatever the heck they try to make up that they use it for sand. And no, it's a black hijab. That means that the sun, black absorbs the sun. If that was the case, they'd be wearing a white hijab so it could reflect the sun and then they'd be cooler. But they're wearing a black hijab. So these men want to mute the women out so bad. They want to put them in all black and have a little slit that they can look out their damn eyes with. And then say that that's being modest. What are we talking about here? About modesty. Modesty is based on a man's ability to control himself. Women should not have to be walking around because a man can't control his erection. Period.
Colonialism.
She's not talking about you, Easy Bag, but you want to take it personal.
No, it is. The colonialists were gay. They were very homosexual.
Colonialism, yo.
But listen, the colonialists were
gay, bro.
No, I'm talking about
you was in Africa, Easy Bag.
She's talking about the Europeans who colonized us, not you.
He want to take it personal. He want to take it personal so bad.
Half of them were drinking. They didn't even drink water. You had a whole culture of people that didn't even drink water. They were just drunk the whole time and just defiling everybody, just like sick. So you basing your culture off a bunch of drunk people that came over from the Protestants or whatever, enslaving people drunk on a ship, doing all kind of wild stuff, and want to say that they don't like women because they really come from that Greco-Roman weird gay ass culture. So let's go.
Go ahead, Jace.
I did want to point out that and I understand what the sister's saying as far as if you go to a lot of
Sarnetta Studios does not dispromote gay people. We are not against gay people. That's the disclaimer. We are not against gay people.
No, show your camera when you say that.
Don't nobody gonna say that. I wasn't against gay people when I said it. I said it was the colonizers. All right, so we're against alcoholics because half of the colonizers were also drinking and high and drunk on alcohol. Didn't even drink water. They was on them boats. Every time you talk about pirates and stuff, they're all drunk. Do you know that a lot of that stuff that happened was because people were just so freaking drunk off of alcohol that they were just being just like debaucherous. They're just drinking alcohol the entire time and just hurting people and whatever. So no, I'm not talking about gay people. I'm talking about this is like a symptom. But it's so sad that that people have to make a disclaimer. I don't got a nothing wrong about gay people. Get out of here.
Said that.
That was our saying. He right. We not
This
against
our
gay
shade,
people.
man. We not trying to get canceled, man. We not against gay people, man. We not.
I just wanted to hear you say. I didn't know it was you.
She was stating the fact though. But
good move, Ashay. Good move.
Hey, man.
You wow.
I'm not against gay people.
Down. 5, 4,
You know.
3, 2.
My man, yo, them. Well, I tell you, them African Americans, man. I'm with you, man. All right, go ahead.
What I did want to say is, as much as that's true that a lot of indigenous tribes, like in Africa, Southeast Asia, that they wear less clothing. They, if you notice, they all cover their genitals.
Oh, the women?
Yeah, the men and the women. Go to the most indigenous. You can go to the Polynesians, the most indigenous, and they still cover their genitals.
Yeah,
but their boobs will be out. They're having
the boobs, yeah. Because
hey man, come on, man.
Not same.
I don't know. Some people. Let me stop you.
Hey, Unc, you doing good, Unc. I gotta give you credit.
And I'm sure they probably do that out of safety because you can't be walking around the jungle in the desert without nothing covering your genitals because you have bugs and all type of wild stuff that could get into your. Whatever. So bottom line is that's just for protection.
You crazy.
A lot of clothing to protect their skin.
And let me just say this to Sister Genesis, because she doesn't seem to realize that the only reason she's walking around over here is because
you skipped the line, yo. You skipped the line, Easy Bang.
Yeah, but she's talking. She skipped the line too. So can I respond?
No, I want this somebody else saying we got a new person on the panel. I'm gonna let you get in easy because you get to going. Hey Keith, what's up, man?
Man, he wanted to get with me so bad. Let me get with what she's saying. No, bro, not your time. You said what you had to say with that rhetoric. So,
what's up, Unc? How you doing, bro?
You want to add something real quick, bro? For Easy Bang, get himself in trouble. We about to get in trouble.
You had asked the question of what keeps you grounded, but I put a response in there.
What?
I said
math. All right. Gravity.
You couldn't hear what he was saying.
Must first realize, especially when you're talking religion and you're talking God, they must accept the fact that they don't understand it. And I don't think they don't do that. That's why you got to be grounded. You must first realize that you don't understand it before you start regurgitating stuff.
Wait a minute, though. Hold on, y'all. But that's talking about plants. But you applied that to humans. You were just being slick.
Yes, exactly. I'm playing it. Yes, exactly. I wasn't trying to be slick.
I like it. That was wild. That was wild.
Yo, you do a wild.
No.
But I get it.
Yeah.
But I like the introduction of a new word for me. I like that.
Okay. Right.
I like that. But man, the way you applied it was wild. But go ahead.
You said gravitational something.
Yeah. So that's what. And I also said, if we really want to come together, right?
Okay.
Then I think what you must possess is a unified theorem. That's the only way we can come together.
I knew you was gonna get there. I didn't know how long you should start off with that. And you the only one in history of humanity that came up with it. You my man though. But go ahead, I'm gonna let you get your thing. Go ahead, get your thing off.
You funny. you funny. You funny. I can sit here and give it to you, right? I can actually give you the theorem, but you wouldn't understand it. But I asked you a question one time, and you said I never heard it like that. I asked you, does gravity ground us to the electromagnetic field? You said I never heard it like that before. I don't know, and I know you don't.
Well, I don't know, but you know because you're the one with the theorem.
Yes. You know what a theorem is in mathematics. You know what it is in mathematics.
Math, you talking about the mathematical equations? You come with the mathematical.
I said, do you know what a theorem is in mathematics?
I thought it was mathematical equations used to explain something.
It's proof. The theorem is the proof. That's why they're searching for. That's why the scientific community is searching for a grand because they're searching for the proof.
Yeah, but hold on.
Hold on for a minute, right? See, because if you got a theory and you don't have a theorem, you can't prove your theory is true. Impossible. You must possess the theorem in order to prove that.
Yeah,
can I say that easy? Can I say that easy, yo? Because you kind of running over people. You basically saying.
I gotta bring this up because people be just rambling, saying wild stuff. A theorem is not proof, sir. Is a theorem the proof? No. Let me zoom this in. Hold on. Because some people just they talk, whatever, and they don't even know what the hell No, a theorem and a proof are two different things. They're tied together in mathematics and formal logic. A theorem is a statement or a mathematical rule itself. The proof is a logical argument or explanation that shows why the theorem is definitely true. So this guy tomorrow, you got to have a theorem. Like, he doesn't even know what the child. Go back to college, go to college and learn what stuff mean. And hell, go to Google College. Just Google it up, bro. I mean, you can just Google it.
You need math because math is proof. Y'all say it simple, y'all knock it
off. No, I'm saying you need a theorem to prove it. I mean, even people talking on a religious level, you must possess the theorem in order to prove what you're talking about. If you don't have the proof, you're just talking.
Here's a question: if gravity is the thing that keeps you grounded, why is it the very thing that erodes you over time and makes you get older and makes you, like kind of like just bring sag skin and everything? Why would that be the thing that would ground you when it's the very thing?
But you didn't see what I. That's why I said that evolution is the gravitropic process of our growth and development. So this is the question. Let me ask you this question: if truth is what we all searching for.
And let me also say that, this conversation is eventually going to morph into an evolution conversation. Just to prepare y'all. Because, this is an atheist. It's a majority atheist conversation. So they're going to eventually start like really touting evolution. And it's like, child, like anyway.
And before y'all answer, just think about the question. What must we possess in order for us to reach it?
A theorem. Unified of everything, right? Correct. I'm on pace now, right? You got that answer, yo. Are you mad because I got that answer?
No. What must we? No, serious. Be aside. If we're searching for truth, what must we possess in order for us to reach it? Use your common sense. So what would we need?
The evidence. We need the evidence of the truth.
I don't know.
Okay, but wouldn't we need that opposition? What would be that evidence?
Semantics.
No, bro. I'm saying if we are all searching for that, we need the opposition of truth in order for us to reach truth. Which means it was a simple question. We need false.
Telling me I need to be lied to first.
I don't know how.
I'm saying you need false in order for you to reach truth. That's mathematics. There's no way possible for you to reach it.
I don't know how that's all the way true, bro.
And I'm talking comedic principles, right?
You need the truth to even develop a lie.
No. How can you distinguish? That's why you need to pair.
The truth shall prevent the lie.
That's why I come in
philosophy.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Gravitropism does not apply to humans, only to plants. Not to humans.
No.
Philosophy. That's okay if that's what he want to say.
No. I know you think it only applies to plants, but that's part of our human evolution. You don't understand that yet.
All right.
You talking about when we was playing?
So let me try to get with your philosophy. So what you saying is something along the lines of it. If there was an up, you wouldn't know if there was an up if it wasn't a down.
Yes, exactly. There would be no way possible. How can you get to truth if you don't have that opposition? That's what ma'at is. That's what ma'at is. It's the balance of the scale.
He slid the ma'at in there.
It's opposite.
Yes, you got to have opposite. That's what reciprocity means. It's reciprocal.
But you don't need the lie first. You just need the truth, and then whatever.
Yeah. You don't say right because
you right the first time.
Now I'm gonna make it simple for you. I'm gonna ask you this simple question. No, hold on. I'm gonna ask this. I'm gonna ask the whole panel this simple question.
Ask Easy Bands. He got to answer.
Now, this simple question. One plus. Hold on for a minute. 1 + 1 equal what?
I have no idea. I don't know.
This is for anyone on the panel. 1 + 1 equals what?
It was 2 long as I knew.
Okay, now prove it.
Who said 3, man? Who said 3, man?
You got to derail on something.
You said 3, man. You threw the Terrence Howard out there, man.
Terrence Howard 3. How you not wrong?
So
my answer is it depends on who you ask.
I'm saying prove it. Prove it.
Come on, man.
1 + 1 is 3.
Now 1 + 1 equals 2.
Finger. You got 1 finger, right? Then hold up 2 fingers on your other hand, put them together. Go ahead, add that up, brother, and tell me what you get.
Hold on, bro.
1 + 1.
Now, 1 + 1 is 2, but prove it mathematically. We know Terrence Howard was saying 1 × 1 = 2. That's what he was saying.
Let me tell you some time.
That was wrong. That
was wrong. Yes.
You hide your hand. You hide your hand.
Let him do your.
You hiding your hand. Hey, I'm tired of you hiding your hand to the audience. Can you please explain to these people that you have accomplished something that nobody on planet Earth has accomplished. Can you explain it? I'm gonna give you your time. I'll put you right. Explain that. You've done something that no one was able to do. We want to get a snapshot into who you really are right now. Why you saying what you're saying?
Let me tell you how I started out. I started out reading scriptures. That's how it started. And me reading scriptures, the first thing, one thing I realized is that I didn't understand it. That I knew nothing. This is what I understood. I knew nothing, and I found out what nothing is. And once I acknowledged that, then that the Bible was not a book of pictorials. I read it differently. I was studying etymology, studying the words. I wasn't looking at a physical picture. I didn't take that book literally at all. There's a hidden story in that book, and it's called a cipher, or it's called cryptography. The book is not literal. It's telling the code, giving us a coded message, and we must decipher it. This is why people don't understand. That's why people on your panel, when they read that book, they take it literally. Their imagination is running away with them. This is what's hindering people from understanding, is their own imagination. They think the book is talking literally, and it's not. The Bible is speaking on a scientific level, and science is speaking biblical.
The Bible talking on a scientific what?
Yes. How do we know that? Because when they quote,
no, I'm not.
Hold it. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, Unc. Let me finish.
You got the Bible all in your household. I'm all in the science house.
Let me finish.
No, get you what's special.
Hey, well, let me finish. Because
I can't take it.
Hey, bro.
I'm giving you this to say what it is you did has ever done. Don't talk me to death about the Bible.
Hey, bro, if I gave you the film, you wouldn't understand it.
It don't matter. Just tell me, what is it that you have? Explain what you have. What is it that you have?
I was able to unify. I'm able to unify gravity.
Go ahead. Say it again. We got you on the big screen. Look him in his face. You can tell if he's lying or not. Look him in his eyes. Go ahead. See if you.
I was able to unify gravity and general relativity.
You close your eyes. He closed his eyes, ladies and gentlemen. He
made it up.
I
was able to unify. You closed them eyes.
I made a mistake. I was able to unify general relativity and quantum mechanics.
What? You just left gravity.
Let me move.
This ain't right.
Now, general relativity.
A book about this that we can read.
The Bible is scientific.
Man, where's the book? Where's the book? You know what I'm saying? That's what I kept saying. Is there a book we could read this that you came up with this idea? Is there a paper that you no, he was able to quantify, or where's the book at? Where's the paper? Oh, did he write a book? No, I'm not. It's not a joke. Or did you write a book?
Hey, now look, I'm telling you, I'm saying to you, what I possess is the unified theorem. I possess that. I have that in my possession mathematically, right? And I can show you, as far as the scriptures are concerned. I can do that.
Hey, bro,
you finna give us the
Did you actually document the process and write a book about it? Or
hey, bro, can you show me in the macro? Can you show me in the macro sense of superpositioning?
Let me tell you this: that our scientists are looking at it in the wrong way. That's why they can't figure it out. That's what I'm gonna tell you. The reason they can't unify gravity and electromagnetism is because they're looking at it wrong.
No, I say a macro. I say macro superpositioning. Can you describe a macro version of superpositioning?
Y'all can't be serious.
Hey, bro.
In the Bible?
That's quantum physics.
Right, in the Bible.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Hey, yo, you want me to tell you when you go to sleep? Hey, when you go to sleep, you're in the.
But hold on, let me just ask you this. If Satan was a liar that used the Bible to try to tempt Jesus, he got the permission from God, right? So was it really Satan tempting Jesus or God? That's the real question. Let's go.
You're in a superposition because you're not conscious of where you at, but you're conscious. That's a superposition. That's a form of superposition.
And you said
everything, just like they say, everything that happens up high happens down low. Our down low is not just us. Our down low goes deep into the quantum world. That's low too. We got control. We got control of that too.
What is that quantum world? What is that?
Y'all sword fighting now. Y'all damn near through those sword fighting. I'm listening.
What is the quantum world? What is the quantum world?
Hey, what is that? They got their lightsabers out. Everybody be quiet. We got the two generals. We got
but the quantum is really.
Is it just me? But when people say they're sword fighting, I think of like a D measuring contest. Like they both got all right. to me, maybe like y'all sword fighting. What is that? Okay, yeah, whatever.
Not a world. It's an existence that we can manipulate.
How you say your name, bro?
That's why I asked Unc, does gravity grounds us to the electromagnetic field?
Talk to him. He got a better conversation. But go ahead, y'all got y'all lights.
It's like, hey, yo, because I study quantum physics very profoundly. And the thing is, like.
So I'm gonna ask you now. Now I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you then. I'm gonna ask you. Does gravity grounds us to the electromagnetic field? Does it?
You say what?
Does gravity grounds us to the electromagnetic field?
I mean, you got to. I mean that.
Yes or no?
Speak on gravity, hey, yo. When you speak on gravity, everything's a theory because nobody ain't never really came up with that yet.
Just say yes or no.
In theory,
we got to put a fork in
theory, you got to show me. In theory, you got to show me how is that able? How is that capable? In theory, show me.
They said, come on, man, gravity became a theory, man. Come on.
You don't know gravity is. If you look up anything on gravity dealing with gravity science, the study of gravity is more theory than factual. So give me your layout on what you're saying.
They were pseudo sword fighting. I know y'all heard me say that. They got out there.
I'm looking at the other brothers and brothers. It's like this got to stop.
Yeah, you got to shut them
down. Are you getting into the Taurus field, the torsion field?
What is going on?
They in the Taurus field. They in the Bible. They in the quantum world. Come on, man. Come on, man.
No, I'm just asking. He's saying gravity. Does he also get into torsion fields? Like how deep are we getting into? Like
they don't know. They couldn't tell you this.
Hey DJ, you the past. Hey yo, y'all two guys today, man. Y'all don't even need to be on here. Y'all need to be getting y'all money. Y'all need to be y'all kind of serious. Y'all wasting time over here, bro.
Where's the book? I'll buy it. Give me the link. I'll buy your book. Tell me where the book is.
I came up from when he asked the question of what do we lack? I mean, what do we need to whoop or something to overthrow or come up? I came up with that question.
I wanted the science from the Bible.
The question was
people come up with theories
self-love and unification within a community. We can take over the world.
Easy, man. They got you quiet, yo. They didn't supervise you so much you can't even think, man.
Hey, Unc, you the one who says that you practice scientific literacy, right? Because you study evolution. What science are you studying? So I asked you before, right? Because you talk about nature, but you know there are 4 fundamental forces of nature. You don't study that. But you don't study that.
No, I'm gonna put incredible on you, bro. He just hit you with the lightsaber and hit you with something. I mean, you couldn't
have the force. He eating with the force.
Hit you with the force.
With the force, young Padawan.
I'll drop my book in the back chat if you want to go check it out.
Yeah, Genesis, that's a good book. Go get that.
The person that had the book wasn't the one that said he had the answer. It was the other guy that was arguing with him. So this guy said he didn't figure it out. He didn't broke the code, but he don't have a book. If I broke the code, I would have a book or something like a damn, you know what I'm saying? Write it down and scan it in, something.
You can get that. He ain't got no pseudo in that. He trying.
Hey, just wait on. Just wait.
I was trying. His book ain't bad. That ain't a bad one.
Just wait on. Just wait.
This a new book. This a new book too. This ain't the one on African and the parallels on Egypt and West Africa. This one is written on the diaspora of Africans across the Americas.
Hey, yo, also with that quantum, it deals with conscience too, bro. When you deal with that quantum,
yeah, what is that?
When you dealing with that quantum,
what is quantum? I wanted to see the science in the Bible. I wanted to ask the elder brother, like he said.
No. When you dealing with that quantum got it all. We with that quantum. What the hell are you talking about?
Study etymology, dealing with the Bible, so I was going to ask him
what?
Like,
Physics, quantum,
This is drop spot. Semitic language, right?
Semitic language. I don't need to study Semitic language.
That's a drop spot.
I said Semitic language.
So I don't need to study Semitic language. I don't need
you
to.
You didn't study the Bible's etymology then? Oh yeah.
Hold on.
Wait, are you reading it in Greek or Hebrew?
We're gonna stop. Go ahead. Hey, Jace, you gotta jump in, yo. You gotta say this, though.
Hey, yo, can I ask y'all a question? Why y'all never try to learn
He reading the book in English and figured out the whole quantum mechanics of the whole thing, but they didn't read it in the language it was written in. Are you kidding me? I broke the code. Sir, based on English, the English interpretation of the Bible, you broke the code. It's not even translated. You got to know Hebrew. You got to know Greek. You know, both languages, Aramaic, all that stuff. You know, like before you could say you broke the code, you got to know what the original language of it was. See, a lot of
indigenous language.
Be quiet.
Man, you jumped in out of nowhere, yo. You can't jump in like that, man.
Somebody asked
how many indigenous languages you got, bro? How many you got? I like English.
I'm studying OFA right now. OFA, that's a Mississippian one. OFA, look it up.
OFA.
Well, when you're a practitioner, you actually have to learn.
Man.
But I will say, somebody asked the question.
But I need to go around somebody who's speaking so I can get the dialect, man.
Let the brother over here go, man. Brother in the white t-shirt. Go ahead, brother in the white t-shirt, please.
You gotta let him speak, man. We had the suit, ladies and gentlemen. That was because we call it a pseudo.
I will say your name. I just can't say it. I can't say
Red in the blue. Red in the blue.
No, but what I would say, some brother asked, is there science in the Bible? Now,
I asked that, yes.
Okay, now do you believe that it's possible that this galaxy emerged from a black hole?
In the conversation about science, you can't ask me what I believe.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, I believe that the scribe that wrote the first chapter of Genesis was attempting to make a scientific.
All right, hold on. Let me put you on the big screen. Let me see if you made that.
Main attempt, because
let me see.
If you break down the Hebrew words, right, in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2, it says, "And the earth was unsightly and unfurnished, and darkness was over the face of the deep." Now, the word unsightly derives from the Hebrew word that means formlessness, or something that is unseen. The word unfurnished comes from the Hebrew word that means something that is unfilled or empty. And then the word darkness comes from a Hebrew word that means something that is devoid of light. And then you have deep, which is describing something that has depth. So when you put these four words together, you get formless, something that doesn't have a form, something that is empty, something that is devoid of light, and something that is deep. To me, that sounds like a black hole.
It sounds like a periodic.
Oh, you're a Mammy's cookie cat.
No, it's not.
Part of the Big Bang was a light in the beginning, right? You know, they say that in the beginning for everything it was a light.
Hey, yo, that sounds like a periodic table, man. What you just said, that sounds like a periodic table.
What's the opposite of light, though? Like, how can there be light without darkness? Like,
wait a minute. Whoa. Hold on. It's called post-hoc rationale. My man Cedric say this all the time. You are attempting to apply scientific ideas on a culture that wouldn't have known nothing about that.
Nothing.
We wasn't ready yet for that. We had not. We had not.
All right, now here we go.
No.
The culture was not ready for scientific ideas. Here we go. This is where it's going to get ridiculous at. This is where the atheism and it gets stupid. Watch this.
I don't care what words you think it is. It ain't that. They all got it wrong. That's easy. Listen.
Hey, yo, but how you know they wasn't ready, man? They got technology that we can't even do.
I tell you what, I tell you, the pseudo yourself to the bottom of the line just now yelling out. Come on, bro. Stop yelling and screaming like that, man. We having decorum today. You howling and screaming.
But you said understanding.
No, listen.
You said understanding people. I'm not.
Yeah, but no. I didn't say understand to where your own brains fall out. Like you got.
No, them people didn't have no concept of what you said, though, brother.
You're not giving them. No. First, we got to explore.
That's all.
No. Listen, what I'm saying. You're not giving us a chance as humans. You're making this thing called life too easy. You're making the cosmos way too easy, bro. It took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. Wait a minute. All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 125 years. I'll say this again. All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 125 years. You're making
all that we know, right? All that we know in the last 125 years. This is what he just said. All that we know in the cosmos, we've learned in the last 100. Let me just be clear that he's saying this, because what the fuck are you talking about? This is where it gets weird. So,
brother in the white t-shirt, please.
You got to speak, man. We had the suit, ladies and gentlemen. That was because we call it a pseudo.
I will say your name. I just can't say it. I can't say
Red in the blue. Red in the blue.
No, but what I would say, some brother asked, is there science in the Bible? Now,
I asked that, yes.
Okay, now do you believe that it's possible that this galaxy emerged from a black hole?
In the conversation about science, you can't ask me what I believe.
Okay, but what I'm saying is,
here we go, semantics.
I believe that the scribe that wrote the first chapter of Genesis was attempting to make a scientific.
All right, hold on.
I gotta stop it right there. So the guy says, "Do you believe?" Oh, well, in a conversation about science, you can't ask me what I believe. People be thinking that they really cooking when they say shit like this, but it's like, okay, but you still have to believe something. Like, in order for something to be a fact, you got to believe the fact. So, like, what are you talking about, bro? Oh, it has to be what you know, but you have to believe it before you know it. So stop it.
Let me put you on the big screen. Let me see if you mean that.
Yeah, ain't attempt because
Let me see.
If you break down the Hebrew words, right, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says, "And the earth was unsightly and unfurnished, and darkness was over the face of the deep." Now, the word unsightly derives from the Hebrew word that means formlessness or something that is unseen. The word unfurnished comes from the Hebrew word that means something that is unfilled or empty. And then the word darkness comes from the word Hebrew word that means something that is devoid of light. And then you have deep, which is describing something that has depth. So when you put these four words together, you get formless, something that doesn't have a form, something that is
sound like I'm a JJ. Sound like I'm a JJ, but it's okay.
Empty, something that is devoid of light, and something that is deep. To me, that sounds like a black hole.
It sounds like a periodic table to me.
Wait. But you know, part of the Big Bang was
it
a
sounds
light
like
in the
a
beginning,
periodic table. Like listen, sometimes people try to be so damn intelligent that it just regresses into like just insanity. Like it sounds like a periodic table to me. Like what? How does what?
Right. You know, they say in the beginning for everything it was a light.
Hey, yo, that sounds like a periodic table, man. What you just said, that sounds like a periodic table.
What's the opposite of light though? Like how can there be light without darkness? Like
wait a minute. Whoa. Hold on.
All right, here we go. Now Ankh is going to
rationale.
Now Ankh is going to try to, in his own way, rational and try to, bring everything all together. Like, let me just school y'all on everything. Let's hear what he gonna say.
My man Cedric say this all the time. You are attempting to apply scientific ideas on a culture that wouldn't have known nothing about that.
Nothing.
We wasn't ready yet for that.
What? What are you talking about? See, this is where I get to arguing with them. Right when he said this, and then he's gonna double back and say he didn't say what he just said. Watch this.
We had not. No. I don't care what words you think it is. It ain't that.
I'm gonna take notes.
They all got it wrong. That's easy. Listen.
Hey, yo, but how you know they wasn't ready, man? They got technology that we can't even do.
I tell you what, I tell you to pseudo yourself to the bottom of the line just now yelling out. Come on, bro, stop yelling and screaming like that, man. We having decorum today. You howling and screaming.
But you said understanding.
No, listen.
You said understanding people's. All I'm not.
Yeah, but no. I didn't say understand to where your own brains fall out. Like you got.
No, them people didn't have no concept of what you said, though, brother.
You're not giving them. No. First, we got to explore.
That's all.
No. Listen, what I'm saying. You're not giving us a chance as humans. You're making this thing called life too easy. You're making the cosmos way too easy, bro. It took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. Wait a minute. All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 125 years. I'll say this again. All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 125 years. You're making it too easy.
First of all, let me just examine this. He says, it took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. 350,000 years to get out of Africa. What? Then he says, all that we know about the cosmos. I gotta write this down because I'm like, this is crazy. All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 135 years. Let me make sure I got this right. So he said this is I'm about to break. What are we saying here? Because this is crazy. Like what? All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 135. And then he repeats it. Let me just okay, let's go.
No, them people didn't have no concept of what you said, though, brother.
You're not giving them. No. First, we got to explore.
That's all.
No. Listen, what I'm saying. You're not giving us a chance as humans. You're making this thing called life too easy. You're making the cosmos way too easy, bro. It took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. Wait a minute. All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 125 years.
Oh, 25.
Say this again. All that we know about the cosmos.
All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 125 years. And he said that with certainty. So he said it took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. And that all we learned about the cosmos, we learned in the last 125 years. What? Hold on. What about the Dogon? Okay, because I come on now. The Dogon tribe of Mali dates back to over 1,000 years. Okay, and the Dogon tribe was where we probably figured out that there were tribes in Africa that knew about the star systems without telescopes. So how can he say this? How can he say that what he's saying? All that we know about the cosmos we learned about in the last 120, maybe our generation, but the Dogon tribe dates back over 1,000 years. And they were talking about that they originated from Sirius B, that they didn't even come from here. And then he says it took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. What? So Mansa Musa wasn't traversing. Let's okay. What? Okay. Right. So just so all right. Can y'all see this? Let me make sure y'all can see. Mansa Musa himself went to Africa, started in West Africa, ruling Mali Empire. From Egypt, he crossed the Red Sea and traveled to the Arabian Peninsula, visiting the holy cities of Mecca, Medina, and modern-day Saudi Arabia. He might not have never went to Europe, but he did get out of Africa. So what are we talking about? It took us 350 years to get out of Africa. But Mansa Musa himself, as an emperor or king, whatever the hell he was, actually traversed and went outside of Africa. But he's saying it took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. What? Even the Egyptians, right? When you look into Egyptian thing, you know, Cleopatra, that wasn't supposedly Europe. That was a Europe. Europe's, I think it's a continent. Is that a Asia? You know what I'm saying? And then when you actually go into parts of Australia and New Zealand, you will find remnants of the Egyptian culture. So what are we saying here? Like this, I mean, he said that with such certainty that you would think that it was true, but we have to listen. When we listen to these people, we gotta really like put our thinking caps on. Let's go.
Say this again. All that we know about the cosmos, we learned in the last 125 years. You're making it too easy, right? Listen to me. Put this in your brain. Listen, it took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. Do you get that? Are you processing that? That's something you got to process for a minute. You're saying, although it took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa, some Hebrews, right? You're talking an Iron Age culture now, bro. You saying that an Iron Age culture understood the cosmos.
Yo, bro, did I say that?
Yeah, you said this word.
Yeah, you said that.
You did. Okay, now you.
No, I'm saying the etymology of the word.
Nah, you doing
That's what I'm saying.
No.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. Let me walk with the brother a little.
You translate those words. That's what it's saying. That's all I'm saying.
You said the etymology of okay. The problem is you're gonna have more. But you're gonna have more problems when you go through the Bible, right? for just go into your days of creation. Can you do the days of creation for me just real quick? So we can just point out the obvious. You already know where I'm going.
Bro, but who's saying that this was true?
Wait, hold on. Wait.
I told
Why
you
we can't do the days of creation?
I believe that this was an attempt.
An attempt? How?
But how can you have such a crazy attempt at explaining the days of creation and you got light before the sun? Can you explain light before the sun?
You can have light before the sun.
Can you explain light on earth before the sun?
Well, who said it was on earth?
Where they write the Bible at, bro? Come on, family.
Stop, yo.
They wrote it on Mars?
Nah, no, you're talking about when the book was written. I'm talking about the time.
I'm talking about in the 7 days of creation that's within the book. Right. You have light in your book before the creation of the sun, correct?
The story is not literal.
No,
yeah,
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You can
let them be light.
Do the religion, bro, because y'all can do whatever y'all want with it.
No, I'm asking you a question. You're saying that the sun is the first light? So you're saying
that's not what you know. Your Bible says that your God separated light.
Did you say my Bible?
Yeah, the Bible. That's okay. it that we're talking about. That we're talking about. The one that you said has that you want to see had science in it, right?
I said an attempt.
What I'm talking about in Genesis.
And I'm talking about in Genesis. Have I left Genesis to talk about the days of creation?
Yeah, he's talking about Genesis, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
we're still in Genesis.
So what I'm saying,
the Quebec.
I'm just saying, you saying that gas doesn't produce light,
bro. It wasn't no light. No, yes, gas can produce light if it's ignited, but
okay,
you cannot. But you cannot have light on the earth, brother, without the sun. Your God, the God. I'm not gonna say yours. The God within that Bible created the sun after light, after the light, right? 2 different days.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if they believe, this is what I'm saying. If they actually believe that light emerged, that the black hole, that the galaxy emerged from a black hole, right?
But it was plants and all kind of stuff, though, brother.
God, bro, can I finish?
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, surrounding a black hole, you have neon, right? And you got silicates. And isn't silicates the number 1 substance that's in lava? Isn't lava light?
Yeah, you got yeah, you don't.
But there's no black holes in the Bible. There's no concordance number that's going to equate. Hold on, slow down, bro. There's no black hole in the Bible. You don't have a concordance number. You don't have a Hebrew word for black hole. Like the brother just told you, we don't even have this type of cosmic understanding of a black hole and a supernova. They didn't know that stuff, bro. And that's what we trying to let you know. That's what we trying to lay down on you. So just slow down for 1 second. I heard you out. No, they had astrology. They didn't have astronomy. No, they have no way to map that and have the mathematical equations. And no, they didn't.
How do you know that?
What telescope did they have? What's the Hebrew word for telescope?
You gotta stop, bro. You come on, Jace.
Like it's getting bad, bro. Like, and I thought he was on to something with this good brother, man. But you gotta understand, y'all got vegetation in the book before the sun.
Yeah, got
like explain vegetation. No sun.
Oh, you mean and that's the second chapter. I was talking about the first chapter.
You rooting, easy man. You rooting, but you rooting though.
Let me just try to help, right?
But you rooting though. Why are you going to root, man? You got Akita. Am I saying that right? I always say it wrong.
All right, go ahead.
Akita, let Akita go. Then Easy Bands, I'm gonna let you. I'm since that's your book, bro. I ain't gonna let you let that man run you around like that, yo. But go ahead, Akita.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll try not to be too long. I just sort of want to, because I got to dip out. My kid's finishing homeschool soon, but I'll try and get back to the base. Like I feel like this was a good topic, good question. When you're going around the panel, when you're asking everyone's the question at the beginning, and everyone went and you heard the things of like accountability, understanding, cultural identity, and things like that. And there was a bit where I'm just going to show like a little bit I learned on the fly, because I agree with Sekou with cultural identity. Me being Te Arawa, Māori, Indigenous New Zealand.
That's right. That's right.
He said that, and I agreed with that. And then Shay said something also, which made me go, this is why I like my word about understanding, because then he said something I also agreed with too, is something back then, because my culture, right, it has things that I don't agree with our past. We had a past where we had cannibalism, and it wasn't like we're going around eating people on purpose, because like that, maybe like it could have been in certain circumstances and stuff like that, but there was this concept of taking one's mana. So like you'll take the chief, and then you want to embrace his type of wairua, which is spirit. And mana is a concept for many things. It's not just a one. It's sort of like it's a lot. I don't even know if I'll be able to like break it down like that, but that was their concept for doing it. So I understood the concept, which I agreed with in terms of concept, but the cannibalism itself do not. And this is sort of where I'm going back to the thing of where I talk about Jabari bringing up this thing of reconstruction. It's sort of like I can take the concepts of what my ancestors done, my tupuna done, understand it, look at all the situations at hand, being was it survival, was it a certain ritual, was it things like that. So I try and embrace everything to get a greater understanding, and then once I get an understanding, I try and embrace what we have now in terms of modern terms and stuff. And then that's sort of where our culture is at now. My culture is very colonized still, so even me speaking this is very foreign to our people. But I just wanted to say, amazing topic, amazing question, because we started hearing very universal concepts that we're starting to make some good progress and positive, beneficial dialect or dialogue, I should say, in terms of we're starting to see different groups starting to see an understanding. And then I feel like the dialogue was starting to go on a more progressive thing. Then it became a bit the woman is this and she shouldn't be dressing like this. And I stand against that, because the concept of woman is God. I understand the concept, but if we're using it in the Bible of like creator, she is our creator. They have things genetically that we do not, like we got nipples that don't do nothing. Their nipples literally produce or sustain life, things like that. And then, so I understand there's like all that kind of thing. To that same degree, I see them in our culture. We went back to, we wear pupus, the men, we wear pupus. That's the skirt thing you would probably say, to cover our sacred parts. And similar to how we dress our women, it was the breast. And it wasn't just because of like a dirty man, oh, we need to cover it. It was more, we knew what these particular things done. And it was more than just a look. It was, this sustains life. This is the womb. So we would have certain things for that. I'm sort of saying that to say, concepts sort of let us understand more. And then I'm not saying take away science, because I was about to use the word pseudo, which I thought I'd never use, because I don't actually like the word pseudo. I like to hear that dialect just before.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, I was holding on. I won't be too long. Because I could dip. But yeah, that was very heavily punching in my head. So like even the closest feeling we get to God, like they say, you always want to go back to God. The highest feeling, and this is my opinion, this is not everybody, but is like when we're close to our woman. I love my wife, and when I'm close to my wife and procreating, that is the highest form of life I'm ever going to feel in my thing. And after that is,
you know, what I noticed is that see, they're listening to a person from another culture, right, and discussing a matriarchal love for like an understanding of like how important a woman is, but you're gonna see how they like dismiss that, right? Yeah. You know. But he listen, but when he gets off, he says, I even thank my wife for allowing me to sit here and have this conversation. This is the difference in culture. He has reverence for the feminine energy. But the thing is that with our culture, with the American culture, it is like straight up like on some, the woman is just like looked down upon. And that's a very sad thing. Let's go.
Is the procreation, is having a child, and you have your child and you understand like you have a lot more meaning than yourself. So then you start looking at stuff, not for yourself anymore. You're doing something that's going to, now I go back to the reconstruction of trying to get to the future and stuff like that. So now we're protecting something. Close to God, trying to sort of ramble it out. But I just want to say this has been amazing dialogue. And I just want to appreciate everyone for just giving me a space. Like I'm a little Māori boy in New Zealand, and I've been watching this for years since Unc and them. I remember Marcus Blades and stuff. Like when you was bringing young fellas up, I was like, bro, I dipped out after the young Pharaoh thing.
Right.
But I love that OG thing of like, we could get it in type thing. We're in a generation now, because I've been watching for like maybe the past few months, coming back, and I've been seeing brothers like Sekou. I love Sekou. Just on his understand, he's not afraid to be wrong and like own it. And I love that, because that's going to get us into a more progressive state as a whole. Same as Ashe. Ashe is very similar. And I also like the fiery, so I like these characters that we're starting to see. And I will say this, because Easy Bands probably sees me in the chat before I turned up. Like I just got to be no filter. When it comes to religion, it's very for myself. It's common sense is very uncommon when we're talking about these concepts, because they get very, what Uncle was saying, they get very strict, and then we get into these nitty gritty things. But I just want to say, brother Easy Bands, I'll just say, just thank you for, when I was talking to you, dialoguing, it was not the I'm a bot type thing, and you're giving me the respect of talking, because I do try and respect the panel and not try and cut in and stuff. Otherwise, it does go a bit crazy and stuff like that. But I do want to say, I see truths in I don't see the truths in everything you guys say, but I see your guys' truths in what you are saying. And I wanted to say that to say, this is an amazing panel, amazing time to be in it. I'm going to keep watching after this, but I just wanted to say thank you. I just want to do a quick shout out to my woman. Thanks for letting me dip out to go and talk to everybody here. My wife MJ, my kids Bubba, Sissy, Chunky Chubbles, and just want to say, thank you all, and peace, family.
Big up to the family, man.
I have a question about the cannibalism. Was that cannibalism mainly done like during war?
You gotta go, man.
You gotta go.
Like during war, like to take the power of other people. Like,
no, it was. I can easily answer that one. It was So there was we had food. We like this is why we talk about kumara. We have this thing called kumara, which is sweet potato. We got it from South America, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is where I'm starting to like. I'm still a student, so I'm no one to like talk everything, but I know we got the kumara from there. Chili's Rapa Nui, which you probably understand as Easter Island and stuff. But so we had food. We were very plant oriented. We had hangis, like our steam pits and stuff underground. We fished and things like that. So it wasn't about all the time. It wasn't about source scarcity and stuff like that in terms of food. It was the mana. Like you get the chief, you take on his mana. So you're taking on.
That's the thing during war. Like say if you're battling another group and you beat them, then you.
He ain't say that. He ain't say that though. He wasn't even talking about that.
Yeah, sometimes it one day be still war. Sometimes it could just be literally wanting to take on someone's money. It's sort of like the raw set type thing. You're just trying to take on a thing.
It was a belief.
That's all I can give.
It was a belief they had. All right, man. Appreciate you, bro.
He just admitted. He's trying to like.
Okay.
So
he just admitted that the cannibalism it was usually done in war and to take over the power of their enemies. So that's all I was trying to get across. But the thing is, they're trying to hurry up and rush him off the thing because he giving props to his wife and being a very gentle soul. It's crazy.
I get you, man. Yeah, you definitely.
Shout out to the brother Akira, man, because unlike some of the other cowards in the chat, man, he actually came up on the panel. So shout out to him for that. I'm sure we'll have more dialogue going forward. Now, let me just touch on a few things. So he was basically bigging up Sekou and stuff like that. And Sekou came on here talking about he depends on or he relies on cultural identity. But the fact of the matter is that Sekou has left his culture a long time ago. For him to be involved and succeed in academia, you have to remove your culture and accept the academic worldview. And it's clear to see. Yes, you do. And it's clear to see that Brother Sekou.
Did you hear what you just said, though?
Yes, it is. Because listen, and let me tell you something. This is a big problem. This is a big problem that's been happening recently. When you see how the liberals have infiltrated academia and they've injected some of their worldviews. Like just recently, people were afraid to say whether a man is a man or a woman is a woman. Right? You had doctors and scientists afraid to tell the truth of what a man is.
So now he's going to bring this into liberal versus conservative, which is really I'm so tired of this same little sorry ass argument about liberal workers versus conservative. It's so stupid. Like some of the conservatives are the worst ones. Anything is going to be a problem. Far right, far left. You're going to have issues on either side, bro. Like, so, and I don't understand how black people are using these coin terms to even describe themselves and to jump on the bandwagon liberal versus conservatism. These are coins that are made to describe a political system that we're not even really a part of. We're not a part of that system, that conservative versus we want to pretend like we have like some say so. Oh yeah, we used to be Republicans first, we were conservative. Bro, we could be very liberal but yet conservative. You could be twerking but still be against abortions, What are you talking about? Like, so we need to like cut it out, like trying to assimilate so damn hard into this society. These people are just so assimilated and brainwashed using words, conservatism, liberalism, all this bullshit that ain't got shit to do with us. We need to realize when shit ain't got nothing to do with us. Conservative versus liberal, that is a white argument. That shit don't affect our bottom line, whether it's a conservative is in office or a liberal, we still struggling. It's bullshit.
What a woman is. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. These are foreign worldviews that infiltrate academia, and you have people who are claiming that we identify culturally, but they've left their culture and they're accepting this. If you ask Sekou right now, do you believe in what your people believe in, right? The culture that you're from, that they have deities or whatever it may be. He's going to tell you, no, I don't believe in that, or I don't know, right? So that's a clear indication that the man has left his culture. When we talk about cannibalism, right? That's a great point. Okay, so the brother brought the point up.
Do you believe in deities or what did he say? He gonna say no. See, Sekou is not here to protect us, to defend himself. So he's just rambling, saying a bunch of shit that he don't even know what Sekou gonna say
about cannibalism. So if you guys think about, I noticed like a lot of y'all look at indigenous folk and fantasize and have these ideas of like a utopia out there. You know, none of you guys would go and live with those people. You talk about people running around naked and stuff like that, but none of you guys would go around and live with those people running around naked or whatever. We've civilized ourselves to a point where we don't have.
Man, this is heartbreaking to like the we've civilized ourselves. They're running naked over there. Like this guy has not been outside his neighborhood. You could tell. Listen to how stupid what he just said. Half of y'all wouldn't even believe what
When we talk about cannibalism, right? That's a great point. Okay, so the brother brought the point up about cannibalism. So if you guys think about, I noticed like a lot of y'all look at indigenous folk and fantasize and have these ideas of like a utopia out there. You know, none of you guys.
Indigenous to where? There's indigenous people in America. There's indigenous people in Australia, in New Zealand, all across the world. There are indigenous people. And when you're saying that people are romanticizing that culture, it's like, what are you talking about? Like, see, you know what? I wasn't. I couldn't speak up because you know I would get kicked off if I like really said what I wanted to say. That's why I had to do this because he's just rambling about the side of his fucking head, bro.
Guys would go and live with those people. You talk about people running around naked and stuff like that, but none of you guys would go around and live with those people running around naked or whatever. We've civilized ourselves to a point where we don't have to worry about some of the things that they worry about. Okay, we've civilized ourselves. We've given ourselves protection, etc., against, like, for instance, marauding neighbors. Right? You'd have like one neighbor would just decide, all right, I'm stronger than that person, so let me go take over his stuff. Right? If you guys want to go back to that, that's what you're gonna have. Okay, but now we're living in a.
So he's assuming that indigenous people were just marauding against each other, stealing each other's stuff, naked. Like this guy is brainwashed. So you think indigenous cultures were just raiding each other's houses, just butt naked, just like savages? He's feeding into the narrative, guys. He does not have any self like awareness. He's just so Christendomed out that he doesn't even understand. We created this society. You didn't create the goddamn thing. You was a slave, honey. You didn't create shit. You was picking cotton, bro. You was picking cotton. You dark skinned. You was not in the field house. You was outside with the cotton and doing all the hard labor, sir. You didn't build shit. You just picked cotton and did what master told you.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish right quick.
Yeah, but I can't let you go as long as the indigenous.
How long did Akira speak for, man? So it's a problem when I.
He didn't get a chance to talk though. You've been talking all night. Seriously, yo, he ain't really
spoken more than I have tonight.
Nah, yo, I want to stop you. You can keep going. I don't think you realize what you said.
You're the man of the book.
Did you know what you said?
What I say?
Yo, you actually said, I'm gonna break it down easy style. You said that people was running around taking each other's stuff, robbing them.
They were, yes.
Yeah, but you're a Christian. Yo, they robbed the whole planet under the banner of Christianity.
So
hold on, I'm just making a point. Hold on. Don't take offense to it. Think about that though, yo. You can see the twig in somebody else's eye, but can't see the log in your own. That's crazy to me, bro. You talking about stealing? Yo, they got the level. They stole at the level. Unseen before in the history of humanity. They global stealing, yo. They control the global economy with stolen human beings, bro.
Who you talking about?
Christians.
It's like Christians. That's who.
No, you heard me say that.
Listen, so you're talking about people. You're not talking
no,
about.
But you just talked about people.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the culture, right?
Exactly.
You're talking about people. I'm talking about the culture. No, Christians is a culture. Christianity has become a culture at this point. So what do you? So this guy doesn't even understand the difference between people and culture. He says that Unc is talking about people and he's talking about culture, but really, what it's the opposite. You're talking about people and he's talking about culture. You're talking about people that dress that are like, you know, living in a certain climate and have to wear a certain outfit, whatever, to like be warm, whatever, and they're adapted to their climate. Hunter gatherer, you know what I'm saying? Like farming off the land, living off the land, whatever. And then he's talking about your thing about Christianity. Like, bro, Christianity has become the world culture. That means a whole group of people. It's a cult. Christianity is definitely a cult. Like, let's stop. Like, let's be real. So he doesn't even understand the meaning of the words he's using. Let's go.
Hold on. The difference is
Christianity produced a culture, yo, that would colonize the world under the banner of. I'm just come on, easy.
Look, you talk about. I know what you're talking about.
Easy man. We shouldn't have to fight over that.
The Papa's bull.
No, that's what you're talking about. The Papa's bull.
No, I'm not talking about easy band.
Not just the Papa's.
I'm just simply making a point to show you. You talk about indigenous people, yo.
Man, why'd you even stop me, man?
I stopped you because you made a wild statement.
No, brother. You're the one making wild statements.
That wasn't a wild statement. What you mean?
You're claiming that
I'm
those
claiming?
behaviors. Hold on, you're claiming that those behaviors come from Christianity, and they don't. I'm trying to tell you they don't.
Okay, well, so I'm talking about what you talking about, easy bands.
No, you're not.
And said that people was in disarray some kind of way. Think about what you said, and they were stealing from each other, yo.
Nah.
You say running around crazy.
I'm saying, bro, this is what I said. Listen to me carefully, all right? What I'm saying is, you guys want to go back to time. Yeah, you guys, because you're supporting it. You want to go back to times where people were running around naked. That's what you guys are basically. Hold on. So let me finish, bro. Like,
we want to go back to time where people run around naked.
I'm about to say it right here. People are still running around naked. You want to go back to a time? I'm like, no, the time hasn't stopped. There's still tribes living in the woods and in the forest with little to no clothes on, and they're cool. They chilling. They listen. We don't cut down they goddamn forest. They be fine. Still running around naked.
Easy man, you terrible, bro. Ain't nobody.
You terrible, man.
Easy man. Nobody said that,
you
bro.
don't go back in time. They're still.
I can't believe yo. Sometimes you say easy man. This is what I'm saying.
You hear what I said? I said you don't gotta go back in time. They're still running around naked. They're still naked tribes. What's this? Sentinel Island, the Amazon, parts of Africa. There's still tribes. There's still, they might put some red clay on themselves or whatever, but they still, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe cover their like lower regions, but there's still tribes that are practicing their original tribal thing. Nothing like it's not. You're not gonna go back in time for that. People are still doing it. You don't have to go back in time. It still exists. So, like, what are we saying?
Hey, bro.
You're not listening.
This is what I'm saying, Easy Man. Let's get off this. Because some kind of way, somebody delusional, bro. Nobody on this panel said they want to go back when people was naked. That wasn't the fact that you missed that is crazy.
So listen, you're not getting my point. You didn't even hear what I'm saying.
I heard you, bro. You start talking about people running around out of order.
But what I said.
I
said that people have this idea in their head about how indigenous peoples, they have this fantastical utopian thought about these people.
Man, that's not
you want to talk about people running around naked, et cetera, et cetera. Why don't you go and live with those people and see how you like it? And I was trying to explain.
Easy band's tripping, man.
No.
People do it all the time. I've seen white people like go and live with the tribes of in some far distant area in Africa, and they do it just fine. I've seen people go there and be living amongst them, find a husband and everything. Like, what are you talking about?
Easy man, you tripping. You messed that up, yo.
People are still running around naked, bro. Like,
and I'm not listening to nothing. The 3105 I ain't listening to you. You lost your mind. Now, Easy Band, you got 30 more seconds, dog. Don't talk about how I let somebody else talk to how much time you got left to talk, yo.
All right, whatever, man.
Because you got rest of the time to talk on the show.
We'll talk, man. That's crazy.
No, I'm saying because you're gonna have
on and on and on. When I
Easy Band, that's what I'm saying. Easy Band, catch what I'm saying. Remember what I said? I addressed you, right? I said I'm gonna let you finish your point, right? So I can pick up on a point I want the audience to hear, and I'm gonna let you keep going. But I said you got 30 more seconds, yo. That's a long time.
Yeah, but brother, just let me cook. Why are you always interrupting me and cutting
me? I'm not gonna let you cook for no hours. So none might let you cook for 2 hours.
Yo, bro, what's going on here, man? What's going on?
So that's what gets you.
Yo, y'all get scared because you know why Ankh is scared?
2 hours at a time.
That's why Ankh is scared, man. Ankh is scared because I mentioned how academia removes people. All right, that's why Ankh is scared because I'm.
I forgot that. I don't even know why you brought that up. You forgot that.
Doesn't have a culture. You feel me? Because he's all into academia. They're taking your worldview. So when you hear people like,
so you wasted your time on that.
So when you hear
people, hold on, you wasted your time on that.
When you hear people like me telling people that, yo, listen, if you love somebody, it's best to give them good advice on how to dress, on how to move when you're out there. All right. Just like, hey, don't the same reason why Ankh is gonna lock his door when he goes to sleep. Ankh is gonna lock his door when he goes out to the market or wherever he goes. Ankh is never gonna leave his keys on top of his car when he leaves his car. The same reason is the same reason why we tell young girls in modern society, hey, dress modestly. Okay, that's why we give that advice. It's not nothing about being crazy or being or wanting to control them or this or that. That's not what it is. And for you guys to change it to that is you being
no problem. You made your point, yo. What's up, say cool? No problem, yo.
Watch out, watch out, Sekou can speak forever.
I'm good.
Yo, stop skipping over me, man.
Watch out, Sekou can speak forever.
Yeah, I was out for a bit, so I just came back in because I was driving, so I just decided to get out until I get home. So yeah, so I don't know where you guys are. Yeah,
we with Easy Band said something. What you say, Easy Band? Said it again, boss.
His feelings right now, man. Be easy with
I
Easy
was
Band.
hearing him saying that slavery has nothing to do with Christianity.
He did.
When did I say that? What I said?
You didn't say it directly. You just said we talk about the violence and the robbing and stuff. That's what we talk about. You trying to say it's separate from Christianity?
Yeah, it's separate.
Yeah, that's what the people were doing, right? The people that you call.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's
so. Can I speak on that?
Yes, you can say cool. Go ahead, say cool.
So it sounds like when jihadis go and kill people and they say it's not Islam. This is what I'm hearing. When Muslims came out and said, no, you see those jihadis, they are not following the Quran. They are doing their own thing because Allah said we should love other people. Bro, when you are baking a bread and you fix your flour, you turn it into a dough and you put yeast. If that dough doesn't rise, either something is wrong with your flour or something wrong with the yeast that you put in it. Something must be wrong somewhere. If you read the Bible and live your life according to Christ, and then you terrorize the entire world in the name of Jesus Christ, and then you come back to us a century later and say, no, those people were crazy. They were crazy on what? They were crazy on through what religion? They were crazy through what faith? What motivated them? Because I can't judge Christianity with looking at angels. I have to judge Christianity based on the history of Christian and the doctrine of the religion and those who practice it. That's how we're going to judge it. We're not looking for there is no angel that I'm going to go to look at how Christian life is. I'm looking at the history of Christians, and I can tell you that slavery had everything to do. All you need to do right now is to go to the slave castle in Africa, in Ghana. The first thing you see, there's a church in the dungeon. The dungeon where the slaves are processed, the gate of no return or the door of no return. How many of you have been there? There's an entire church. The first thing you encounter there is a church. It's not a temple. It's not a Buddhist temple. It's not any Zoroastrian temple. It's a Christian temple. So we have documentation. It's an insult to our ancestors. For anybody to come here and say Christian, it's an insult to the Native Americans that were conquered by the conquistadors that were doing things in the name of Christ.
The what?
Okay, this is the greatest evil. I think Christianity is the one. That is why I think intelligent Europeans have abandoned Christianity. Christianity is now a weak religion in the West because the more the Europeans become educated and intelligent, they read history, they know that this religion is messed up. That's why you don't see any intelligent Europeans going around. Even the religion in the West today, it is without faith. It is only black people, young black people that wake up every Sunday go to church. In many European countries, it's only people that die. People.
So can I ask you a question?
No longer, wait. The statistics show.
Hold on for a minute, say cool. Yeah. Hey, man, y'all know superstars get the ball longer, yo. Y'all supposed to know that, man. Y'all supposed to know that. Y'all supposed to know that, man. Y'all know that. I got you. Let the superstars, let them shoot. They get to shoot more often. That's how the world works.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to ask you.
You can't ask me. He ain't finished than you.
All right. You know what? Let me just take a really quick break to announce this thing. Rest in peace. Mother Khadija, matriarch of the Nation of Islam and wife of Louis Farrakhan, has passed away at 90. May her soul rest in peace. Shouts out to his wife. Yes, so she has passed away at 90, though. Shouts out that she lived for that long. But yes, Mother Khadija, matriarch of the Nation of Islam and wife of Louis Farrakhan, has passed on. So we'll just have a moment of silence for her. All right. Well, much love to her and everything that she has done in the community. May she rest in peace. Here on Alchemizing Energy, it's not just about religion or race or anything. It's about, this is a very prominent person in the Black community, and I don't care about religion or anything like that. shouts out to the long life that she has lived. And I pray for Louis Farrakhan that he is able to continue his message, because a lot of times when you have a spouse like this, she's 90. That was crazy. That's crazy. She's 90. What? But that sometimes so I pray that he's able to live a long life, because sometimes like those connections, so let's pray for Louis and his family. Much love to Louis Farrakhan and his wife. All right, let's continue.
That's what we're doing. If that's what we're doing, I gotta go, 'cause I got my family too, man.
Yeah, all right, well, bye, Easy Bands.
Get out your feelings, Easy Bands, man.
Peace, y'all.
Peace, man.
Get out your feelings, man. Get out your feelings.
Look at you.
I want to ask Easy Bands, where did clothes come from? Like who invented?
Yeah, I don't know why Easy Bands ran. Yo, he mad because
the historical facts before is that Christianity, Islam contributed to the enslavement of African people. We shouldn't play around that because of our faith. You can have faith in something and acknowledge. Even the Catholic Church has apologized. Okay? Christians have apologized. So you guys come out here and because of your little faith, you converted yesterday and then you get crazy and then now you want to erase an entire history. Of course, they were through the church. Of course, they were through Christianity. Of course. So you can't come here and erase an entire history of our people. The church, Islam, none of them can come here and deny that they contributed to the enslavement of African people. That's a fact.
Right, nobody do that, man.
I have a question about this. The people, because he wanted to really push the whole clothing thing with women. It's like,
hey, Ryan, yo,
what's going on about that? Like,
hey, Ryan.
I wanted to ask Sekou though, do you separate the religion of Christianity from what's written? Do you think that there's anything written that a Christian can use to enslave people? Like, or do you think that the religion separated itself from the writing?
Yeah, so I think you cannot separate it. Because the reason why you cannot separate it is people who are reading and interpreting. Okay, they interpret the values of the book and then they live according to it. No two Christian denominations agree on what the Bible says.
Right.
You can't find the Catholic Church does not agree with the Protestants. The Jehovah's Witness does not agree. So if you go by interpretation, then there is no Christian.
Right. That's what I'm saying. What do you blame? Do you blame the people?
So we have to blame the people who are into the religion.
The interpretation.
That's what I'm telling you is the religion is a mirror of the people who are following it. That's why we have to say the jihadis, Islamic jihadi. You add Islam,
right?
Islam is the ideology. You see, so the ideology that motivated these people is Christianity.
So that's what I'm saying. Do you separate the writing, what's actually written?
Because the writing, the God of the Bible is a conqueror. He conquered people's land and gave it to his choosing people. That is the story. The entire land of Canaan, there's a milk and honey. He couldn't create new land for his choosing people. He has to kill another people to give them the land that's flowing with milk and honey. He's a lazy God, by the way. He couldn't create new land. He couldn't create new land for his choosing people, quote unquote. But he has to take the land of the Canaanite, kill them, displace them, and give them the land. That ideology flows into Christianity because they continue to say that the earth belongs to them to inherit. They are the one chosen by God to spread the gospel to the whole world.
Every conqueror has a divine claims that God gave them the power.
Right.
African kings, Asian kings, European kings, all kings say that they come.
We are speaking of religion right now. We're speaking of religion. The religion is a text, is an ideology that motivated these people that their God gave them a right over other human beings to spread their ideology. So it means taking the land of the people. It means we have an example in the Bible where God conquered a people, killed them, and gave the land to the Israelites. Okay.
I have a question. Like,
hold on, sis. I'm saying everybody know the
You
reason.
cannot separate that. This is why
The Bible supports slavery,
the
man.
war in the Middle East right now between Palestine and Israel is about a God promising people a land. That's the same thing going on. You've been telling people.
I just want to make this point. I can't believe in 2026 we don't know that the biblical text, Old Testament supports slavery. New Testament does not put a treaties against slavery. It supports slavery, man. Right? And so we're never going to get up here and act like you can separate slavery from Christianity. It's ridiculous. It was Christians that it was the damn Catholic Pope that wrote the Papist Bulls. Right? They did it for conquest. They said to save their souls. He said it was an excuse. Right? But they said we could save the souls and bring them to Christ. And the conversation that we was having was based off of, if you got an ideology that literally puts another person in a position to have to do certain things, right? That's wild. Where we should understand each other. I don't understand why I gotta go to hell because I don't believe in your God. I don't understand why I'm born into sin. what I'm saying? The Christians is born into sin, not the indigenous people.
All right, so welcome to the panel. I'm Hoodoo and Voodoo. Well, welcome.
Peace, and thanks for having me up. This will be very quick. I do want to say I honor and respect you for practicing Ifa, keeping the Ifa tradition of our ancestors alive. Even though, me and you debated earlier, you know, I don't acknowledge white Babalaos, but I won't go on that tangent. I do honor you for practicing Ifa. Hopefully, you can also incorporate some hoodoo and Louisiana voodoo into your traditions. But I say this in closing, just so I don't take up too much time. African Americans, I'll use that term because when I say it, you know what I mean. Collectively, we have no Hebrew DNA, we have no Arabian DNA. It is a manifestation of the low self esteem of many African Americans when you see African Americans practicing these Abrahamic faiths that were created by people that we have no evidence that we descend from. Really, these are not our ancestors. None of our ancestors are none of our ancestors are mentioned in the Bible or Quran. So it's best that we just practice our own culture. Particularly as African Americans, we have hoodoo and Louisiana voodoo. Also, you could go back to the Ifa. You know, it's various different traditions that we actually, our ancestors actually created. You know, but this is very powerful information, and I just wanted to salute you because I don't want you to feel like I only come up when I disagree with you. I got to come up and salute you when I do agree with you.
Well, thank you. And
Seriously,
when it really comes down to it, so I don't know about Louisiana voodoo. I'm from the Midwest, so I came upon Ifa. A lot of these traditions kind of come upon you. You're called to do it. If I were called to do voodoo, I would. Now I have my family does do hoodoo. But I'm not sure. I don't really have any people in my family that are practitioners enough for me to know. But I know my mom practiced like some hoodoo stuff.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if it's a initiation that starts it or whatever, like Ifa. But the reason why I because I do have ancestry that goes back to that. So that's really what it boils down to.
Exactly. As do I. I have
Right.
Yoruba ancestry as well.
Right.
But literally, that's all I came up to say. And thanks for having me up. And I appreciate this powerful information. Keep up the great work.
All right.
Really.
Thank you so much. I
Yes,
appreciate you coming up for the positive. Yes.
Yes, man. Peace.
All right. Peace.
They ran into wasn't born into sin. In some cultures, that's not even a concept. Born into sin. That's European ideology. That's a Christian thing. Right? You putting that on us, the way you dress. I didn't say go live around. He's banned. It's ridiculous. Why don't y'all go live around some naked people? What the hell are we talking about here?
Yeah, nonsense.
He could have
definitely was tripping with that.
Easy ban.
Hold on for a minute. He could have just said that from the beginning. We want to make sure women. He went through his Bible to say it. He said the Bible says women can't even wear jewelry in the damn church. What the hell I got to do with anything? You can't wear jewelry and you can't talk in the church. What do you act like we ain't read the daggone book?
Can't braid your hair.
I ain't capped out.
But I want to say something. Isn't the church like a glorified castle where you have a person that's like a king sitting and giving an address every Sunday to the regular people and telling them, all right, and at the end of the thing, give me your money and this, that, the other. It's a glorified castle. And that's what a lot of kings did. They glorified themselves. They became the God of the people. The people worshiped them, even though they were saying they're worshiping God. But the actual pastors are like the new kings, because a lot of the kings in like you said, certain kings, they believe that God gave them the whatever, right? So what is a pastor? What is a preacher? What is all these people that are running these churches? The Pope, he's living in a glorified castle and he's the king over the Roman Catholic whole society of the world, right? So we have to realize that these pastors are they're like operating out of glorified castles.
Are you funny? That's funny.
So
see how patronizing?
No, we back.
Whenever I say something, it's like, but I mean, I know what I'm talking about. And you're gonna see how I prove. Like listen, they're living in castles. The preacher, the let's say it is the Methodist, and they all have an organization. You have a person at the top, like kind of like a king, and he is living in a castle. The Pope is living in a cat, like he has a fortress around him. He's like a king. And they bring in a new Pope when one dies. It's like a glorified, like he is a king. He has a crown on his head, and then he goes out or whatever, but throughout the world, because you have like Catholicism throughout the world. So they're using religion as an actual like it's also like a king, So when they talk about like the Akhenaten and all the people in like ancient Egypt, that these kings, built fortresses around them, and there was like some religious aspect to where people worship the king. It's the same thing that's happening in these churches. If you look at most churches, they are built like these huge monoliths of structures. Now they're gonna like talk around it, because they, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's so cute. But I'm about to show it. Watch, and then people gonna like still want to argue me on that. Let's go.
You and the Hebrews understood the Big Bang and all that.
No, I never said that. I said that I think that was a poor attempt. Their poor scientific attempt.
No, I didn't have none of that.
You don't know that.
Let me fast forward.
Virgo, in which she becomes pregnant, and then she gives birth, and then Jupiter passes through another constellation called the Manger.
So none of them like go into how the Bible is talking about astrology and all that bullshit.
So the Bible is basically the cosmos told in story form.
Mm-hmm.
And people or the priests took that concept and enslaved the people through storytelling, forcing people to believe that these things are literal. But in a nutshell, they're actually talking about the stars. So when Jesus died and resurrect, that's the Phoenix constellation. When you talk about the lake of fire and all that kind of stuff, that's the furnace constellation. So they have basically a whole concept of the cosmos to a point where they can.
You know what's so sad is that people can like break this whole Bible down, but they can't even tell you what they damn blood work look like. People have been so focused on the outside with these books and these scriptures that they can't tell you nothing about themselves. I bet you if you said, are you low in iron or hemoglobin or anything like that, they wouldn't even be able to tell you, but they can tell you about the constellations in the Bible. That's the difference, I believe, in African spirituality, is it makes you focus inward on yourself. Like, what difference does it make if the Bible is talking about the fucking thing of Pisces if your fucking blood work ain't right? If you ain't got enough vitamin D? If you're at a deficiency in different things, like, so I don't understand. So I think that people need to look outside of just only Christianity, because I believe it makes you so focused on the outside you're not looking in. And I'm sorry, I'm like I just really feel like that all these arguments are about a book that has been written. I don't know when it was written, you know what I'm saying, over time. That really, if they applied it right, they'd be looking within, but they're looking at the book and trying to prove everything within the book. But are they looking at themselves?
It's just telling the story form, just like the Greek did with Hercules. So that's that in a nutshell. But my well, I want you to
that's a hell of a nutshell.
I mean, you can look it up, man. The Manger is a constellation.
We can't look that up, yo.
And no one in heaven's gonna remember you either, sir. No one in heaven, even you, are not probably going to remember your entire existence on this earth, sir. That's the thing. And that's all I'm saying, is that people are so wrapped up in this book, right? We're talking about heaven, honey. If you want to get into it, I could break down heaven to you and it'll blow your mind.
Damn about indigenous knowledge. I mean, not even to the point where you would turn indigenous knowledge, right?
I mean, should I break down the whole pleroma and the multiple layers of existence that happens before you die? That you really think that you're dying and really that the whole thing is a trick? I mean, we can get into Gnosticism because you people only think about like the Christianity, but what about Gnosticism that says that this whole thing is a fucking game? That the whole thing is meant to send you back here. Gnosticism. What about that? Sophia. I mean, have you looked into that? You talking about heaven? I mean, what level of heaven? Seventh heaven, fourth heaven, fifth heaven? Which one?
Knowledge systems at that point.
I didn't even want to introduce the word science into it because everybody started falling out. Like everybody disrespected indigenous systems that I cannot believe. You know what I realized, yo? That most of us don't give a damn about indigenous knowledge. I mean, not even to the point where you would turn indigenous knowledge, right, into some modern stuff. It makes no sense. What the indigenous knowledge is the foundation. How do you think they even work the scientific revolution? Yo,
Man, thank you. Finally, he said something that makes sense. Yes, indigenous knowledge is the foundation. I had a person in my thing while I was talking about Tantra that says that Tantra is New Age. How is Tantra New Age when in existence? Tantra itself is centuries old, thousands of years old, and he said that this is New Age. Based on what New Age and what? New Age from what year? Like the 70s. When people say New Age, I'm thinking like the 1800s and on, or even 1900s and on. I'm not thinking about like ancient knowledge that have existed like BCE. Tantra has existed before that. So to even like equate that, my live I talked about Tantra and Ifa Tantra and understanding like the understanding of like, you know, relationship between male and female and sexual energy and how things work, that this thing has existed prior to any understanding of even human development, that this thing is now also considered to be New Age for people. So all the ancient stuff is now New Age. White people done figured it out, and now they made it to New Age practitioners. Oh, let's get some crystals and this, and now it's New Age. This is the type of bullshit, you know, that we people, or it's witchcraft. It's either New Age or witchcraft.
They take plants from Africa, plants from Asia. It's detailed. I can show you this stuff. Right? They study they plants. They was able to do that because they could go. They was global. They had the money to go global based off of slavery. They could move here, move there, send a letter here, send it there. Did you see that? I saw that. That plant. Wow. They okay. Boom, boom. They was where the Egyptians wasn't able to go global. That's part of it, being able to go global. We never left out. If I was to frame human history this way, it took us 350,000 years to get out the damn bathroom, y'all. Imagine being in a house.
350,000 years to get out of ancient Egypt or out of Africa. That's what he keeps saying. He loves to keep saying this, that it took us 350 years, 1,000 years to get out of Africa. Where did he get this from? I don't know. Does anybody know? Please
be Africa. It took them 350,000 years to find their way out. You said that doesn't even make no sense. Well, you tell me about it. You tell me about it.
But that bathroom,
the three wise men,
it might have taken us 355,000 years for people to discover what was in Africa, but we were traveling around the world. And African science was traveling with it. That's why you have the science you have today.
It has all that in it. So when you think about Africa,
you got a toilet in the bathroom.
In Africa, you got a rainforest, you got desert. So even though they didn't leave Africa, they still had the same climates to be able to
the same what? They had the same thinking capacity. Let's never watch this. This where everybody falls short. I am telling you now that those early humans, right, those Homo sapiens sapiens, had the same thinking capacity that we do today. I'm telling you, if you was to take a 747 jet, right, and go back to ancient Egypt and sit down with them Nile Valley Africans and teach them how to fly a jet and build a runway, they could do it.
Honey, I think they had more advanced stuff than we even have. I think they would laugh at us like, that's all you got?
Hold on. It's not.
Okay, so in case y'all didn't hear me, I said that instead of it being the us teaching them, they would be able to teach us, and they'd be like, well, that's all you got? We're so arrogant in our current day situation. We think that we could teach the ancient Egyptians, which was the origin of the knowledge we have right now. How can listen, now I would say this, right? My child teaches me a lot. But my child, I mean, based on what the current time is, but I have a lot to teach to impart on my child that I teach. So why would the child of anything can be more powerful and have to teach the parent when the parent is the one that knows that existed prior to the child? Now we might be able to teach them something about modern stuff, but you know what? Just like a child will show you a new dance, and we say, "Well, this is called the snake," and they like, "Oh, that's nothing but the damn boogaloo." You know, you understand what I'm saying? Ain't nothing new underneath the sun. Where did that like phrase came from? I don't know who made that. There's nothing new underneath the sun. But we're so arrogant in our minds to think that we could go back and teach the ancient Egyptians something. Are you kidding me?
Not the intelligence level. Y'all get my point, right?
I get your point, but you're moving the goal.
No, you got it. I'm not moving nothing. Get my point. It's not. Listen. What's the difference between? Watch this. What's the difference between us right now in 2026, and let's just say an indigenous culture on the Nile at say 3800 BCE? What's the difference?
Less distractions.
No,
we don't have any spookism in our science.
I disagree. That's different.
The difference is that they were originating knowledge and we're just regurgitating it. Origination versus regurgitation. So all we did was take what they did and then expound upon it. That does not mean so that's the difference. If I create something, the original form of it might be like its true form of anything, and then people build upon it. That's the difference.
But what I'm trying to say,
no difference.
I think it's concentration.
No difference.
They have
none
distractions than we have today.
Nope, none of that.
No difference. No difference.
No. The difference is we got ancient Egypt, we got ancient West African cultures, we got a lot of stuff to look back on. They didn't have that, y'all. All they had was the hunter-gatherers. Think about what I'm trying to tell you. We got.
Stop it. Here we go. This is where we're going to get into it on here. He said that that the ancient Egyptians didn't have anything to look back on, so they created it, and there was nothing prior to it that they could like actually draw from. This is his argument. Now he's going to say he didn't say that eventually, but I just want to make it plain that he just said. Let me bring it back because this is where we're going to get into it at. So I'm like, this is crazy. So let's go.
What's the difference between us right now in 2026 and let's just say an indigenous culture on the Nile at say 3800 BCE? What's the difference?
Less distractions.
Nah, come on.
We don't have any spookism in our science.
I disagree. We just that's different.
But what I'm trying to say,
no difference.
I think it's concentration.
No difference.
They have
none
distractions than we have today.
Nope, none of that.
No difference. No difference.
No. The difference is we got ancient Egypt, we got ancient West African cultures, we got a lot of stuff to look back on. They didn't have that, y'all. All they had was the hunter-gatherers. Think about what I'm trying to tell you. We got Nile Valley culture, we got Babylonian culture, we got the ancient Chinese, we got indigenous West African cultures, we got indigenous South American cultures, we got the Mayans, we got the Incas, we got Mesoamerica, we got all that to look at. We got all we got all their plants, we got all their animals, right? Flora, we got all that. They didn't have it. See, y'all not y'all not thinking it through.
How do you know they didn't have it?
You're saying they don't have no understanding of the power.
Bro, you don't even get my point. So I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let that marinate on you for a minute.
The point is that they wasn't connected to the world at that point, like how we connected to all the different continents now.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You don't know that. Nobody knows that.
No, that wasn't my point. What I do know is
the evolutionary process was necessary.
We're not listening. You had your hour of pseudo sword fighting. I gave you your time. You had your sword was red and your man's sword was blue. Y'all relax for a minute. We haven't listen. Y'all not getting what I'm saying. I said we can do all the time. I'm saying we can go to ancient Egypt. African Americans can take a damn trip to Egypt. Archaeologists, anthropologists can dig in the dirt. They have scientific processes to extract information from them. We can dig up ancient Babylonia. We can go to Mesoamerica. Y'all can go there right now and look at their temples and look at how they were stargazing. I'm saying we are afforded all of these things. I'm saying if you was a human being on the Nile Valley or on the plain somewhere in the hill country, Hebrews, you didn't have all those civilizations. You had hunter-gatherers that you was looking back on. You had semi-nomadic tribes that you was gaining wisdom and knowledge from. Are y'all comprehending what I'm trying to tell you right now on how important it is and the value of having other people that came before you that made all the mistakes? You say, well, man, that's a mistake. Okay. Oh, I like it. Y'all don't get that? You're not grasping that, bro.
I don't get that. I don't get
okay,
that.
I'm done.
How they don't understand
I did my thing for the night. I did my thing for the night. Go ahead, Jace. I tried to give you something.
What I was saying is that you're saying for 350,000 years, they never traveled the world. They could not leave Africa. They were that stupid.
You said that. See the difference?
No, I'm saying you said 350,000 years before we actually knew how to leave Africa.
Right. Did you know how many people it was? You thought it was 5 billion people in Africa at the time?
I didn't say,
but you know how big Africa is?
That's a lot of humans in that time period.
No, says you. The population.
But there's actual migration routes that show that people left Africa. What are you talking about? Even before the ancient Egyptians, there were people that migrated to other continents. Like,
billion? Yo, there wasn't no billion people at 350,000 years ago.
How do you know that?
But how do you know that?
Oh, y'all crazy.
No, how do you know that?
Y'all lost y'all mind. Go ahead, say cool. This man
I've never heard of that. See, you never heard of question the hot seat. You started to run.
Yes, I'm not running. I'm letting somebody else talk. Yo, y'all killed me dead. Y'all didn't get my. If you can't get the concept of the value that us as African Americans have a great advantage because we can look back at Nile Valley, West African, Mesoamerican culture, then that means nothing I say going after that will you ever understand, and I don't feel like wasting my time.
All right, so here's the question, right?
My name is Brother Unk. They call me God Killer. That's who I am.
Okay, so
I practice scientific literacy.
Okay, do you have a degree?
I don't need a degree.
Okay.
What's all in the studio between the skeptics?
I
don't got no degree. Do you got a degree?
I never claimed what you claimed.
I ain't claiming it. So you think this is my idea?
So you're saying that they have no understanding of the cosmos.
So y'all don't know. Hold on. So y'all don't know when Homo sapiens left Africa?
I'm on your record.
I'm still stuck on the
Wait. You're on a platform of people that claim to love African people, and y'all don't know when the hell the first Homo sapiens left Africa, yo?
Nobody said that. That's you. I'm still stuck on the cosmos.
You know what, yo? It's the foundation y'all lack. Y'all lack the fundamentals. Y'all trying to dribble a basketball and don't even know how to hold the damn thing.
Hey, non-African.
Hey, cool as that.
It's me. I mean, I hear your conversation, like, and what I take from it is that us as human beings, that evolution was necessary.
I ain't talking about evolution.
What is it? You're not talking about evolution?
I was saying you don't just jump in the damn car, yo. You need a damn horse,
and that's evolution. It's change.
All right, so let's go off of what he said, right? He's saying it took 325 300. Let me go back to what he said. He says it took 350,000 years to get out of Africa, right? And then he's saying, so you don't know when Homo sapiens left Africa? Well, according to the Wikipedia, and it is, I gotta get a real source, but 70,000 to 50,000 years ago. Some earlier dispersals occurred as earlier as 270,000 to 100,000 years ago. So you're saying it took 350,000 years, but it's saying it happened. Like what? I don't know what he's saying. Like, what is he talking about? $200,000 years ago, people left Africa. Found in caves in the Middle East 180,000 years ago. Main out of Africa migration 70,000 to 50,000 years ago. What is he talking about? Arrival in Europe 40,000. He talking about like, only 100 years or whatever. Like what? We didn't even know about the cosmos. That's what he said till the last 125 years. And it took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. Like, what are we based on? What based on what information? This is the type of stuff that people like. They want to call everybody else pseudo, but what is he? Where is he getting this from?
Y'all get that right? You don't just build a Model T.
That's what evolution is about, Mike.
At 2500 BCE, y'all thinking you start off with a damn Benz. The Egyptians drove Benzes at 350. It's craziness.
Yeah, but the Egyptians did understand the stars. Like, am I right or am I wrong?
No, y'all not getting it. Yo, the stars and hard. Do you see that right there?
You think they had nothing to go on before that? How did they build a pyramid, though? How did they build a
They
pyramid?
didn't build it.
How did they?
What?
They didn't build the pyramids.
Doing this. No, you're done. Y'all
Everything that people build something like that is so they can't even figure out right now how to build.
No, I don't like
Human
that.
beings did not build the
Prior
pyramid.
to that of
I don't like
building
that.
something. Where does that come
Get them
from?
out of here. You say
So
human
where
beings
does
did
that
not build the
knowledge come
pyramid.
from?
No, they did not.
So if we went from
You got
building,
you got 2,000 years. You got at least 3,000 years of early digging graves. You can look at the mastabas, early graves.
Right. That's
Right,
what I was going to talk about.
Yeah, but go ahead, say cool.
Yeah, first of all, I think I agree with most things that Ann said. I think we have to understand the history of civilization, the chronological order, how things really went. It's not straight line like sometimes the way it's portrayed in academia. It's up and down. There are some places where people made a lot of progress, and then some people decline because that's how civilization works. Knowledge flourished in a certain area, at some point it decline, and then it flourished again in another area.
How does it decline?
So decline can be several reasons. It can be economic reason, war, disease. All of these can contribute.
Natural disaster like water flooding. So there's a lot of things underneath water that we don't even have access to dig.
Yeah, again,
we
like
even know where it came from.
Like Egypt, for example.
So here's the thing that I think is crazy is that we only can like
Can I
base
finish,
our
though?
information off of Egypt, but there's things underneath the water that we've never even looked at. There's things in
that's a
Antarctica right
different
now,
topic
pyramids,
going
all type
into.
of stuff.
So,
Hey, so you underneath Antarctica, yo?
Say cool.
See how like patronizing this whole conversation gets? People are only looking to Egypt, but there's shit underneath the water. It's pyramids underneath the water. How old are those pyramids? Who's archaeological digging those things? The only reason why they're able to dig up Egypt is because at one point all that stuff was flooded out. Even the Sphinx, they're showing like certain water lines where it was flooded. They think the Sphinx is older than the pyramids. They believe that the Sphinx is older than the pyramids. And the Nile Valley culture had they were flooding all the time. But you have people laughing. I'm like, bro, there's like civilizations that have flooded over. There's land bridges that I believe existed that probably was able to walk across and get to other continents. It didn't have to be a Pangea situation. It could have been just like this walk across, boom, be in America, be in South America. Didn't need boats. Oh, you're being pseudo. Okay. All right, whatever. Hello, like there's if you melt all that stuff in Antarctica, there is things up underneath that.
Are you serious right now?
There's things that got flooded over that probably were even more advanced.
In Antarctica, yo.
Yes.
Conspiracy theories.
Go ahead, say cool.
That's
Go
conspiracy. Why is Antarctica such a hot space right now?
One of my favorite,
Don't worry about it.
I think my favorite scholar, even though Ank, I saw you critique his work, I think you and I have to talk on that. Diop. So Diop wrote The African Origin of Civilization.
I like him.
And basically what he's saying in that book is there should be a reconciliation of the human story. Because what has happened is the Europeans have told one-sided story from the 16th century as if everything began with Greek and Rome. And there was what they call the Greek miracle. So the Greek miracle, which was coined by one German scholar, meant that the whole world was dark and ignorant. And then suddenly the Greek got enlightened by miracle. They just became enlightened people and they began to get philosophy. And then they passed it down to the Romans. The Romans passed it to the Europeans, called the Greek miracle. This is why white supremacies are always depending on the white people are unique, because there was a Greek miracle that happened while the rest of humanity was lost in barbarism. So what Diop is countering that's not the truth. The truth is that the whole world contributed to human civilization from different quarters. Africa contributed immensely. And we can use Egypt as the mouthpiece. We can use Kush and all of that. They contributed writing, which is very important, bringing people from prehistoric to historic period, records being written, religion, philosophy, and what we call proto-science, which is science of the time. They all contributed to human knowledge. And then the Europeans inherited Greek and Romans, and the Greeks especially learned. There was no schools of philosophy in Greece from the moment of Thales. They traveled around the world and they learned. And then there was a dark ages in Europe. They lost the information, and the Arabs and the Muslims got hold of the information. And Baghdad was the capital of science at the time. Then the Arabs went too much into religion, they lost it. And then the European picked it up again, and they had the Renaissance. So everybody contributed. The Chinese contributed, the Arabs contributed, the Indians contributed, Africans contributed. So I think we have to look at this story holistically and to think, I think we should move from this conspiracy that says that there are some hidden knowledge that probably the Egyptians had or African had that probably we have modern science is wrong, probably they had something. I think we should come out of that and just say that it was human knowledge of the time. They knew what they knew, and then they have limits. So today we broke the ceiling, and we still have frontiers today. We are at certain frontiers that next generation will come and they will take it beyond this. So everybody contributed. So it was not always science as it is today.
Right.
At certain point it was mixed with religion and a lot of stuff. And then it got separated. The European contributed a lot from 16th century. We got to give them credit. So now it's our turn to get hold of this information. Instead of
it ain't over with.
We have to get hold of it and push it to the frontier. There are things yet to be discovered by humanity.
A lot.
We should stop being stuck in the past.
That's what I was saying, that there's still yet things to be discovered, like Antarctica, like underneath the ocean. There's aspects of the ocean that's like places that have been flooded over.
Yeah, you gotta Antarctica. You gotta stop there, yo. You gotta stop there.
But she could be wrong with Antarctica. Like, okay,
no,
if ocean freezes, then what happens to the civilization?
Well, he's in the ocean.
You built the pyramids, yo. You out this conversation.
It wasn't him that said that. It was another guy.
Oh, why are they against like anything even happening in Antarctica? I can show you a video right now that talks about Antarctica. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to do it right now because, a lot of time, and then people be rubbing their head like they just, oh Lord, you in Antarctica, oh Lord. People like to patronize, like, oh, I'm just so done. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But, there is evidence. There's like, and here is people flying over the ice wall in Antarctica and found a civilization, and it's documented. Let's go.
Viral right now. I'm not talking about this intro clip of the ice wall or Antarctica. I'm talking about a video from the 50s of Antarctica and them flying over it and seeing other.
Forward in amazement, his eyes have caught such an unbelievable change in scenery. The universal white has turned to chocolate brown, dotted with blue. A cameraman goes into action. 300 square miles of land without snow. Land that might be in New Mexico or Arizona. Pictures of
300 square foot of land without snow. Mountains. Okay? In the 50s, and I don't know where they got the video camera from, but they had, for some reason, they was able to have video in the 50s. I don't know how, but okay. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I don't know. They continue to amaze me with the videos that they be having, whatever, but this is a report from that time frame. Let's go. Let's look.
Bunker has discovered a warm oasis in the shadow of the moon. It is for such supreme moments as this that men brave the hardships of exploration. The astounding, undreamed of fact is that they are over a chain of warm water lakes, shores.
Warm water lakes, shores in Antarctica. But this guy's rubbing his head like, oh Lord, here she goes. But no, this is free of ice and snow. Free of ice and snow. 5 miles long. Comes to make a landing. They landed. Not only did they go to Antarctica, they landed on the other side of the ice wall, and they found like natural resources there. Warm lakes, tall mountains. I wish he didn't have this stupid ass soundtrack going, but I mean, it is what it is. He finds the water fresh. 38 degrees Fahrenheit. The water was fresh. Okay? this is what they found. This is a actual video of what they found over there. I wish I could blow it up even bigger. Minerals of utmost importance to civilization over the ice wall, guys. Then after they did this whole thing and found that, that's when all people came over there and began to put flags and said, hey, you can't come over here. Now I heard Hitler had already been over there, doing whatever. But honey, this is something that exists. Mountain ranges 20,000 feet above sea level, mountain ranges. And people want to rub their head. Oh, how dare you? Like, oh, you're just so dumb. Whatever.
This video is going by.
So, okay. I but hell, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just crazy. I don't know, let the men tell it, But all I said is that what about like ancient civilizations that were underneath the water that you don't have? You don't have archaeological things to dig them up. You can't dig it up because underneath the ground, underneath the water, you got to like put a scuba outfit on and go deep in the ground and dig up like pyramids and stuff that they have. There's no way to dig that up. They were flooded out. So you're saying that the only civilization that was able to be, actually drawn from, that these people were just only hunter-gatherers, the ancient Egyptians, and they had nothing else to draw on from previously, but there was entire civilizations that were underwater with pyramids. And I got to get that video too, where it shows pyramids underwater. It shows, honey, they're just not even, the Grand Canyon have artifacts in it. It's some people that say that you could walk to Africa by going through the Grand Canyon. Sound crazy? Oh, it's a conspiracy. Child, I think that truth is stranger than fiction. And anybody that thinks they know every goddamn thing do not know shit at all. And I'm willing more, because every time people say it's a conspiracy, give it a couple years, that shit is real. So I don't believe in conspiracy theory. I just think it's yet to be discovered. People come up with it. They bring the truth about it, and then they find out about it later. So to be egotistical, rubbing your head, oh, here she go, Antarctica again. Shut it up. Stop it.
They're right here.
You can see the evolution of the pyramids.
Oh, he said that.
You can go to Egypt and see the trial and error.
Trial and error.
They just show you those three beautiful pyramids, but there are pyramids that collapse.
Yeah.
There are pyramids that got broken. You can see the mastaba. They started with mud bricks. There were a lot of experiments before they got there. You have to give them credit. No aliens. People.
So I have that in my
there's older structures that are that are in South America.
Yep, I got you.
Hey, stay cool real quick. I had that in my presentation in regard to the Ben pyramid, right? So basically what it shows is trial and error, right? They didn't know, right? So basically I call the Egyptians, they had empirical data, through observation and trial and error. They were engineering, they had technology, they had engineering, but they didn't have what we call modern science. So
because the pyramids are not, the older pyramids probably, well, they're made out of whatever, because they're not still here today.
Made out of what?
That they were false. I mean, they didn't understand the structure.
No, there's a very marked like build up to the actual final pyramid.
Yeah,
and it's all throughout the whole like world where these smaller like structures were built, and then they finally made the pyramid in Egypt. But there were other structures in South America.
What?
Before the pyramid, there were other structures that were similar.
No, you're not connecting them together though, right?
I'm saying that all those civilizations have similar like structures to a pyramid. Like you have in the down in South America, where you have people that had like a pyramid like structure. And I believe that those are the beginnings of like the buildings of those things. And then finally they ended up to that point of a pyramid.
Okay, I get back to my original question.
You ain't saying global though. You're just saying in that area, right? I just want to make sure.
I'm saying in that area you had different people that built things in different ways. And as time, here's the thing. The reason why I'm saying this is because I can show you right now.
No, you can't.
I can show you because I remember I said that churches are castles, right?
Yeah, I didn't understand that. That was
I'm
funny.
gonna show you it. I'm gonna show you. I have a picture right here. Okay, can you show this real quick, please? I
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You're going to show us pyramid on the water?
No,
I'm going to show you how churches are castles.
Oh.
I mean, what's it?
Is that a church or a castle? It's a church.
It can be
Okay.
any of that.
And here's the thing. This is also a church.
I know. And you say that.
And you know what? And slaves were held in the bottoms of these structures. You know. And so here's the thing.
That's just architectural style. That's not. You're just comparing. That's architecture. That has nothing to do with what's going on inside.
Why would a church be built in this way? You know, why would you need to build something in this way?
No, but she's right though. Architecture speaks to culture.
This is a castle. It's a castle.
Right. Well, it's an architecture. You're gonna see churches and castles look the same.
Yeah, I understand that.
You know
what I'm trying to explain to you is that there was no separation. So
they're probably trying to reach God by building Bible.
Y'all, the shit is so ridiculous how people try to make up. Listen, churches are castles. Period. I'm gonna go back, okay? Because I'm gonna break this down to y'all. There was no separation of church and state. Kings, people, whatever, that's where they would congregate, in the churches. The Roman Catholic Church has the biggest fortress that still exists known to man, equal to where the Queen of England right now in England. It's the similar thing. They got more protection in Rome than they got for the U.S. Capitol where Trump is at. You can't go into the city of Rome and get to the Pope. You got to go through a whole process before you even let into that sucker. Why? Because it's a castle. Churches and castles are the same thing. Man, listen, Detroit, yes, West Side Detroit. Detroit got some castle-looking churches too. Churches are castles, y'all. Let me go back and let me show y'all. He said, this one dude said, is this AI? No, it's not. It's not AI. These are Russian churches. These are churches in Europe. So when they talk about, like, you know, Akhenaten building pyramids and he was the king and he wanted people to worship him, same thing with the church. The people that were at the top of the church, they were the worship people. They were worshipped. They were in charge. They this whole thing, they had clout. They had the control. Church and state, y'all think it was separate. It was not. Imagine the amount of money these churches were bringing in to be able to build such an enormous structure like this. Like, I mean, crazy. Look at how this stuff looks. The guy said, is this AI? No. Even the Taj Mahal, which is an Islamic building the guy made for his wife, is a massive castle. These religious structures are really castles. And we need to understand, like, how significant that is when we really believe that there's a separation between the ruler class and the actual people that are controlling religion. That built things in different ways. And as time, here's the thing. The reason why I'm saying this is because I can show you right now.
No, you can't.
I can show you because I remember I said that churches are castles, right?
Yeah, I didn't understand that. That was.
I'm gonna show you it. I'm gonna show you. I have a picture right here. Okay, can you show this real quick, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You're going to show us pyramid on the water?
No, I'm going to show you how churches are castles.
Oh.
I mean, what's it?
Is that a church or a castle? It's a church.
It can be
Okay.
any of that.
And here's the thing. This is also a church.
I know. And you say that.
And you know what? And slaves were held in the bottom of these structures. You know. And so here's the thing.
That's just architectural style. That's not. You're just comparing. That's architecture. That has nothing to do with what's going on inside.
Why would a church be built in this way? You know, why would you need to build something in this way?
No, but she's right though. Architecture speaks to culture.
This is a castle. It's a castle.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
it's architecture. You're gonna see churches and castles look the same.
Yeah, I understand that.
You know what
What
I'm
I'm trying to
saying?
explain to you is that there was no
building the church,
separation.
building the castle.
So
They're probably trying to reach God by building Bible Tower.
this is a castle. That's a church. This is a church.
They're trying to bridge a tunnel to reach God in the sky.
I don't know how we do
There
it.
was no separation. But there was no separation of government and church at that time either. So you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Exactly. So what I'm saying.
No, I'm not doing that. We at Shadow Band. I don't know what the hell is going on right now.
All right, so
You see the castles, right? So there was, like you said, there was no separation of the church and government. So therefore, like when I talked about like the person that's heading the church.
No, that's when you're going too far.
Right. So even with the Egyptian pyramids, this again, look at the.
She's making a social political analysis. It's a good point, though.
I'm gonna shut up then. I'm gonna take you down to Antarctica. Go ahead.
Right. So I'm trying to.
It's a social political analysis of how architecture connects to faith and belief and power.
Thank you. Right.
Yeah, but the pyramids were started off as mastabas, though.
What in the world is going on here?
All right, so can I get back to the cosmos? That's
get back to the. All right, we got you. Sis, political statement that people in government and castles rule, people in churches rule. That's what you were saying.
That the whole thing is connected. That it's not like a separate like place for the person running the government to the church. The church and the government were all in one place. That's why the buildings that they had were so magnificent, and you would see slaves being brought through those churches. That whole slave trade you talk about, a lot of them have like dungeons underneath where slaves were actually held.
I get what she's saying is by looking at the architecture of that time.
She's smarter than me, bro. I got to admit sometimes some people just smarter than me, yo. You made the connection I ain't see, yo. You got it.
By looking at the architecture, you can tell the motivation. You can tell how faith connects to politics. It connects. Right. And what the thinking of those people then, it was politics and religion were going together. So the architecture is exposing that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad he sees what I'm saying. So when you have a pyramid, you have all these different structures. That this is not like a separate. They don't have a king's layer over here. And all this was done in one place. The church was the political place. That's why right now in Rome, the Pope and everybody is in that one Roman. That is a kingdom practically. You know what I'm saying?
The Vatican.
The Vatican is like
the Vatican. It's not a kingdom specifically, but yes.
Okay, shouts out to Chief Yandaya. She's here. Explain, because you said you've been. Tell me what you see. Oh, it's beautiful. You know. So, was it closed to anybody who did it? No. Guarded, right? Yeah. Hey, you just say walk up to the Vatican and just go to church. Right. Right. It's not wrong. So the actual Vatican has its own city that is its own layer for the Pope. And you telling me that's not a damn castle? But they want to talk over me. They want to and I'm trying to explain y'all, because they were trying to make ancient Egyptians oh no, it was this, but bottom line is I'm showing you. This is a castle. That's not a damn church. It's a castle. What's the difference between a church and a castle? Who living in it? The information is underneath. The Vatican got all people, museum, people bones, and all type of stuff. Right. So imagine you got Vatican City, and I might bring a picture of it up. You know what I'm saying? Vatican City, the main building, underneath that sucker, it got all kind of artifacts from the spoils of war of the Roman people. If the church is not a kingdom, why would the church need to possess all these things underneath it, sealed in vaults, sealed up? Yes, churches are castles. Same thing is underneath the damn where the queen. What's that damn castle called over there in England? Whatever the hell they call it. The damn main castle where the queen. Underneath that sucker is all the artifacts of our people, right? Exact. Thank you. Of our people. Yes, that's what Chief said. Of our people that they hide underneath that sucker. So yes, so They want to down the African culture, but then they don't even want to take into account that when they conquered the African culture, they took all that stuff, built these massive temples over top of them as castles, took our stuff, buried it underneath it, and then they became the power with these churches, right? And you think that the king is somebody. Okay, you think that Putin is somebody, but the people that ran the church was really running shit. You think Putin is not getting information from the people that run the damn Roman Catholic Church and what to do? Come on now. That's heading the church.
No, that's when you're going too far.
Right. So even with the Egyptian pyramids, this again, look at this.
She's making a social political analysis. It's a good point, though.
I'm gonna shut up then. I'm gonna take you down to Antarctica. Go ahead.
Right. So I'm trying to.
It's a social political analysis of how architecture connects to.
And hold on, mega churches as well. Listen, I don't know if you've ever been to a mega church, but I know what that during any political situation going on, do they not go to the mega church and address do not the pastor allow people running for president, running for this, running for that, address the mega churches? And they say it's a separation of church and state. Bullshit. Any given time during a national election, you can see anybody going to a mega church and being able to address. You can see judges, you can see senators, governors, all this stuff. Even when, let me tell you this, even when I was doing the campaign for Dr. Cornel West, you know what he had to do? He had to go to the churches to get support. He went to the ceremony, to the church. Probably was able to talk to the church, whatever. They got the okay from the pastor, whatever, for the audience, the congregation. So the separation of church and state is an illusion. Everything is really an illusion, but the bottom line is that yeah, even the mega churches. This guy said, is there a difference between a castle and a mega church? Honey, if you say you're from Detroit, look at how them churches look. On the old behind church, they look just like this church right here. It look like a castle. I think I'm gonna do a whole series on churches or castles because I think that people are missing it. I think that might be a calling to do because I think that people are they just been walking past these suckers and not even realize what they even looking at.
And believe in power.
Thank you. Right?
Yeah, but the pyramids were started off as mastabas, though.
What in the world is going on here?
The pyramids were started off as mastabas. So you're saying that they were places to bury people at? When we just found out that they have a whole thing underground that's like spiraling down into the earth, we already figured out that it was not just only a burial ground. They had mastabas. Periods were not fucking mastabas. Y'all need to cut that out.
All right, so can I get back to the cosmos? That's
get back to all right. We got you, sis. Political statement that people in government and cast.
You know what's so crazy is that when I'm trying, someone gonna derail the conversation into can we just get back to the cosmos? When I'm making a very good point and people want to get back to some cosmos, some shit they could just argue, but they can't argue what I'm saying. That's why they want to get back to some bullshit.
People in churches rule. That's what you were saying.
That the whole thing is connected. That it's not like a separate place for the person running the government to the church. The church and the government were all in one place. That's why the buildings that they had were so magnificent, and you would see slaves being brought through those churches. That whole slave trade you talk about, a lot of them have like dungeons underneath where slaves were actually held.
I get what she's saying is by looking at the architecture of that time.
She's smarter than me, bro. I gotta admit sometimes some people just smarter than me, yo. You made the connection I ain't see, yo. You got it.
By looking at the architecture, you can tell the motivation. You can tell how faith connects to politics. It connects right. And what the thinking of those people then, it was politics and religion were going together. So the architecture is exposing that.
Yes.
Okay.
He sees what I'm saying. So when you have a pyramid, you have all these different structures. That this is not like a separate. They don't have a king's layer over here. All this was done in one place. The church was the political place. That's why right now in Rome, the Pope and everybody is in that one Roman. That is a kingdom practically. You know what I'm saying?
The Vatican.
The Vatican is like
the Vatican. It's not a kingdom specifically, but yes.
How you doing, Nepal?
Hi. I'm good. How are you? Just thought I might get up here.
It's like the king's.
I'm great. I'm great.
You said it is a kingdom.
Go to the church. Yeah, for the slaves. Now, slave didn't still they.
So you're saying in Tanzania?
Yeah.
In order to go to the church, they had to go underground.
The slave, they had to go. It's an underground tunnel to lead to the church. That's where they sold the slave.
They killed them. The church.
On the church steps.
On the church steps. See, guys. She talking about in Tanzania. She been in Tanzania.
Zanzibar.
In Zanzibar, and she talks about how that there was actual layers underneath the church, which I just said that these churches were castles, right? So they actually had underneath the church tunnels, and also probably I would say also prisons, to keep slaves in.
Underground to go to the church, and then if they didn't sell them that day,
if they did not sell the slaves that day, they would kill them, cut their heads off. Now the church was doing that. The church, the Catholic church, or just Methodist, whatever church. So what I'm trying to explain to y'all is that the church was dealing in slavery just like a king would and everything. That's the reason why they were able to demonize African spirituality, make it into a bad thing, because the church was heavily involved in slavery. They had layers beneath the church where slaves would be held, kill them on the damn steps of the church in Africa, and sell them off by the church. So there was no separation of church and state. That came on later on in America. That's an illusion, right? That came on later on in America, but in everywhere else, church and state were together. They were kumbaya, running slaves, killing slaves, putting slaves in jail underneath these castle-like structures with down layers beneath the ground, and all this. They had their hand in it. So anyone that tells me about Christendom, Catholicism, honey, no, Catholicism, all that stuff had hands in slavery at the highest level, was the ones that were keeping the slaves underneath the church. And what did he say? He said that, you know what, even when you go to the point of no return in Ghana or whatever it is, Ghana or wherever it was, the land of the place of no return, right? It's some place, it's called the place of no return. And they said, what is it? A church. Before the slaves left Africa, they go to a church. The point of no return, the whatever. Exactly. So I just want y'all to know how much the church that y'all believe in so hard had a hand in slavery so tough, where they were actually dungeons underneath that sucker, holding slaves and cutting their heads off when they didn't get sold that day. Straight up. Churches are castles. Just like a king would have a castle, that's where they would do their dirty work at. You know how the king have a fort around it? I can't describe it, but you know what I'm trying to get to.
No, I don't. You better than me in this. I have no idea.
Better at
No, someone say that say we're trying to build the sister out. No, I'm not building her out. I literally wrote an assignment on this topic she's talking about.
Go ahead.
It was the same thing in
faith,
Africa. The same thing
architecture, doctrine, those make our religion.
We agree to that.
Right. So I'm not building
Antarctica to the church in the castle, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. Some kind of way it's connected in the pyramids.
The reason why I'm bringing up Antarctica is that it is undiscovered. There's no way to actually get. I mean, they're trying to fool around over there, but
and they're not letting anybody up there.
They're not letting nobody up there. I wonder. But what I'm saying is that when you go into,
I'm not doing that.
Everybody's only speaking about Egyptian. They're speaking about what they can see, but there have been entire civilizations that are underwater. What knowledge did they have? Because you're saying that the Homo sapiens only didn't have nothing before that, but there's entire civilizations that have been flooded. You don't know anything about
Whoa. Okay, hold on. Why do you put so much value on what we got today? That's you putting the value on that, not me.
No, you said that before the Egyptians built the pyramids and that knowledge base, that what the Homo sapien only had that thing to like build on, whatever.
No, I didn't say that. That means you wasn't listening. You was probably
exactly
chilling.
what he
I
said.
said was the Egyptians had semi-nomadic tribes to get their knowledge from. Is what I say. We know this because you can look at
know that. When there's people that have been underwater.
No, we're not going to do that.
We don't have a record of any classical civilization before that.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not going halfway around the world. We know the Nile Valley. We know that we come on, yo. Ain't nobody buried under no.
Well, because people don't know about it, it don't exist. That's stupid. That is the most dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. No, we only gonna go with what's above ground. We're not gonna go into the depths of the ocean where full pyramids are. We're only gonna go based on the Nile Valley and Egypt, because if we really go into it, we'll find out that there were actual full civilizations. Probably could walk across them suckers to another land. Walk across them, other civilizations that got buried in water. Right, we don't want to get into Atlantis and Lemuria. Oh, that's pseudoscience. But I could even show you where people were saying that they even came to America recently and walked, didn't take a plane. They said they walked over. Like how? Like, so how'd they walk? But that's pseudo. Well, this guy says he walked. He says, no, we just walked. Like, what? You walked from India? What? Probably it might be a tunnel. Who knows? Underground. Exactly. It might be a tunnel. We don't know.
Water in Egypt. Come on, yo. This is what we.
No, I'm not bailing her out. I literally wrote an assignment on this topic she's talking about.
Go ahead.
It was the same thing in
faith,
Africa. The same thing.
Architecture, doctrine, those make our religion.
We agree to that.
Right. So I'm not
Antarctica to the church in the council, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. Some kind of way it's connected in the pyramids.
The reason why I'm bringing up Antarctica is that it is undiscovered. There's no way to actually get. I mean, they're trying to fool around over there, but
they're not letting anybody up there.
They're not letting nobody up there. I wonder. But what I'm saying is that when you go into,
I'm not doing that.
Everybody's only speaking about Egyptian. They're speaking about what they can see, but there have been entire civilizations that are underwater. What knowledge did they have? Because you're saying that the Homo sapiens only didn't have nothing before that, but there's entire civilizations that have been flooded. You don't know anything about.
Whoa. Okay, hold on. Why do you put so much value on what we got today? That's you putting the value on that, not me.
No, you said that before the Egyptians built the pyramids and that knowledge base, that what the Homo sapien only had that thing to like build on, whatever.
No, I didn't say that. That means you wasn't listening. You was probably chilling. What I said was the Egyptians had semi-nomadic tribes to get their knowledge from. Is what I say. We know this because you can look at it. No, we're not going to do that.
We don't have a record of any classical civilization before that.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not going halfway around the world. We know the Nile Valley. We know that we come on, yo. Ain't nobody buried under no water in Egypt. Come on, yo. This is what we're not doing, sis. I'm saying we understand until further notice, the Egyptians were privy to the semi-nomadic tribe. I talked about not the plier, right? I talked about not the plier, right? I talked about that. That they are semi-nomadic. They semi-nomadic. What does that mean?
Somebody's having some feedback.
Let me see. I'm gonna find them. No, that ain't it. Let me see. All right, that's you, Nepal.
Maybe it says it's reverting to Atlantis. Are you reverting to Atlantis?
That wasn't you.
That is not me.
It wasn't. Listen, so I just want to be clear. And
somebody, wait, whoever's laying down would probably be the one. Anybody laying down during the stream?
Everybody on mute. Let me see. Is that you?
Can we all mute?
All right, let me see. Yeah, that was you. Yeah, that was you, Montoya. So I'm ready to talk. I'm gonna get you off mute. So listen, what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Yeah, I'm not doing the whole what they ain't found yet. Okay, we got it. We only know what we know. So
all right. So if you only know what you know, why you pretend like you know everything? So if you only know what you know, that means you don't know a goddamn thing. Because what you know ain't even hitting the surface of what exists. So, I mean, hell, we only know about what's on the earth, but hell, water makes up the majority of the earth. So you're saying we only know what we know, but we don't even know about civilizations in the water that existed prior to. And the water is 90. I think the earth is like 75% water. Some kind of crazy amount of like percentage of just earth and then just water, right? But you're saying that we only know what we know, but you are basing your entire knowledge on this ancient Egyptian civilization and saying that, you know what, that this is where knowledge, and we only was able to get out of Africa. We don't know what the hell, because we weren't there. We don't know what civilizations were above ground during those ancient times that got flooded out at that time. So I would prefer to say I don't know than to pretend like I know and then try to argue with me about what I don't know. Egyptians are too stupid. They go from pyramids to poverty. Okay, I don't know what that's about. All right, no one knows what race built the pyramid. This is not about the race. I'm talking about just we're talking about civilization. It could have been a damn donkey that built the pyramid, or some damn crab people. It could have been motherfucking prime mantis ant people that built. I don't give a fuck. I'm saying is that we don't know what civilization existed during the building of the pyramids to be so sure about what we know about them being hunter-gatherers sitting on the Nile Valley and then eventually gathering this knowledge out and then eventually building up to the knowledge of the pyramids. We don't know if they got their knowledge from other existing civilization that traveled to Egypt and told them how to do it. We don't know. So I'd rather say I don't know than to speak with so much certainty. Yeah, just regurgitating stuff. He done read some books and he thinks he knows it. See, but then they want to patronize me. Oh. So I think the smartest person in the room will say that they don't know versus a person that said that they know, but then can't prove nothing that they say.
Argue that. Do they on that? No, we only know what we know. So until they find that spaceship at 3200 BCE, let's stay grounded, man.
No one has to say it's a spaceship. It could just be a civilization that was advanced, just like Egypt.
I don't want to do the advanced thing.
But
Why?
that's
because all cultures was advanced. I don't like the European modeling. Like you advanced because you got no
place that could have been flooded over.
You understand that is
had natural disasters probably that actually could have been advanced as well, but they got covered by
what are you using for
a volcano.
If you mean by advanced, if you're saying by advanced, you're saying that they was on par with what we doing. I'm gonna call cap because it take time to get advanced. It take time to develop medical plans. You know how long it took for women? Remember, women is definitely the first ones that like, and I'm gonna hit you with this archaic science, and y'all probably throw y'all for a loop. It was the women, right? And it was the plant, the medicine, the plants, and the women, and the ritual. You know what I'm saying? That's the archaic thing. That's the archaic science right there. Do you know how long it took for them to get them plants together? Thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, man. But it took a long time to get that.
But if that's the case,
do you really think it took hundreds? I mean,
how did humans survive? If they didn't know that, how would they survive? Like, say the first humans, like if they had illnesses, unless you're saying they were born with illnesses, they would have had to develop that understanding pretty early.
They did.
Can I jump in on that?
Hold on, let me make a statement. Chimpanzees, right, eat plants, medical plants. Did you know that?
Yeah, of course.
Chimpanzees are in the Stone Age. So don't ask me how some Homo sapiens was able to do it. When I just said chimpanzees, so go ahead, Montoya.
I don't believe that.
See,
You don't believe that?
Stone Age and this, that, the other. But when one place is having a Stone Age,
no, you cut them off. You cut them off. I agree. You saying like the Go ahead, Montoya.
Hey, brother, and Suku, say your name again, bro.
So what I'm trying to explain to these fools is that just because we might be advanced right now, but then there are people on Sentinel Island that are not advanced, right? So they're probably in the Stone Age, right? I think that they did some discovery and said they are now into their Stone Age or something like that. If people like watching them, right? So as our civilization begins to decline because of our fucking narcissistic behavior, these people that are living in the woods or whatever, then they begin to like advance on and begin to whatever because they're living natural, whatever. So are we going to say, they're probably going to say, well, guess what? We came up with all this stuff. And they'll look back to our civilization. You know what? This is the beginning of it all. And then, come to find out, no, there was the ancient Egyptians. And then before that, there was the so-and-sos and the Sumerians. And so I think that life is something that cycles over and over again. I don't believe that it stops. I think that we have raised up in technology and then been destroyed time and time again for billions of years. I'm sorry. And I know I sound pseudo. I don't give a fuck. But everything points to it. Everything I've seen in life points to a fact that we build up. It might be because it's called the Fermi paradox, whatever you want to call it, but that we have had civilizations that have been advanced time and time again. And we don't know whether or not there could have been a civilization that had planes and stuff that could fly over to Egypt. We're just going off of what we know in Egypt, but that civilization could have got flooded over, and then now all that technology is gone. How do we know, right? And I'm not saying aliens out of the sky. I'm saying that there's places probably on this earth, that probably had advanced civilizations that had built up themselves strong enough to be able to fly. Because if you look at the release on the pyramids, you see flying objects, right? They didn't have to come from outer space. They could have just came from Earth. You think that the first, nothing new underneath the sun. Okay, so now we have Henry Ford or whoever made the damn airplane. That was the only time an airplane was made. I believe that there was flying things before the pyramids, and there's going to be flying things after we get done doing our thing, building up our society, and then collapsing. There's going to be a new people that come up. They're gonna look back into our shit and say, "Damn, that was whatever they did. We can't redo that," and then start all over again. That's what I believe. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not gonna say that's what I believe. I'm gonna say that's what I know, because it's just been evidently proven over time that civilization has regenerated itself time and time again. And all I'm seeing is like a bunch of pictures saying, "Oh, okay, well, this was a flying thing that existed during the Egyptian time." Look at like the India. How do they make these buildings out of sound, right? They use sound, created like buildings and structures using like not gematria, whatever the sound of like water. When you like use a sound and water, we're able to create structures and formless things. And you see these things. There's no way you can never duplicate that. How do you create this? How do you create these structures with all this intricate like thing? And they knew how to use sound, right? That civilization is long gone. They don't even know how they did it, but we're gonna like pretend like that doesn't exist. Like that India does not have these buildings that you cannot replicate. You cannot make this today. So all this structure that you cannot duplicate today in modern society exists, but we want to pretend like we know something, and they didn't know nothing, and they were hunter-gatherers that somehow built up some knowledge or whatever. And no, they're listen, I believe that people were civilizations contributed to civilizations over time and time again. Period. And the next civilization that replaces us is going to do the same thing. They're going to feed off of what we built, and whatever we did, whatever it's going to be. If it goes underneath the water, there's going to be things that are lost. The things that are up above ground, that's what they're probably going to like be able to study. But we cannot pretend like we're so egotistical that this thing that we just know everything, because based on we did an archaeological dig and this is what we know over the past 200 years. Now we know everything. Oh, they were hunter-gatherers. They'll probably say the same thing about us, and we are not fucking hunter-gatherers. Could barely gather. We gather our shit in the grocery store, but whatever. We don't know what the hell. this guy and the ego. Let's go. Let me stop. I'm sorry.
Cool.
Yeah.
Man, y'all cooking y'all asses off tonight, man. Cooking y'all asses off, man. Because what y'all are being challenged with, just kind of putting in perspective, is, and it's like y'all are real smart when you say, "Hey, I can't go by what we don't know," and that's just a very logical way of handling, like you said, until you discover. You know, man, I know you've been a little funny when you said this. You said until we discover the spaceship, whatever you said. Like, I know you're being funny about that.
Hey,
but
listen.
The learned knowledge of that is, if you say, well, what we don't know yet, then you can.
From all y'all that want to say something, here the link is in the chat. Come up and tell me what I'm wrong about. The link is right there. This is the link. If you can't click on it, type it in. Go to your Chrome browser, type this link in and say what you got to say. But don't be up there trying to sneak this, because I'm like over here cooking and y'all don't want to hear it. Straight up. Let's go.
Hypothetically put together anything. So that is not knowledge base. And then, brother, when Unc is saying, hey, it took 350 years, and you mentioned that they.
Man, this guy's gonna kiss Unc's ass so hard. Listen.
Those ones that, like, and I'm gonna hit you with this archaic science, and y'all probably throw y'all for a loop. It was the women, right? And it was the
right,
the medicine.
Right? How you gonna call himself Unc? But he an atheist, but he calls himself Unc. Yeah. No, he call it Unc, the one that's pretending like he don't know nothing about Antarctica. The one that's like, oh, Antarctica, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like, really?
The plants and the women and the ritual. You know what I'm saying? That's the archaic thing. That's the archaic science right there. Do you know how long it took for them to get them plants together? Thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, man. It took a long time to get that.
Right. Do you know? Oh, it took a long time. Give me some numbers. Like, see, do you know how long it took? It just took a long time. It's been a long time. Like Rakim. Like, bro, like you gonna say something and don't even give the okay. Do you know how long it took? Like 30,000. He didn't say that. He said, you know how long it took them? It took a long time. And he think he cooked with that. No, bro, like, okay, give the number. You know, science, mathematics. And I'm like, well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Give me the number. How long did it take for women to come together with all the herbs and the thing? People are still finding herbs, sir. Just like people are still naked in the forest, like the other guy said, people are still doing it. Listen, nothing has changed. There's still civilizations that are there that are not even, that if they saw one of our machines would be like, what the hell is that? That's the aliens coming right now. There's people living in distant areas in the world that if you came there with a plane or a drone, they would think that the aliens have come and God has come and all type of crazy stuff. That God is coming down and probably write down in their little book, you know, God came down and said. Meanwhile, it's just somebody that had a drone and went over. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let it go. Let me just be quiet.
But if that's the case,
do you really think it took?
How did humans survive? If they didn't know that, how would they survive? Like, say the first humans, like if they had illnesses, unless you're saying they were illnesses, they would have had to develop that understanding pretty early.
They did.
Can I jump in on that?
Hold on, let me make a statement. Chimpanzees, right, eat plants, medical plants. Did you know that?
Yeah, of course.
Chimpanzees are in the Stone Age. So don't ask me how some Homo sapiens they would do when I just said
chimpanzee. Okay, so how long? Okay, I'm sorry. So he want to go into the atheistic chimpanzee when there's actual humans you could actually build a sound or argument based on. But I'm gonna say this. You said, I'm saying, where is the proof for ancient aviation and engine, wing, or something? Now I can show you proof of it in India, where the actual in some of those buildings, the structure is similar to a turbine of like a ship or something like that, that could fly. But you know what? Because it's gonna take me some time to find it. But you know what? I'm gonna do a whole series. I'm gonna just compile all this shit and bring it to y'all, because I don't get it. Yeah, he said that the chimpanzees are in their stone age. If you don't get the fuck up out of here.
Hey, chimpanzee. Go ahead, Montoya.
I don't believe that.
See,
You
you're
don't
basing
believe
it
that?
off of a
I
stone
don't.
age and this, that, the other. But when one place is having a stone age,
No,
it's
you cut him off. You cut him off. I agree. You saying like the like the. Go ahead, Montoya. Go ahead, Montoya.
Hey, brother, and
Laughing every
Suku,
time I say something.
say your name again, brother.
Every time I laugh, every time I say something, it's like
Suku.
Yeah.
Man, y'all cooking y'all asses off tonight, man. Cooking y'all asses off, man. Because what y'all are being challenged with, just kind of putting in perspective, is, and it's like y'all are real smart when you say, "Hey, I can't go by what we don't know," and that's just a very logical way of handling, like you said, until you discover. You know, man, I know you're being a little funny when you said this. You said until we discover the spaceship, whatever you said. Like I know you're being funny about that, but the learned knowledge of that is, if you say, well, what we don't know yet, then you can hypothetically put together anything. So that is not knowledge base. And then, brother, when Unc is saying, hey, it took 350 years, you mentioned that they were stupid. He's not saying that at all. No, that's why he pointed out that if you were to take a spaceship and take knowledge that we have today back to them, you could teach it to. So basically,
you know how dumb this guy is. He's saying that I said that it took us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. That's what Unc said. I didn't say that we were stupid. I'm saying that that's bullshit what he just said. We were out of Africa way prior. Like, it did not take us 350,000 years to get out of Africa. There was a whole migration out of Africa. Sheikh Anta Diop talked about it. People, I just showed you guys earlier the evidence that we didn't just get out of Africa. I don't know where he's basing this number from. 350,000 years to get out of Africa? Based on what? Like, if 350,000 years to get out of Africa, unless he's talking about that we were here way, and then that 200,000 year mark that we got out of Africa, maybe that's what he's saying. I need more scope on what that might be, but let's go.
he's saying they have the human capacity that we have today. So that highlights that he is not saying that they are stupid. He's just breaking down, you can't have more knowledge than people in the future because the people in the future have your information too.
Yeah.
That's just, and Saku broke down how a civilization may have some knowledge but a certain time and certain issues. It could, like they said, it could be natural disasters. I think Saku even beautifully pointed out how sometimes this has happened where a culture will get so religious.
All right, so I get what he's saying. So that we have the knowledge of the ancient Egyptians and people that we have discovered, and we are building upon that knowledge. But we still can't build a pyramid 100% correctly. But we can build upon that based on what we can build now. The only problem with that is that he made it seem like the Egyptians were hunter-gatherers, and the only knowledge that they had to build upon, because they were the originators of the knowledge, was hunter-gatherers and the creation of that. Only thing I'm challenging is that there is no way to know if there were other civilizations that existed prior to the ancient Egyptians that were hunter-gatherers that told them how to build pyramids. That is my statement. Period.
Base that they stop pursuing science. So they'll have a step back in their actual knowledge base. But another part of the world may be going through a renaissance at the same time. But how does that even happen? It happens a lot of times because of the geography of that area allow for food, shelter, and safety to be had. Humans only can develop and become advanced once those things are basic. So I'm just kind of walking people through Unc's breaking down. He's not saying they didn't know things. And y'all are saying, well, I don't believe that. Unc ain't talking about no beliefs.
I'm not saying that they didn't know things. What I'm saying is that the fact that you're saying that they were hunter-gatherers and that they were they had to build up from being hunter-gatherers straight up to pyramids I don't believe that's true. I believe that there were other societies that just like if we were to go into the Amazon with a drone, then now they know drones exist, and so therefore they build drones. So that's what I'm saying. I believe there was other ancient civilizations that existed prior to Egypt that were able to come over and share that knowledge, and that's you can't really dispute what I'm saying.
This is all documented stuff. The reason I'm saying it is because this is all documented. Now, of course, you can say, well, well, people might say who documented, and I would just challenge you. You have to read what he's read to understand he's not speaking a belief. He's speaking the facts that are available, and he's also telling you if they discover something from the past that adds to his knowledge, he'll just add that. But you can't put up a hypothetical against information that this brother has, to his credit. I always admire him because I seen his library. I know he read all this shit. This shit crazy to me. But
a lot of it is theory. A lot of it is scientific theory.
So how can you explain?
You said, well, hold on. Up in the right-hand corner to the young man. So you don't understand what the scientific theory is.
Scientific theory. So it's still a theory.
No, listen, you gotta know what a theory is, brother. A theory. People mistakenly think that a theory is something that's not fact.
That is.
Now, I don't know if this is real or not, but I'm going to say this. This is supposedly like from the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, right? I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't take the whole thing down. But this is a hieroglyph. This is a flying machine, right? They look like helicopters and I don't know. Maybe this is real or maybe it's not. I don't know. Was this fake? Like, is this real? So if Egyptians prior to building pyramids were hunter-gatherers, can we not say that there possibly could have been a civilization that was advanced that might have visited them and explained to them how to advance themselves in technology? How do a hunter-gatherer draw a picture like this? Why this does not have nothing to do with hoeing, fertilizing, hunting, or was someone having a premonition of the future? Like, I don't know. I think it might be more obvious to say there was probably something that like existed at that time that people saw and drew it. Yeah, they just knew. Yeah, they already had it within their mind to be able to even come up with ideas. Who knows? But if they had that idea to be able to come up with like a structure like that, then why wouldn't they be able to build it and create it and be able to fly? I don't know.
Theory is just a rational explanation of how the scientific thing works. It's a rational explanation. It doesn't mean that when something is a theory, that means it's not a fact. I don't know why people confuse that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, wait, like the theory of relativity is exactly why we have nuclear bombs. It's still called the theory of relativity.
Wait, I can check this out, bro. I can understand why you would mess it up because
when we talk relativity, the first thing you think of is bombs.
Yeah, I know.
Let me make the point. I'm simply saying when we talk in science, right? They have a language unto itself, and they use a lot of words that we use, but it's a different definition.
Right.
So when I'm speaking scientific theory, right? When scientists say it, they're basically saying the organizing of scientific facts that are well tested and reproducible, right? And you start off with a scientific hypothesis, right? And maybe, just maybe, if you ask the right question, over time you can get to a scientific theory that is well tested. Organizing, it's the organizing of scientific facts. Because you can misorganize them and get the wrong answer. You get that? You can have all the things in play, but organize them in such a way where it comes uncomprehendable. And it makes no sense. It has to be organized right. And I'm saying scientific facts, not just facts, but scientific facts, right? Or well-organized, well-tested explanations. That's why it's hard to overthrow. Scientific theories are barely ever overthrown. People just add to them, like Charles Darwin's theory. They're open. You can add stuff to them. They're not a finished product. That's why Homo sapiens, early hunter-gatherers, right? They couldn't have had all the medicine yet. They wasn't there. What they had was they had astute conversations with each other and passed on plants that work. This plant just killed Joey. Don't eat that. It's going to kill you.
But hunter-gatherers still exist.
We're not finished.
They basically right now, they
Let me
challenge
finish my point. Let me finish my point. And I'm saying it just take time to organize that stuff, right? And then y'all missed the fact that Europeans, when they was in slavery, they had open access to everybody's stuff. And then they was lucky. You act like they sailed to America. We're going to America. Hell no. Remember the Byzantine Empire had taken the Silk Roads in the Western Empire, had taken that, right? And they was trying to find a way around in some kind of wild way. Christopher Columbus made a right and bumped into the daggone Barbados. He wasn't looking for it, yo. We looking for it. And guess what that happened? when he bumped into the Americas, what it did was, you got just mute out, Montelli, for a second, real quick. When he bumped into the Americans, guess what it did? It actually overthrew, right? What? It overthrew the Greek philosophy, the philosophers, because they were saying, damn, remember Aristophanes at about 325 BCE or so, 300 had actually measured the size and shape of the earth. That is the start of geodesy. So they knew it was round. They didn't know it moved, right? But they knew it was round. And guess what they said to that? If a man, right, was on the other side, he'd be walking upside down. That means they didn't know it moved. They was like, ain't nobody over there. So when Europeans bumped into America, luckily, what it did was it overthrew the Greek philosophy. The Greek philosophy, they said, whoa, we just found 2 new continents. Biblical times, they only know about Africa, Asia, and Europe, right? That's Bible. You ain't getting no more than that. The world didn't know no more Africa. They didn't know the world. They only knew them 3 continents. They only thought it was 3. How in the hell we just find 2 more? So that means the Greek philosophers didn't know what they knew. At that point, they say the authority is no longer the Greek philosophers. The authority is no longer religion and God. The authority is the phenomenon. So at that time, by luck, right? Francis Bacon and start saying, I ain't listening to none of that. Not listen to that. Leonardo da Vinci, right? Prior to them discovering America, was like, I'm sitting in the battlefield, right? Because that's how he made his money. He did a lot of different things. He invented, but he worked with the army to build instruments, to build war machines, right? He say, I'm sitting here. I see when the cannons explode, the ball come on the arc, and the trajectory is kind of curved and it hit Earth. The Greeks was thinking they go boom and just fall straight through. He said, yo, I'm out here. That ain't happening. I don't care what they say. I ain't listening to that. I need to make this money. Right? But it still wasn't enough to overthrow the authority. But when they bumped into the Americans, they was like, where the hell did this come from? So if you was a sailor, right, with Christopher Columbus and them, and you had a map with you, that whole map just changed. Now you knew more about the world than anybody else on planet Earth. You had a new map that had new stuff on it, bro. I could show y'all. They came back, they was like, what the hell is this?
Yep.
And they're still discovering new shit.
Let me finish. So it overthrew all that stuff y'all think y'all knew, all the stuff the Egyptians thought they knew, the Greeks, all that's not slick. They say, yo, we got to stop depending on humans. It's the authority that we will now study, yo. And at that point in time, this is what you're calling science, where the authority, not the Greek, not the ancient Egyptian priests, not the wise men in West Africa, not this, not that, but the actual rain itself is the authority. Why does it rain? What the data can you get from it? That became the authority.
And let me add to you. Don't confuse what he's saying to mean that their different beliefs were not valuable. Don't confuse it to that. What he's highlighting is they mixed a lot of that stuff. And at the point that Unk's talking about, that's when the authority started moving away from all of the theories and beliefs. So he's just talking about the evolution. Now that is the evolution of our thought process, our information, and our knowledge. We do these things. Prior to that, they may have had some of that information, but it was mixed with their stories, which is kind of what I've consistently been saying. But he's just talking about the process. I'm gonna say one more thing before you cut me in. One more thing. Another thing that's being confused tonight is, like, for example, no, we have not figured out in our human knowledge exactly how they built the pyramids, or what the mistake sometimes people make with that is because it hasn't been figured out, then you make some type of assumption that there was some amazing knowledge base. But because the way we discover history through artifacts and archaeology and all that type thing, we in current times, we just haven't found exactly what they did to do it. But that doesn't make it a mesmerized thing that they had some knowledge that we don't have. We're just like, I'll give the example of those people.
No, they got a general Montoya, they got a general idea, and nobody gonna let them go over there for real, yo. If we want to we want to tear them daggone pyramids down, yo, we can figure out how they was built. Nobody gonna let you tear down they daggone tourist attraction. Y'all tripping right there.
Right.
Y'all act like we can't figure it out. That's bananas.
But can I say something about the scientific theory? You said that
there was no such thing as a tourist attraction when they discovered the pyramids, when the white people discovered them. There was no tourist attraction. And they did tear, they have destroyed a few pyramids. Like, what are we talking about? We're pretending like they did not defile pyramids? Like, I don't know where everybody talking. Didn't they like knock noses off and all type of different things? Aren't they defiling them now, erasing hieroglyphs? Taking the color off of them and everything? They are right now chipping hieroglyphs off of the pyramid. They went into some of these pyramids, extracted mummies out of them, and have them on display in a museum. The fuck are you talking about, bro? These were dead people. What are you saying? They took dead people out of their graves, and then now they have them in a fucking museum, dead as fuck, showing them as the mummies of Egypt. This guy said, you think they're gonna let you take Terry? We could have figured out how they could have did it. No, they can't do it. They can't do it. If they knew how to do it, they would have. They don't give a fuck. This ain't their ancestors. This ain't their people. They don't give a fuck about a pyramid. If they knew how to tear down that pyramid to figure out how it was built, they would do it. If you would go into a tombstone and grab a dead body, mummy, wrapped dead, and put it on display in a museum, why would you respect a building? Oh, this is a building. If you would defile a human, yeah, like what are we doing? Like what are we saying?
Amazing knowledge base, but because the way we discover history through artifacts and archaeology and all that type thing, we in current times we just haven't found exactly what they did to do it. But that doesn't make it a mesmerized thing that they had some knowledge that we don't have. We're just like give the example of those people.
No, they got a general Montoya. They got a general idea, and nobody gonna let them go over there for real, yo. If we want to go, we want to tear them daggone pyramids down, yo. We can figure out how they was built. Nobody gonna let you tear down they daggone tourist attraction. Y'all tripping right there.
Right.
Y'all act like we can't figure it out. That's bananas.
But can I say something about the scientific theory? You said,
first of all, like you're saying that they would not allow you to tear down their tourist attraction when they would actually take a mummy out of the tomb and put it on display in a museum? They're not gonna allow you to tear down their tourist attraction. Bullshit. They ripped the noses off of them. They took statues, broke them apart, did all type of stuff. What the hell are you talking about? They wouldn't let you do that. Bullshit. Listen, before the Arabs had control of Egypt, didn't the Romans? These were not their people. They actually took their tombs. Look, listen, I can show you a picture of a mummy of a person, a human being. Now, people forget that these were humans. I can show you where they're and kids are looking at this dead body. A mummy is a human that's dead. They have it in a case. You mean to tell me that they'll care more about a building than a human being and not rip it down to find out how they made it? I don't know what's wrong with our people. We are stupid as fuck. Like we don't. Well, no, they ain't gonna do that. They not fixing to rip down no building to find out how they got their in technology. But they'll take a whole mummy apart and take his body and put it underneath the microscope, trying to figure out what he ate and take his stomach and rip his whole arm off. And come on now. What planet are you living on? We are on. Listen, I don't know what is he talking about. Like, what is he saying? Right. Listen, listen, Chief. What you say?
I said he forgot how they did us.
Right. How they did us. Building and then breaking. Do you know that there were pyramids in Nigeria? They blew them motherfuckers up. Blew them up. They don't give a fuck about no damn pyramid. No, they're not gonna let you blow up and find out how they made. No, there's something more to the pyramid that's connected to something else that they ain't trying to fuck up. Well, no, there's like a damn some spiral shit, like some copper or something that's connected down to the earth that'll probably fuck some shit up. They figured that out when they did that damn. They flew a drone over it and then was able to do some kind of surveying and found out there were spiral things going down like these spiral wires, whatever. I don't know if even know what the hell it is. alien, I don't know, whatever it is, but they was not fixing to fuck around with that. Fuck around and find out what the hell that is connected from the pyramids, digging deep into the earth. They are all connected. The pyramids are all connected. Somebody told them not to fool around with that. Somebody said don't. They probably was fixing to break that shit apart to find out, blow it up to figure out what's going on here. Somebody said, you better not do that. You better not do the fraternal order of the Egyptians or whatever the hell it is, told they ass, the Masons, the Masonic, the people that had that information passed down said, you better not blow that shit up and do that bullshit. Honey, you'll rock the whole world. Cause that shit got like some copper shit going down into the earth, deep into the earth. Have you seen it? The Egyptian pyramids, underneath it, people thought it was another pyramid. They said, "Oh, as above, so below my ass." There is actual spiral things going down for miles. They better not try to break that apart and try to fuck around with that. Baghdad batteries. Yes, 2,000, 2,500 years old. Exactly. Hey, what's up, Solar? Right. You know what I'm saying? People are so atheist that they don't even use common sense.
Anybody else on planet Earth? You had a new map that had new stuff on it. I can show y'all. They came back. They was like, what the hell is this?
Yep.
And they're still discovering new shit.
Let me finish. So it overthrew all that stuff y'all think y'all knew, all the stuff the Egyptians thought they knew, the Greeks, all that's not slick. They say, yo, we got to stop depending on humans. It's the authority that we will now study, yo. And at that point in time, this is what you're calling science. We're the authority, not the Greek, not the ancient Egyptian priests, not the wise men in West Africa, not this, not that, but the actual rain itself is the authority. Why does it rain? What's the data you get from it?
Who
That
has the
became the
mummies?
authority.
And let me ask,
Who has the mummies? I think there's some at the Vatican. In London, I think the Museum of London. The chief's been over there. My godmom, she's been there. She's seen it with her own two eyes. They got like. Listen, there are actual. It's fucked up. Like, these are people's grandma. Imagine that your grandma died and you wrap her up, get her ready for the afterlife, and then 10,000, like about 100 years later, somebody dig her ass up and get her on and put her in a goddamn case for everybody to like see. Just disrespectful as fuck, bro. That's how you know that these people that are existing right now are not the real true people of Egypt, because they would never defile their ancestors in this way. They would never do it. I remember when Seti was breaking that whole thing, he said they would never go into a tomb and grab a human being out of there and unwrap the body and put it on display like that. That's how you know that these are not their people. Let's go.
Let me add to you. Don't confuse what he's saying to mean that their different beliefs were not valuable. Don't confuse it to that. What he's highlighting is they mixed a lot of that stuff, and at the point that Unk's talking about, that's when the authority started moving away from all of the theories and beliefs.
Honey, I wish he would get off Unk nutsacks. Honey, he is gurgling Unk's nuts right now. I don't need you to mansplain Unk. Everything he say, he gotta mansplain it to me like I'm stupid or what. Well, shut the fuck. I don't need you to mansplain, bro. What Unk's saying is, like, I don't need you to tell me. I'm smart enough to understand what he's saying. It's still bullshit. What he's saying is, let me just break it down on a regular basis of what he's saying. What he's trying to tell you is, the fuck are you? I don't need you to mansplain me, sir.
So he's just talking about the evolution. Now that is the evolution of our thought process, our information, and our knowledge. We do these things. Prior to that, they may have had some of that information, but it was mixed with their stories, which is kind of what I've consistently been saying. But he's just talking about the process. I'm gonna say one more thing before you cut me in. One more thing. Another thing that's being confused tonight is like, for example, no, we have not figured out in our human knowledge exactly how they built the pyramids. But what people, with the mistake sometimes people make with that is because it hasn't been figured out, then you make some type of assumption that there was some amazing knowledge base. But because the way we discover history through artifacts and archaeology and all that type thing, we in current times, we just haven't found what they did to do it. But that doesn't make it
Keon,
a
come up here,
mesmerized
Keon.
thing
Come
that
up
they
here,
have some
Keon.
knowledge that we don't have. We're just like I'll give the example of those people.
No, they got a general Montoya, they got a general idea, and nobody gonna let them go over there for real, yo. If we want to we want to tear them daggone pyramids down, yo, we can figure out how they was built. Nobody gonna let you tear down they daggone tourist attraction. Y'all tripping right there.
Right.
Y'all act like you can't figure it out. That's bananas.
But can I say something about the scientific theory? You said that scientific theory is something like Darwin, is something that can be added.
Well, he just said was bananas.
Does that also mean that it's something that you can take away from?
Why would you take away from it? You wouldn't take
you just build on it. You just build on it.
You would build on it.
You just build on it. You don't take it away. You just build on it.
Yeah, because the pieces because
Darwin said something that has been proven to be.
See, here's the thing. He's trying to make the pyramids to be a tourist attraction, but this was a spiritual thing. So you don't think that the people that were into that spirituality passed that information on to know that don't fuck around with this shit right here? Now, right now, it's a tourist attraction because people are Muslim, but they know not to fuck with that shit. They know not to go and try to fuck it up because they know that there's something more going on there. They respect it, but hey, I'm Muslim or whatever. I believe in Allah, but they know not to fuck around and find out with the pyramid. Motherfuckers that went up in there and fucked around with them damn mummies and came out, died about a month later. Radiation, poisoning. There's something more going on with them pyramids. People say it's a curse. No, honey, it was radiation. There's some other shit that they got down there that they knew how to harness, some energy or whatever, that you don't want to fuck around with. They open that shit up and they ended up with cancer, died like months later. They know not to fool around and fuck around and find out. You're going to fuck around with that, don't even have the technology, don't know what you fucking with. So it's not just a tourist attraction. We only see 10%, right? 10% of what we see and what we know is real. Listen, with our eyes, our brains only process 10% of what's going on. Cats see more than what we fucking see, bro. Dogs see more than what we see, honey. They hear more than what we hear, and we think that we know something. This is the thing. I would prefer to say that I don't know than to be up here pretending like I know all this shit and I don't know a goddamn thing. I'd rather say, listen, I would say I don't know if there were civilizations that existed prior to the Egyptians that might have passed that knowledge down. I'm not going to speak with certainty about anything I don't know. And I've noticed that these men, you know, their logic and their, you know, science and all this other shit makes them speak with certainty about things that they only have a fucking 10% understanding of, because that's the only thing that you can see is the part that's up above the ground. You don't see where those coils are leading to. You can guesstimate. You can like use some technology and try to still do some research into it, but you don't know. I'd rather say I don't know than to sit up here and be talking with certainty about things I don't know. That's all I'm saying, is that I would prefer that people just be real and say, I just don't know. Let's go.
Wrong.
They did. What they did was he said planetils. He was trying to figure out what's the material that transmitted the information from a man to a woman. They couldn't figure out what that was, and from the woman to the baby, right? What they didn't know. What was? I know you know King J, because we was talking about that. It was what's the guy name?
Wiseman.
Well, yeah.
Right, now we're gonna get into fucking what's the shit called? You know, like that evolution and the women and the monkeys and all this other bullshit. It's about to get into a real stupid ass evolution conversation. Let's go.
Wiser than they use law, they rediscovered it. Remember somebody talked about how they forget things. They ignored a mineral.
And I'm gonna say this is that this is just as bad as talking about ancient Egypt. talking about evolution is even worse than ancient Egypt because it's like, what the fuck are we talking about? You don't even know. You just all this stuff is hypothetical bullshit people are coming up with and pretend like they know something. Well, this is what we think it is. And that's what I said when I did my damn argument with the damn what you call, I forget his name. Outside the queue. We don't know. I'd rather say I don't know. But these people will sit up here and don't know shit and have plenty to say. Let's go.
Laws during Darwin's time. Darwin published his work in 1859. They ignored it, right? But in the 1900s, yo, they went back to Greg Mendel. They say, hold on, Greg Mendel, Wiseman and them came in, applied it to it. Then they say, oh, they did this when they started talking about genetics. Right? And so, yes, parts of it, more things can be found and make it better. Of course, things can be taken. Absolutely, it's open, bro. It's not like religion is closed. With religion,
right. Like a quick example that Uncle is. When we were kids, we learned that there were 9 planets. They now teach them there's 8 planets.
There's only 8.
People who think of science as a belief will say, "Oh, what we learned was wrong." But science builds on each other, builds on itself, and so now that they don't consider Pluto an actual planet based on a better understanding of Pluto, it actually just improves on itself. It's not that they taught us wrong.
I think the word that
people teach us teaching wrong because they think of science like religion.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I think the word that we're looking for is refinement.
They be fine. They be fine. Go ahead. I've been cutting you off a little bit, Shadow Band, and then I'm gonna go back to you, Jace. I promise you. Go ahead, Shadow Band.
Hey, y'all seen that link in the back chat?
Nope. Let me see. Oh, hold on. I see it. What's it?
That link is challenging Darwin's theory of evolution.
No, it's not. Hold on. Where you at? Shadow Band? That's a video. That's a YouTube video.
Yeah, that's what I want you to do. I want you to click on that link. I want to talk to you about that later on after you watch it. Because basically right now they're saying it's a movie coming out, or it's already been out, that challenges Darwin's theory. So like you said, science changes things and stuff like that.
No, we don't do that.
Hold on for a minute. Let me finish. So with that being said, I just want you to check it out and see what these scientists are talking about.
No, they're not scientists. I'm not doing this. It's not wasting my time.
They are
no YouTube, man. Can't go to YouTube for that, man.
No, this is not.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
These are scientists talking.
No, they're not. No, you think? Listen to what I'm trying to tell you, yo. You think they?
Have y'all even watched the video? So
no, you never break down science with a video ever. Never.
Listen to me.
No.
These scientists are talking.
They're not. What you stop saying? Can you just stop saying that? Can you just stop saying that, yo? You gotta stop saying that.
Well, explain why.
So y'all haven't even watched the video. Y'all
gotta watch the video. I gotta watch the video, man.
Never present a video for science. Never present a video.
Anytime you think you got the story of everything, I know you wilding out. How the hell you know about everything? It's wild, bro.
What I'm saying is explain why.
It's the story of everything based on Darwin's theory.
Not answering.
Can I finish?
Okay.
I mean,
let him finish. Let you finish. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically what they're saying is based on Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, they found holes within that theory. They didn't explore that theory. These scientists came together and discuss it. All I'm asking you is to watch the video and then see what they're saying and then see if it builds or take away everything. So also what they also said was the dogma behind Charles Darwin's theory, how people don't want to expand on scientific literacy based on the dogma that's in science. So in other words, Charles Darwin's theory is finite, and it's nothing that comes in the future.
Well, humans would never do that. We too curious. We too curious.
Okay, so if a scientist, if everybody agreed that this one scientist is right, and then hundreds of years later, they found out that he's wrong.
It's called falsifiable. It's not how it works.
They would never put together a video. It would be world renowned with.
Right. They already put a movie out. That's what
they wouldn't have either.
Right.
Real scientists, they would be renowned for actually having a breakthrough and expansion on top of a theory that's been well used.
That's the movie
that's coming out. You would have a scientific journal, and they would be noted.
That's coming out.
They would be noted.
They did research to the point that they put out a movie.
No, that's not how it works. We would know about.
How would you know how it works? That's your opinion. That's the dogmatic theory.
But there's been opinions the whole time.
Do you? Are you serious right now, yo? Like,
I
are you?
tripping out on the fact that y'all don't even want to click on the link and just see what these
Never,
people are saying.
No.
Y'all make y'all
Listen, I told you I clicked on the link. These people are promoting intelligent design, bro. I'm saying I know the players in the game, yo. This is what I do. I'm not sitting there listening to a bunch of wild, crazy, intelligent design Christian nationalists. You tripping right now. You doing too much. You keep saying stay not damn sign. They're just talking you to death. You've been tricked. You talking about racism, yo. They tricking you right now. I understand it. I'm trying to tell you I understand what you don't understand.
He been tricked, but you ain't been tricked though. It's hilarious how people will be like, "No, don't, I ain't trying to see all that. You've been tricked, but honey, you ain't been tricked, bro. What you saying is 100% right, but everybody else been tricked and they all dumb. And they come on now."
Saying that that's intelligent design. They come up with a whole bunch of wild stuff, debunking. First of all, how you going to debunk something that we got residual? Why you think we was able to make a vaccine like they did? Why you think every time the daggone virus is mutated, right? They made the vaccine.
Listen, my godmother. Listen, my godmother is a okay. Listen, Chief Yandaya. Okay, I'm not sure if y'all saw her on 607 thing where she was. Child, this is her first time actually probably seeing this type of stuff going on with these debates. She is laughing, cracking up like.
Say it again. We all been tricked. That's the problem. We've all been tricked. That's the problem.
Chief said we all been tricked. Ain't no. He gonna tell him he was tricked, but honey, you've been tricked. We don't know what the fuck is going on. We have no idea. I'd rather say I don't know. And when I said I don't know, it was like, oh, see, all right, see, but you think you know something. Everybody think they know something more than the other, and don't nobody know shit.
To change with the mutation. How was they able to do that? That mean they understood evolution, bro. Well, if you agree with a vaccine or not, they was able to follow you seeing evolution in real time. They had different mutations of the coronavirus. And every time a different mutation came, they changed the molecules.
What the fuck is he talking about? There's people that say the coronavirus don't even really exist. It was a made up thing. There's people that even say that the vaccine is fake. Like there was no, I don't. So if he had the nerve, he is going so in about something, and then what? What you say? What is the point? She say, what is the point? Look. What is the point? Right, but listen, this is crazy. It's funny. Like
to be able to deal with it. No, listen, that's evolution. That means they understood it, bro. That means Charles Darwin theory was at work, right? Because they was able to move with every time the virus went through a different human being, it had the potential to mutate. That's why they had different mutations. And then to prove to you that they had command of evolution, they was able to make new vaccines. Every time that changed, the virus changed, the vaccine changed, where they say, okay, this is more effective for this one. How? If evolution wasn't real, they wouldn't have been able to do it.
Have you been doing the research on the vaccine? The vaccine didn't do shit. They already admitted the vaccine was what are we doing? What are you talking about, bro? What did you say? It killed listen, Chief said the COVID vaccine killed 1 million senior citizens. The COVID. So I don't know whether that might have been something like get rid of like the older population. That was because there was a time that it was going to be an influx of older population that we would have to take care. Listen, I'm not even going to get into that conspiracy theory. You know, my mind will, I'll put my tinfoil hat on real fast. Okay, guys?
They're not disputing that. They
You're
disputing
not
the fact. I heard you.
They're
Mutation.
not
I believe in
disputing.
mutation. I believe in
No,
viruses
you don't. No,
mutating.
you're not supposed to believe
I
this.
believe.
You
I
can't.
just said I did. How you gonna tell me I don't?
Because you don't.
Because of what
Let
you're
me
saying.
finish.
If they
Everybody's
have a
cutting me off.
hole in the
Y'all let me
theory, and
finish.
if they had a hole in the theory, they wouldn't be able to do what Unc just
It
said.
wouldn't work.
Let me. Can I finish?
No.
So what they
The
trying to say?
theory is a
Let me say.
factual
I'm not
argument, like
saying
you
about.
said. Like
God
there's no
damn,
way to
it's
do it
hard
if
to
he
talk
had
this
bad
much.
holes.
What they saying is this: through evolution.
Man, you my age, man. You gotta stop.
Grasshopper.
You my
does
age,
not
you gotta
evolve.
stop. You gotta stop.
Can I finish?
No, but you gotta stop. You my age, bro. We're too old for this.
Can I finish?
I just told you.
Yeah,
You didn't hear me. You did not agree with me.
No, you're not agreeing. You can't agree.
You're not agreeing with me, bro.
A theory only works if it holds true scientifically. You can't have
I'm
a hole
just
in it
going
and
by
still
what
work.
they're saying.
impossible.
No,
And I
you're not.
finished
No,
the
where you
point that
at,
I'm
Nepal?
trying
Can you
to make.
jump in here, Nepal?
Evolution.
It's a step.
I was just waiting, listening. So I don't know. What do you want me to do here?
I'm trying to explain to him. Maybe you can do it better. That the very fact that during the pandemic, every time the SARS-CoV-2 novel virus mutated, human beings was able to make another vaccine that they would take that vaccine and change the molecules in it to be able to be effective on the new mutation. The mutation is effectively evolutionary change over time. If they didn't understand the mutation, they wouldn't have been able to make the vaccine to follow the mutation. That means they understood the process of evolution, bro. No other way would they be able to do that. That's all I'm saying.
If there were holes in the theory, it wouldn't. It couldn't do it if there were holes in the theory.
About
You know,
that. What I'm trying to say is.
No, you can't try to.
He's trying to use the evolution of a bacteria or a virus to evolution of a human. They understood something, or they was just practicing and came upon. They didn't understand the goddamn thing. What they did was they kept fucking with shit until they figured out, oh damn, that's something that worked. People, yeah. I've had people like the wrist was messed up. People got jacked up off that vaccine. So evolutionary process of experimentation. I mean, I'm gonna say this: if I experiment long enough, anything that you do long enough will probably evolve into something else, right? If I just keep pouring water onto the same spot, eventually it will probably create it'll have a, you know what I'm saying? It'll begin to, you know what I'm saying? Create a dent, right? In something because of pressure, you know what I'm saying? So does that mean that I have some new knowledge that pouring things on things create dents, or that the thing I'm doing just has created that? Did that thing evolve, or did it just over time change based on? Is that an evolution? What is the difference between evolution and de-evolution? I don't know. But to me, I don't get how we are equating the COVID virus to monkeys and evolution and human beings, and he is really willing to die on this hill of just bullshit. What? I guess there's a whole retrovirus argument about chimpanzees and retroviruses and how the child.
Say you gotta say, you know what? You're right. You're right. They had to understand evolution.
You understand science. You can't say you believe them and say
words in your mouth.
Endogenous. I think it's called endogenous retrovirus. So they're trying to say that because that viruses are able to evolve, so then therefore human. If you can get virus, some shit about the endogenous, somehow that proves evolution, but it's still monkeys, bro. It's still chimpanzees. We still haven't found that common ancestor, the link, the hidden link. So what the fuck are we really talking about? Unless we can go into the ocean and find that dolphin that merged with a fucking ape, or some kind of water-bearing animal that was able to get out the sea and fuck an ape and then create the human, because humans can swim underneath water, and it can also. There's no way to do this. So endogenous retroviruses, all that stuff. It's this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo to me. It's a bunch of just ways that people that think they're smart could just pretend like they are intelligent.
I'm not. No. Listen.
Yes, you are. What I'm trying to say is this.
No.
What they found with
I
Charles
refuse to
Darwin's
listen to you. I'm
theory.
not listening to you. I'm not listening to you.
But you want somebody to listen to you. They can listen to you. You can't listen to nobody else.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this. Let me make this. Hold on. I'm gonna say this. I refuse to listen to a person who's not listening to me.
I agree with you.
No,
I agree with you with the COVID virus.
Now we're getting like
you know what you would say? You know what you would say? No, you don't. You don't know it was mutating. You don't know that.
See how the conversation will go into from real intelligent to almost like third grade, like childish. Like you don't want to. I refuse. That gets real childish at times. Like, this shit is hilarious, bro. Let's go.
Wow.
You capping.
So let's ask this question. Let's just ask
Grown
some
ass
basic
men-
questions.
Listen, do you know everybody on this panel is probably above like they're like 45 or more? Some people are like 50. I think he's at least 50 or more. These guys, gray hair and the beard. These are not young people arguing this. These are older people. The conditioning and programming, exactly. Yeah.
We see it. So we still have we're not seeing. I hope y'all can hear me. Y'all hear me?
My godmom like just breaking it down as far as programming and how everybody is really underneath the program, and we all think that we know something. We don't know shit. Let's go.
Questions because we're walking down slowly. Do you agree that what he said about
Shout out to my
the
godmom.
mutation? You do agree that happened, correct? That happens with the vaccine. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so we got that out the way, and you know that has to do with the theory of evolution. When we talk about natural selection, you know, the way you combine that mutation with natural selection, then that's a part of evolution. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Part of the theory.
I know.
Okay, so then you see, you found a common ground, Unc. He agrees that there is evolution.
I told him like 3 or 4 times. I agree with him.
But watch your next statement. Make your next statement. That means you didn't understand what she just said. Go ahead.
What? I just told you I agree with it.
No, you don't. Watch
It's getting wild up in here.
Watch this. You about to
All
make
I'm
it
saying
wild.
is
Go ahead.
What they found was that through the fossil records, a grasshopper remained a grasshopper. It didn't evolve into anything else, whether it's in whatever environment that grasshopper was in. Evolution that evolved.
Wait, stop. I need to see the source on that. I need to see.
But you never heard of environmental.
You need to see the source that grasshoppers are still grasshoppers. Go outside and go look at a grasshopper. There you go. There's your source. You need to see the source that grasshoppers are still grasshoppers when you can go outside and see grasshoppers still existing. Crickets existing, praying mantids still existing, roaches. You can still see these things still existing. You need a source. That's the video he was trying to show. That's the video.
No, but he said it never changed at all.
That's the video.
I just said, let me finish. This is what they're saying. I've just asked him to watch the video to see.
And I'm telling you, just because a grasshopper didn't evolve, a damn turtle ain't evolved in damn near a couple million years. So alligator, so what? Some things just look like you don't have to evolve.
This kind of goes into the subject I was about to go into. Is that okay? So, like, just because the ancient Egyptians evolved doesn't mean that the people in North Sentinel Island are not having a delayed evolution, and then they might come up with a civilization once everybody else goes down.
What in the world?
No, hold on. This is what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that lost civilization, right? I'm getting into lost civilizations because you're saying that Egypt is like the only, like advanced
no problem.
during that time, and I'm saying is that there were other civilizations that had advancements, and it's and to say that
what did you learn from the other civilizations?
Say it again.
What have you learned from those other civilizations that they can't
It's
find?
lost. It's lost. It got buried. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying is that you don't know what we might be
No, I'm asking you.
that
That's
the
fine.
ancient Egyptians might have gotten from those civilizations
That's
that
fine.
were lost, that
That's
were probably
fine.
around during the time of the ancient Egyptians. It's not that they didn't have any.
So
they,
you just
they had
made
no
the point.
nothing to go back
You just
from.
made the point though. If the
So you
ancient
said that they
Egyptians
didn't
got
have.
it,
If
if
the
the
reason why.
ancient Egyptians got it from them, then we know what the hell they had, then don't we? I'm gonna
No,
say this
but
again.
what you
If
said
the
was no.
ancient Egyptians got it from them, then we know we understand what the hell they had.
That's not what you said.
Because these Egyptians build off of that.
Was
He's been saying the same thing.
No,
throughout
that's
the
not.
whole
No,
night.
stop it. You see how he don't let me talk? Even when I'm talking, he's talking over me and saying shit. He don't. He listen. He don't want me to cook because he know that he can't really really come for what I'm talking about. All I said is that let's get back to the ancient Egyptians. Y'all went into humans and monks and chimps and all this other bull, the fucking coronavirus and all these different things. Let's get back to what you said about the ancient Egyptians being hunter-gatherers and that they were the ones that had the knowledge that built it up to the point where they made pyramids. And all I said was that you don't know that. It could have been another ancient society that was advanced that told them how to do it, and then now they built pyramids. And then I'm in this thing I just said is that you have people in the Sentinel Islands right off of India that as time goes on and our civilization begins to whatever, we begin to communicate with them and show them how to make some stuff. And as we eventually probably things go down because we're up here warring with each other, then they begin to come up as a civilization, and then they use some of the information that we gave to them to create an even more advanced civilization, right? That's all I said, but they don't want to hear me. But you don't want to hear me though. You want to interrupt me throughout whatever I'm saying because it's just too much for you. You know what I'm saying? Watch how rude he is the whole time I'm trying to make my statement. Now I get it, the dude's thing was crackling or whatever, but the whole time I'm trying to make my statement, here he go talking throughout the whole thing. Watch. That lost civilization, right? I'm getting into lost civilization because you're saying that is like the only like advanced
no problem.
during that time, and I'm saying is that there were other civilizations that had advancements, and it's and to say that
what did you learn from the other?
What was all that bullshit? So I'm making my statement, but he's up there. I don't know what the fuck is. What was all that? That's 100% just disrespect. But I get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm making my little statement, whatever. But I was quiet throughout all that bullshit about the monkeys and the coronavirus and whatever else they wanted to talk about. But I make my statement. Everybody now they gotta fix their phone and I'm about to leave and whatever, and then okay, bye, and okay. And then see, this is the dismissive male bullshit that people do. They don't want to hear no logic from a woman. They think that they're the only ones that have any kind of intelligence that can break things down from a deeper level. Now, he just sat there and broke down a bunch of bullshit. Who gives a fuck about what he was even talking about? But I'm like, okay, you said this. No, that's not what I said. He's interrupting me the whole time. Yes, that's exactly what you said. You said they were hunter-gatherers on the side of the Nile Valley, and eventually they had nothing else to go off of and no knowledge to go from and built the pyramids. And all I'm saying is that you don't know that. You don't know what civilization existed prior to them that could have contacted them and told them how to build the pyramids. That has been my statement, and I keep on saying that.
Civilizations.
Say it again.
What have you learned from those other civilizations that they can't find?
Lost. It's lost. It got buried. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying is that you don't know what we might be.
No, I'm asking you.
That the ancient Egyptians might have gotten from those civilizations that were lost, that were probably around during the time of the ancient Egyptians. It's not that they didn't have any.
So
they
had
had nothing to go back.
You just made the point though. If the
So you said that they didn't have
if the ancient Egyptians got it from them, then we know what the hell they had. Then don't we? I'm gonna say this again.
What you said was
Egyptians got it from them.
So he's backpedaling it. You backpedaling. No, you said that the ancient Egyptians were hunter-gatherers. And they eventually, over time, built the knowledge to make pyramids. You didn't say that there was probably other civilizations and they got it from somewhere else. See how people look, move the goalposts. And yes, castles are fucking churches are castles. Yeah.
Then we know we understand what the hell they had.
That's not what you said.
It's built off of that.
He's been saying the same thing.
No, that's not. No, stop it. No. And you see how men will jump on each other, like jump to each other's aid. That he's been saying that the whole time. That ain't what he been saying. Rewind the tape, sir. This guy is up here sucking his, excuse me, kissing his behind, because he just like him, so they having a bromance over here. Like that's what he said. Like, if you don't get the fuck up out of here, that ain't what he said. He said Egyptians were hunter-gatherers on the side of the Nile Valley. And eventually they built pyramids. Fuck out of here. Bullshit. No, they didn't. There was other civilizations that were advanced. I'm sorry. He said that the Homo sapiens, like the people from the ancient Egyptians, did not have anyone to go back on. They built.
That's not what he said.
I couldn't.
That's exactly what he said. Yes, it is. That's why I even got into
no, he
lost
said the type
civilization.
of people they learned from. He didn't say they didn't have nobody.
Can we get back on the good foot?
He's saying that. No, he's saying that they had to develop it over time. But I'm saying there could have been a civilization that was equally as
over time from the people
advanced.
they had.
The people they had, yo.
You don't know what civilization. He did not say that. You know what this is like if you ask your boyfriend, where were you last night? And then you have your boy, you ask his boy, where was he last night? And the boy say, well, he was over my house. And you know goddamn well that he wasn't over the house. You know what I'm saying? You get your boyfriend right here. You say, well, where is he at right now? Oh, he's still over here. Like, no, he's sitting right in front of me. You lying. You know what I'm saying? That's what's happening here. Bros, men, if they bros, they will take up for each other and you know what I'm saying, team up with each other on some bullshit though, like on some straight up bullshit. During that time,
no, we know we
how to build stuff and do the same thing that they did.
This is getting way confusing.
He didn't say they didn't have nobody. He definitely said who they had.
I never said that, sis. You playing? You was making a ritual or something while I was talking.
I'm not.
You wasn't playing figure out.
I was listening. No,
But he definitely didn't say that though, Queen.
You was, yo. You was taking your beats.
No, you made it seem like that the Homo sapiens.
No, he never. He said
he brought up the Homo sapiens sapien. He said the Homo sapiens sapien.
We're telling you that he didn't say what you said.
That they had nothing. He said they had nothing to go on, and they built the civilization. He did.
So what are these arguing? Are you arguing against evolution?
Current civilization. Let me stop.
But he's saying he's not saying it now, though. So you're hearing,
in ancient
even if
Egyptians,
you heard
there was
that,
no one before them that had the knowledge, and they built the knowledge based
you gotta
on
go by
whatever. And I'm saying that there were probably other civilizations prior to them that had equal knowledge, but they were buried. He said that the difference between ancient Egyptian civilizations was that there was nothing really before them that actually was. They built up over time, and then they built pyramids. And that our civilization has their civilization to look back on, but they don't have anything to look back on.
Can I say what I said? Do you mind?
There's no way to see how they're not letting me talk. He said that the difference between our civilization and ancient Egyptian civilization is that we can refer back to theirs. They don't have anything to refer back to over time. And I'm like, bullshit. You don't know what civilizations existed when the ancient Egyptians were around. Those civilizations are long and buried under the water. And you don't know what they had during that time because it's buried. But they want to talk through me. They want to talk through me talking. But here's the thing. Whenever a dude talk, he want to cut people and say, no, don't interrupt each other. But whenever I'm saying something, he's going to talk through my talking. I'm the one that was talking. You somebody want to hear the other lady talk. It was me. I'm the one who was up here talking. I'm just trying to say it's bullshit how they're talking through me when I'm trying to make my statement. All right. I'm reviewing this because it's pissing me off. Lost, it got buried. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying is that you don't know what we might be
No, I'm
that
asking.
the
That's
ancient
fine.
Egyptians might have gotten from those civilizations
That's
that
fine.
were lost, that
That's
were probably
fine.
around during the time of the ancient Egyptians. It's not that they didn't have any.
So
They
you just
had
make
no
the point.
nothing to go back.
You just made the point though. If the
So you said that they
ancient
didn't have.
if
The
the
reason why.
ancient Egyptians got it from them, then we know what the hell they had, then don't we? I'm gonna
No,
say this
but
again.
what you
If
said
the
was
ancient-
no. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna also ask this question. What about thought? And what about like the Lumerians? People, oh, is that fake? That didn't exist. That there was no certain thing as thought, and all that hermetic, you know, and the ancient hermeticism. And where did that civilization go? Was that prior to Egypt or was it after? Where did the civilization of thought and all that knowledge come from? The emerald tablets and all these different things. Like, so where are the buildings? I believe they're under the water. Under the water. Now, there's no way I could know that because I don't have a scuba gear to go in the water and swim throughout and try to find it. But to me, the fact that there is still knowledge that this thing existed at some point, and people are able to reference it in some way, that it had to have existed at some point, you know. But what will happen is that you'll have people, when I'm trying to say that we were not just Homo sapien monkey people that just learned how to make a fire and build shelter, and we came up from being monkey people, and then eventually evolved into human beings. Like, they want to argue me down about this. Listen. As I'm talking, they're going to be talking at the same exact time. People are going to be like, "Oh, I'm leaving." Everybody getting mad because I'm like, okay, no, like, no, we're going to go back to this. Because they prefer to talk about monkey business and monkey and evolution, Darwin, and this bullshit that this white person that was really a fucking horse. I think he built this whole evolution based on horses and stuff. I don't even know what the fuck he was like. What? And people are willing to like die on the hill of Darwin about horses. Taking craniums from Africans and saying, well, that these ones are they got this cranium and that's more advanced than these ones. Look, come on now.
About natural selection, you know, the way you combine that mutation with natural selection, then that's a part of evolution. Do you know that?
Yeah,
Part of the theory.
I know.
Okay, so then you found a common ground, Unc. He agrees that there is evolution.
I told him like 3 or 4 times. I agree with him.
But watch your next statement. Make your next statement. That means you didn't understand what she just said. Go ahead.
I don't think they're ganging up on me. What I think they're trying to drown out what I'm trying to say. I didn't say they're ganging up. I said they're drowning it out. And you're gonna see it. Listen to them drown my statement out. It's like whenever now you see how crystal clear and quiet it is when he's talking. Then you're gonna hear me say something, and all of a sudden, people got shit to talk about during when I'm making I said I have something to say, and then all of a sudden, all this noise. Blatantly. I don't think it was by mistake. It was very blatant, the disrespect. But it's okay because I still make my point. You know what I'm saying? They could try to stick on this Darwin bullshit, but you know, I still make my point. So.
I just told you I agree with it.
No, you don't. Watch
It's getting wild up in here.
You
Look how they respect each other.
What they
How to
found was
respect
that
quiet when each other talk.
through the fossil records, a grasshopper remained a grasshopper. It didn't evolve into anything else. Whether it's
See how quiet it is, how he's able to make his point. A grasshopper, no, and no one is talking while he's making this statement. Somebody else is going to say something, and then watch what happens when I make my statement. And now you're going to see the disrespect. So it's not that they're ganging up on me; it's that there is a poignant disrespect of what I got to say. It's like crazy.
in whatever environment that grasshopper was in, evolution that evolved.
Stop. I need to see the source on that. I need to see.
So you never heard of environmental adaptation?
That's the video he was trying to show. That's the video.
No, but he said it never changed at all.
That's the video.
I just said, let me finish. This is what they're saying. I've just asked him to watch the video to see.
And I'm telling you, just because a grasshopper didn't evolve, a damn turtle ain't evolved in damn near a couple million years. So alligator, so what? Some things just work. They don't have to evolve.
This kind of goes into the subject I was about to go into. Is that okay? So like, just because the ancient Egyptians evolved doesn't mean that the people in North Sentinel Island are not having a delayed evolution, and then they might come up with a civilization once everybody else goes down.
In the world?
No, hold on. This is what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that lost civilization, right? I'm getting into lost civilization because you're saying that Egypt is like the only, like advanced
no problem.
during that time, and I'm saying is that there were other civilizations that had advancements, and it's and to say that
what did you learn from them other civilizations?
Say it again.
What have you learned from those other civilizations that they can't find?
It's lost. It got buried. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying is that you don't know what we might be.
No, I'm asking you.
That the ancient Egyptians might have gotten from those civilizations that were lost, that were probably around during the time of the ancient Egyptians. It's not that they didn't have any.
So you
had nothing to go back.
You just made the point though. If the
you said that they didn't have,
if the ancient Egyptians got it from them, then we know what the hell they had. Then don't we? I'm gonna say this again. If the Egyptians got it from them, then we know we understand what the hell they had.
That's not what you said.
The Egyptians build off of that.
He's been saying the same thing.
No, that's not. No, stop it. No, he said that the Homo sapiens, like the people from the ancient Egyptians, did not have anyone to go back on. They built.
That's not what he said.
I couldn't.
That's exactly what he said. Yes, it is. That's why I even got into
he
lost
said the type of
civilization.
people they learned from. He didn't say they didn't have nobody.
Can we get back on the good foot?
He's saying that. No, he's saying that they had to develop it over time, but I'm saying there could have been a civilization that was equally as
over time from the people they had.
The people they had, yo.
You don't know what civilization existed during that time.
No, we know.
I agree with you on that. Stuff and do the same thing that they did.
This is getting way confusing. He didn't say they didn't have nobody. Definitely said that.
I never said that, sis. You playing? You was making a ritual or something while I was talking.
I'm not.
You wasn't
I was
didn't say that though, Quinn.
You was, though. You was taking the beats.
No, you made it seem like that the Homo sapiens.
No, he never
he brought up the Homo sapiens sapien. He said the Homo sapiens sapien.
We're telling you that he didn't say what you said.
That they had nothing. He said they had nothing to go on, and they built the civilization.
So what are these arguing? Are you arguing against evolution?
No.
Current civilization. Let me stop.
But he's saying he's not saying it now, though.
Civilization in ancient
even if you
Egyptians,
heard
there was
that,
no one before them that had the knowledge, and they built the knowledge based on whatever. And I'm saying that there were probably other civilizations prior to them that had equal knowledge, but they were buried. He said that the difference between ancient Egyptian civilizations was that there was nothing really before them that actually was. They built up over time, and then they built pyramids. And that our civilization has their civilization to look back on, but they don't have anything to look back on.
Can I say what I said?
But
you
even
mind?
if he, okay,
there's no way to prove that. That's what I've been trying to say the whole time.
Right, but you're making your point off him saying it was nothing. But can you hear him now say that? Let's say you were right and he said that. But if he tells you now that wasn't his original premise, then you would have to adjust what you're saying.
Well, if that's not his, wasn't it? Okay, well, then I'll concede to that. If he's,
that's what I'm saying. You can't keep making your argument. If he's now telling you, okay, you heard that way. This is what I said. So now he's not saying they had ancient
advanced civilizations.
Can I tell you what I said? Can I tell you what I said? Can I tell you what I said, Genesis? I said the Egyptians was privy to semi-nomadic tribes.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That's what I said, yo. And I said you place a value on them. My value is super duper high because they had the medical plans, they had to survive in that environment. That's all you ever trying to do is survive to the point of reproduction and give rise to valuable offspring. That's it. Yep. If you do that, you are successful. It's to give rise to successful offspring. It ain't about the cars and the jewelry. It's about having everybody don't die before that damn next generation. That's what it's about. And they were successful. They had medical plans, obvious. They controlled their environment. Ecology is obvious how serious they was. You couldn't do what they did right now. You run out there and fall out and die. You wouldn't make it. Right now, no matter how modern you is, how many books you got, I have to throw you out there in the forest somewhere, in the middle of nowhere, you're done.
Right.
64 king, you're done.
Right.
You wish you had some of the hunter-gatherers around you. That's my point. And they was at the level. Listen, all human groups are at the level. And the reason we know them to be at the level because they survived to the point of having valuable offspring.
Absolutely.
That's the level on planet Earth. It give rise to valuable. That is the level. Not going to space, Not doing this, not doing that, being able to get some food, clothing, and shelter at the level is the level. Nothing else. I got a diamond ring, I got a car, that's the level
Well,
now.
here's the question, Aunt. There are still hunter-gatherers. There are still like Sentinel Island. There's places in the Amazon. People are still like living in the woods and
I agree, but it was more than hold on, whoa. Hold on.
If
No.
our civilization
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute.
come up, are they gonna pretend like that our civilization didn't
No, you
exist,
keep.
or are they gonna only know what they
No,
know
you
based
keep.
on when they break the
What you
law?
keep doing is you stuck in colonialism. It was colonialism that actually gave you the definition of civilization. Fitzgerald Eric and his groundbreaking work say, don't do that. They told you what civilization was. That's why you hung about advanced civilization. Yeah, they tricked you. An advanced civilization is a civilization that can have access to water, food, clothing, shelter. That would make you advanced. Right. All right.
Sorry, so catching up.
Hey, you got to finish your point.
All right. How do human beings come into existence?
Oh my goodness. That's a long story.
That's a long.
I mean, did we just pop into existence?
No, of course. Nope.
Okay, then.
Nope. So you have an answer already. We know that answer through Charles Darwin evolutionary theory that you're not accepting.
I didn't say I didn't accept it. I just said check the video out. What I'm trying to say is this. We have life on Earth that we cannot explain how we came into existence.
You got what?
Life
we do know how
that might be a whole thing.
They do know how humans came into existence. You saying we don't know how life started? That's different from how humans came into existence.
How did humans come into existence?
What put that in motion?
Yeah, how did human beings come into existence?
What puts it in motion? Scientific.
Life form is about probably somewhere between maybe close to 4 billion years.
Say that again.
Earliest life form.
But how did we?
What's forming everything?
You got to wait a minute. Man,
like sister said, it's a long story. We're gonna be here all night.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna crack them in here real quick. The theory of evolution does not posit how life got to Earth or how it got started. It only talks about life after it got here and how life.
That's not the question.
Man, you cut me off, yo.
That's not the question,
bro. He answered the question. You're not.
Cut me off, yo.
Stop writing this tail. Stop writing this tail. He's not answering the question. Because there has to be a higher force that's putting evolution in motion.
Once upon a time, there was
you're actually changing
something
the
called Luca.
You're actually saying
and Luca was a very enigmatic, mysterious. They're not even listening to.
I asked, how did human beings come into existence? That's
and my man cut me off. And my man with the theory of everything cut me off. He should be a billionaire. He cut me off.
You funny, huh? You're really funny.
Now, what I was trying to tell you was the theory of evolution, right?
One thing I do know
about life after it came to Earth and how it evolved, and why is the life on Earth is so diversified but yet connected? And the theory of evolution answers that. So out of the theory of evolution, we can explain how human beings came to be. Simple as that.
What's putting nature into motion?
That's a different question.
That's a different question. I'm asking, how did human beings come into existence?
But you're talking nature. See, because Unc is talking evolution, right? And Unc is talking nature. He's talking about nature because in evolution, he's talking about the plants. He's talking about humanity, how they come into being.
I'm gonna give you something slick. Everything came from his mother and father and looked like his mother and father, all the way back to 4 billion.
Stop that nonsense. Stop that nonsense. Just say you don't know. Just say you don't know.
Hold on, y'all.
Say you don't know.
You know, I just gave y'all the answer, right?
But
I said all living organisms look like they come from their mother and their father, all the way back, and they look like their mother and father, all the way back to 4 billion years is what I said.
Okay.
And you don't know what you're talking about.
How did the mothers and fathers come to be?
What I just say? What was my point? But I thought you understood. I thought you understood the 3 domains of life.
No. Because nature don't come of itself, Unc. Nature does not come of itself.
Hey, listen, man. You are a master scientist. You discovered a theorem that no one has.
Stop. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not even going that direction because I don't expect you to understand. But you got enough sense to know.
No. I want everybody to know that my man right here, right? He is a multi-genius. He should not even be on the Community of Skeptics and Sound TV because he has discovered something that no human being, not Einstein, not Copernicus, not nobody. He got the theory of everything, but yet he's also brother Unc. It's a
film. It's called a film.
How should I say? It's a pleasure to be able to talk to a man such as yourself, such a esteemed guest.
It's a thin rum.
I know how human beings came on Earth, man.
It's a thin rum.
How
No,
did
no,
human
it's not.
beings
They evolved.
come
Watch
on
this.
Earth to
I watched this.
procreate, to have
Come on.
father, sons, daughters, and stuff come out of us as we evolve through evolution?
And keep it real, Unc. Keep it
how
real.
did human beings
Done.
come to this earth in order for us to
Go
evolve?
ahead, go ahead, Nepal. See,
Yeah, well, I mean,
you hit him
well,
with
what is the question? Do you not agree with like the last universal common ancestor? Are you trying to speed it up a little bit further to like 4 million years ago? Like when you're asking how did humans get on Earth, what are you against mainstream science on it? Or I'm trying to understand where you're going. You keep asking that.
I'm asking, how did we come to be on this planet? How did
We
human
evolved.
beings
We evolved
from where?
We evolved.
From what?
From what? From what?
Other types of organ. Okay, calm down. Damn. From other
No,
types of
because
organ.
we would.
Like we would say, if we look at the last, if we go to the, as far as we can go back, we could go to the first universal common ancestor, but let's look at the last universal common ancestor.
But Nepal, keep it scientifically.
No, you're not.
That's the only way she talks. She only talks.
No.
Keep it
When we talk about
scientifically, okay?
nature, we know that it's a force that puts nature into motion.
Made it up.
You can't eliminate that force that forms nature itself. Basic science says that.
Now he said.
I'm saying basic science tell us that it's the atoms that forms the matter.
You out. He said, "How did humans evolve?"
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. If he means like from the beginning, or just when we
yes.
4 million years ago. I don't know.
From the beginning. How
Well, humans,
Can I ask you a quick question, real quick, and I'll be out the way?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you said the mother-father thing, we know that the Earth was pretty much single cell for about 3 billion years. So how do you classify that as mother-father when the Earth was single cell for about 3 billion years? Like, I'm just curious, when you say you threw me off with that, so I'm curious about how you process that.
Well, you got cells that can just reproduce, right?
Where do cells come from?
Man, we don't stop.
Can I just get in here real quickly? He's talking about 4 million years ago. I went all the way back to before we had humans, so to speak, or even hominids, or I'm going back to the beginning.
Unc, no, he don't know because he can't speak.
You know what's so crazy? They'd rather give it up to a damn piece of like fungi or some piece of amoeba than give it up to women. That they rather say that before. No, women didn't just exist on the earth because we have Lucy, where all humans came from. They'd rather say that we came from a piece of glob out of the ocean that morphed into a fish, then off into a damn weird ass. Well, you say they have Lucy. The white man is Lucy, right? Right. So I believe that I don't even know where we came from, but I'm gonna say this. I don't believe we came from a damn like glob in the ocean and then morphed into. I think so too. I think we did come from another. I think that we might not, because you know what? The Congo, listen, the Dogon said we came from the Sirius B. We came from the stars. But right, you know what? Yeah, y'all, if you want to say y'all came from a blob in the ocean and then morphed into some monkey being like that then began to that I don't think that's our evolution story. You guys are touting an evolution story that is not your own. At least for black people. I don't think that black people came from this Luca in the ground and then morphed into something like. We were the first people. Well, you know what? Listen, they found Lucy. Where was the male? That's what they ain't talking about. Yeah. Every time they find it, there was no men. Endogenous. But I'm gonna say this is that people would prefer to give it up instead of saying that women existed on this earth first and then we gave birth to other, we mutated into then men. That would probably be the closest thing to evolution that probably happened. But you'd rather say that existed than you'd rather say that we came up out of the ocean as fish, crawled up out like some kind of creature from the lagoon, and then grew hair, and then got tails, and then began to like go into the trees and wrap our tails around the tree, and then eat bananas, and then we went from bananas to becoming standing upright. You'd rather believe that bullshit than women were here first. And that we probably did come from another star. So there's probably some kind of weird ass shit going on. You know, maybe advanced civilization on another planet. Well, I don't know. But listen. It just as far fetched as this Lucy thing is just as far fetched as that there was a female planet that these people came down on spaceships, came down and inhabited the earth and started giving birth to man. But at least you have like tribes in Africa that say, hey, the Dogon tribe will say that, hey, like we came from the Sirius B. And that's a tale old as time, but science, modern science is saying that we came from like some amoeba called Luca that was in a puddle somewhere, made of fungi and all kind of whatever the hell, and then eventually like it turned into a fish for some why would it not just be Luca and just be Luca why isn't there no more Luca? If Luca is the origin, what happened to the Luca? Why is it not still creating beings and having things morph up out of it and come walking up onto you know what I'm saying? If that is what the origin, but there's women that are having babies, there's women still giving birth, but I don't see no Luca with people coming up out the ocean, you know what I'm saying? Turning into fish and then morphing into monkeys and then wouldn't, if that was the actual thing that existed, wouldn't it be something that continues to is happening? Why would it change for whatever? Why would it stop? You know, like if we came from this universal common ancestor of like just some globulous like slime like creature thing. Like what the fuck are we talking about, bro? Yeah, I believe in intelligent design. What else happened? What happened to Black Jesus? I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you what. We don't come from Luca, but let's hear what
on the scientific level. Because when we look at nature and we're talking about evolution doesn't come of itself.
Yeah.
It has to be a force that's over evolution. And this is what our scientists are studying. This is why they're having a problem with general relativity and quantum physics. They don't understand the theorem, because when they understand that theorem, then they'll see reality. Then they can talk about what's putting everything into motion.
But why would
you can laugh all you want, huh?
I know. Why would you yell if you knew? If you knew, why would you yell like that?
I know. You don't know. All you can say is you don't know. I don't need to be a scientist to know.
Why are you yelling though?
I just want to know how the human beings get on this planet.
He can't tell you. He can't tell you.
No, the young lady's about to give the game.
It's just about
you jump in and talk about something different than what she's talking about.
Because if you got to use your sense, because there's a force that's above nature.
Okay, I respect that you think that, but I'm just saying what they're talking about is the point after that, brother. So let her give her
talk
game.
about a little bit. Yeah, go ahead, Nepal. I'm sorry.
Well, there's a word that they hate over here in this community, but I'm gonna say it. Abiogenesis. Abiogenesis. That's it. That's the answer.
Break it down.
Abiogenesis. Well, let me get to the Bible. Remember, God said there was some dust in the ground and He made a man out of it. There you go. It's abiogenesis. That's, if you're looking for that, like I'm trying to figure out where you're going. Like, do you want to know the beginning of beginning? How any living organism was formed? That's abiogenesis.
Keep it with humans.
That's he's asking specifically about humans coming. Pretty much, I would offer the brothers asking about humans coming out of water. Maybe at that point, I think that's the point.
That would be abiogenesis.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? With that, in order for any life to continue, for instance, let's scale it down to animals, right?
Yeah, I'm not listening to you, bro.
You can't shake the world up and produce a chicken.
I'm not listening to you,
shake
bro.
the world up to produce.
I'm not sitting there listening to that, bro. Y'all niggas.
What
What
does shake the world up even mean?
You can't shake the world up and do what?
Yeah, what does shake the world up even mean?
Listen.
What did you say?
1 minute. For
I'm
living
not
organism.
Y'all didn't stay and listen to me. I tried to identify the 3 domains to life.
Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead, man.
Eukaryotic, archaic, and goddamn bacteria.
That's right.
Then you got Luca, the universal common ancestor that went into different environments and mutated in an environment.
What's the point?
Okay.
That's not asking.
Okay, so why does the bacteria
Let me finish. So when we talk about tetrapods,
okay, see all this bullshit. Why doesn't bacteria create different other creatures then? Why have this process stopped? Why hasn't bacteria formed with other bacteria, didn't create like some kind of creature? The shit is so ridiculous. And they be real like thinking that they cooking with this shit. It's like, well, what? Why did it stop? Bacteria still exist, fungi still exist, amoeba still exists. All these like liquids and fluids and things still exist. Why is it that nothing is like mutating and then creating like new beings? Where's the new advanced humans coming out of the ground? Where's the new Luca beings coming from? Why did it stop? Why would it continue? Why wouldn't it continue? The way that the earth was at the time, it had the right environment for. I mean, there's parts of Earth that probably still have that environment. You know what I'm saying? There's like geysers, and I mean, if you look around the Earth, there's all kind of wild ass things. There's salt mine. There's all type of really interesting environments on the Earth that could form this like bacteria, gross, like slimy, and then it could turn into a fish, and then it could grow legs, and it just crawl up. And then crack. Why haven't it stopped? Why did it stop? Why is it still doing it?
Come out the water, fish. You want to start with humans? Start with fish, the backload fish. Start with that.
So you're saying fish turn into human beings?
See how I'm in the middle of talking, and y'all with the most stupidest ideas I've ever heard in my life gonna overtalk me. And I said the 3 domains of life. Think about where we at. Go figure it out for a minute. I said the
hypothesis that you're
you
talking
out
about.
nowhere. The hypothetical. You don't even know what hypothetical means in science.
I do, because why can't you reproduce it?
You're just talking. See?
Why can't you reproduce it? Why can't you make Luca right now and make a human being come out?
I watch your idea gonna be crazy. What's your idea? Watch this.
I'd rather say I don't know than to say that I know.
And he should have did the same
If you
thing.
don't know, why question is a question?
Because that's bullshit. It's still a hypothetical. It's bullshit.
Right. He don't know because he don't possess a
He
thing.
don't know either.
He don't know, right?
You don't.
He don't know, but he pretending like he do.
Everybody is so strong about what.
Stupid. Yeah, come on. Look, you full of it, bro.
I know.
I tell you what's
This is weird right here, bro.
I tell you what, y'all smart humans, pull up your damn biology book or shut the hell up. Now I gotta get mean. If you don't have a biology book, shut the hell up right now.
So I pulled up a book.
Everybody's all crazy.
Ooh, he have a biology book. Ooh, he brought out his biology. Oh man, he did that. He ate with that. Who wrote the book though? Who wrote the book? Who wrote the book? She say, who wrote the book though? Until you get this book. Is it what grade is this? Is it like it's an introduction to microbiology? Okay. So it's probably 9th grade or probably I don't know, microbiology. It's probably like 9th grade. But who wrote the book? Well, y'all crazy as hell. Bro.
Go get your biology book right now.
Show me a microscope and an actual thing you're making Luca turn into something.
I am challenging y'all right now.
Don't show me no goddamn book.
Nah.
Don't listen. If you claim to be as smart as you are and you got a microbiology book, where is your microscope and all your science shit? Why would you just have a book? No, do some experiments. Make this shit happen. Show me some Luca, mix it with some bacteria, some fungi. Boom, boom, boom. Make it happen. Show me its evolution over time. You got the book. It tells you how to do it. It's telling you the book right there. The book is the ingredients, right? Whenever you have a cookbook, it's telling you how to cook, right? So the microbiology should be showing you how it actually works, right? So why can't you actually reproduce it? Why can't you actually make this whole Luca, create the men from the Green Lagoon? You know what I'm saying? Like a fucking creature. What's that shit called? I think there's a name for it where they was making like these. It's like a monoculus or something. It's a monoculus. Something Boculus. It's a name for it where you could like humungulus or homunculus or whatever. Take your sperm, mix it in with some bacteria, some damn thing, and make a homunculus, and then make it actually it's a protein, like some amino acids, some all that, and then create it. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll believe you. Lab where Luca is turning into human beings.
I don't want to hear none of that.
Turn into human beings.
Y'all taught me to death. I knew it. I knew it.
Human beings now.
I know it. You see how I go on to you?
Yeah, this crazy right here.
Why
Bro.
can't you make human beings?
Yeah, this crazy as hell.
Talk me to death. Talk me to death. Look, talk to
Scientists are in the lab right now. Why can't they use Luca?
It's like basic science.
Yeah, basic science. I'm saying these people not even comprehending on a 5th grade level, yo. You get it?
I'm just saying, if that's the case, if Luca is a thing, then why can't they?
I ain't listening to you. Not listening to you.
Everybody listen to you.
All these things exist right now. Amino acids, fatty acids. Man, this is getting so childish. I'm not listening to you. I'm not listening. Honey, he done went down. He done brought up the 5th grade microbiology book, and then he's acting like a 5th grader. He put the book down. I'm not listening to you. Yeah. Yeah. No, I like they You're right, but he said he got the book on how to create a person based on microbiology. Until you get this book right here, you can't create nothing. Like, what? You don't know nothing. Well, okay, well, normally when you have a book, you should be able to then create what's in the book, right? You should be able to like mix a few things together and make it, right? I would go with the ancient text before I go with the microbiology book from 2025. It's
Genesis. When you said that, real quick, when you say that scientists haven't done that, but there are scientists. This is back in the 50s. They did. You're naming the building blocks of life, and that has been replicated in a lab. Like
how they created it's too. But what is those building blocks, Nepal? What's the building blocks?
She named some of them amino acids. She said lipids. What else did you?
That's protein. Come on, yo. What are we talking about here? But that I told y'all.
So bacteria, fungi, all these different things that supposedly make up human. That's the case. Bacteria, fungi, amino acids, protein, minerals, vitamins. All these things make up human beings. They didn't discover that. Exactly. They didn't discover. They didn't create it. They discovered it. They had to find out about it, right? Right. It's already written. And so whatever book that he's showing, all it's doing is repeating what the ancients already knew. Right? Because he already said they got their information from the ancients, right? So he's bringing out a modern book, but I don't see Luca in ancient text. That's some new shit that they're coming up with to go against the ancients. Ancients ain't said shit about no damn Luca creating no human being. That's some new shit that they came up with to go against divine, and you know what I'm saying? Like the fact that there are, you know what I'm saying? Go against us, right? Okay. Go against what's it called? What you call design? What's the name? Not divine design, but go against the fact that there is a creator. You know, if they can like boil it down to a glob on the earth, they can like say that God doesn't exist, and it's all a matter of just a chain reaction. But I'm saying is that if it's only a chain reaction, it should be able to be replicated. Period. You know what I'm saying? Divine, what was it called? What's it called? Something design, immaculate design, whatever design. You know what I'm saying? Like rather than saying that there's a God that created everything and that we don't even know, They'd rather say that no, everything came up out of the ocean. And what's crazy is Nepal, I love you, but how in the hell are you a Hebrew Israelite and you believe in Luca?
Then we got to get into the fish,
And create a
right?
living
And then we got to get into the monkeys, the old world monkeys, the primates. Y'all gonna argue at that point. Y'all argue at every point. You know why? Because you shrouded in ignorance at this point. And now y'all got a biology book. If you took the time out before you came on this show and at least read a 5th grade biology book, you'd be in the game. But no. We got one guy on here to swear he didn't created the theorem of everything, but yet he up here talking to me. I couldn't challenge him on shit. Then you got the system. The new age, the civilization came from nowhere. The new.
No, I said that there's lost civilization. That's
my fault. My fault. I don't definitely don't want to mischaracterize you. Because the characterize you properly is enough. You talking about some advanced civilization, then the other guys running around here trying to give me a daggone movie about some wild Christian nationalist acting like an intelligent designer. At this point, I feel like I'm shrouded in ignorance. Right, 5th grade reading book cure all this right here.
Right. So he's dissing intelligent design. Now this guy says he has a theorem or whatever, and a theory about how he believes things go. Listen, all these things are really just thoughts and theories. Like so, the problem is that one person wants to feel like they're right 100%. All these things could be valid explanations as to why things exist. The problem is that when one person wants to feel like their ideal or whatever they're following is more superior than others. It could be a combination of everything. It could be everything that you're saying, you know? But I would rather say I don't know than to like be like, well, I know, and then y'all you guys are just all fucking stupid and blah, blah, you know, but what the hell is that about? That's ego. That's your ego and stuff. Get over your ego.
If y'all just go to the store tomorrow and go get you a 5th grade biology book, y'all will come back and say, thank you, brother. But no. You're going to watch a movie for 3 hours like this. You ain't looking like this for 3 hours. You put a video in it looking like this.
You don't realize evolution is false.
You still don't prove your point. You did all that rambling.
No, but it's true though. There's facts in these basic books that you can even when I just said to you, before I said the thing about the lab and you know the basic building blocks, you were like, no scientist has ever done anything in a lab, and then we presented to you, and you're like,
human being. I said create a human being.
Well, listen. There's even in the womb.
Human beings evolve. See the difference? Go ahead, Nepal.
No, go ahead.
They don't create
without
human
sperm
beings.
and an egg.
Right.
So they've made the human beings without sperm and egg.
Humans evolve.
And the whole human came from like
I didn't say that.
A little bit of protein, a little bit of amino acids, a little bit of
whatever
you want to say, and boom, and a human being.
With the origin of life, with the origin of human beings, life was already
with some plasma, and boom,
3 billion years for 3.75 billion years, before humans even think about coming. Humans are late on the clock.
Yes.
You only been
I would say even, monkey. Let's not say humans. Create a monkey out of what y'all said. Create a
monkey.
Here's the thing: is that humans are late to the thing. White people are even later, and that's who wrote that book that you're reading called Microbiology. That you're like actually about to die on a hill for. You're talking about something. Well, listen, humans came late to the game. Well, honey. Ancient knowledge came with those humans, and then later they made a microbiology book about whatever bullshit you're talking about, Luca. So yeah, create a chicken out of it.
We can't do it, Queen. Can't do it. Hey, you said we won't say what we don't know. We're telling you we don't know how to do that shit.
Okay, but you know what? You think create a monkey.
You can't do shit but read a book about it and say that you know something. Okay, so I'd rather say I don't know than to whip out a damn microbiology book and be like, you guys ain't even read this microbiology book. You don't know what book I read, and I still be like, that shit's a bunch of bullshit. Because you know what? It's things that existed before that book came out. There was theories and things that all existed prior to that book. So shouts out to the book, but who wrote the book? That's what they're teaching at the college or the high school or whatever you got that, but probably your nephew, you grabbed that book like you had it in your, you really be reading that book. You don't be reading that damn book. Shut up. It's simple, like just a Luca.
No. Hey, watch this.
You can't do it.
Hold on, I got y'all. You know what? Hey, Nepal, watch this. Y'all want how stupid to get? Watch this. Now I said, right? We talk about human beings. So I started talking about life after it got to Earth. There's two events like the Great Oxidation, right? Okay. Now, watch me ask these super intelligent people. Then you explain it to me and watch how they do it. So I'm gonna start off with you, sis. How do humans come about on planet Earth?
I'd rather say I don't know than
Thank
say
you. So you're out the competition at this point. That's honest. Thank you. But you act like you do know, because
I've been saying I don't know the whole time. I said I'd rather say I don't know. No, earlier I said I don't know. I'd rather say I don't know than to pretend.
But if you say you don't know, hold on. If you say you don't know,
go into a lab and create a human
hold
being.
on. If you say you don't know, then that means you don't know. Then you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Then
No, I know what you're talking about. I just
know
I don't.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's impossible.
If you know by a shadow of
Act like you know.
other than having sex with another human being and
Well, this is the thing. If I can just jump in here, if you don't know, this is the thing. In a logical,
see, here's the thing. I said I don't know, but just because I said I don't know does not mean I don't know what subject he's speaking of. I believe, I would rather say right, a drop of a bucket, and in the things of what we know about existence now, to exist. I don't know how humans came to exist, and I don't think that you know. I don't give a fuck how many books you bring out about microbiology and Luca and this, but you're willing to tell me, well, if you don't know, then you need to be quiet. Well, no, because all you're doing is you're reading from a book of what somebody else theory of it is, what they think that what might have happened, but no one has created a human from scratch on this earth. I mean, I'm not talking about like had sex and I'm saying that in a lab, put like some amino acids together, not even sperm. Sperm can't be in it. That's still coming from another human. I mean, took some Luca, some sperm, some protein, amino acids, bacteria, fungi, blah blah blahs and blah whatever, and then made a whole human from that. No one has done that. So as much as you think that you know, you still don't know. But you trying to say, because I at least admit, no, I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like I know something that I ain't made nothing out of it like that. I can tell you how I made my kids. Me and the dad came together and boom, and sperm hit the egg, you know what I'm saying, fertilized, and baby came, you know what I'm saying? But I can't tell you the process in which, like, you know, and then be able to duplicate that process. If you can't duplicate the process, you don't know. I can tell you how to bake a cake all day long, but I can't tell you how to create a human. So for you guys to take that, I don't know. I'm being honest, you know. I know how to make a cake. I know how to fry some eggs, make some chicken, you know what I'm saying? Make a salad. But a human being, no, I don't know how to do that. No, and I don't know when the first one, I don't know what the first thing was. So that's just straight up, just honest
conversation. And this isn't just for her. If you don't know, you can't weigh in. You have to just sit back.
You gotta act like you don't know. You act like you know. You act like you got something for us.
He act like he know too. And
I do know.
But if you don't know, how you know he don't know?
Yeah, how would you know I don't know?
You don't know. How you know?
Other than my basic
like it's impossible to do that.
Impossible.
If you don't know, you don't know. How you know he don't know?
Oh man.
Exactly. He don't got no lab to with the.
Where you at, Shadowban? Where you at? Shadowban, where you at? Where you at?
Okay.
Where you at?
Almost.
So go ahead,
He
sir.
said you don't know how
Explain.
you know he don't know. And I said because they talked over me. Because he don't got no lab with no human being coming up out of it. That's how I know. Unless he said, listen, this is the human I created in my lab, in my garage. Like, I don't really get, you don't know either, bro. You just reading books. You can't read a book and then think you know something. That's somebody else's information that they don't even know what the fuck they talking about either. They just talking about what they think. You read a book about what somebody else thinking. Now you think you know something. If you don't get the fuck up out of here with that bullshit.
Explain to us. Go ahead.
That was the question I asked you.
Yeah, you can't ask that.
I asked you that question. I was asking the question.
I did. I said it starts out. I said with the 3 domains of life. Domains of life. That's what I said, yo. We definitely not a plant, yo. We animals, yo. So we start from animal evolution, right? We animals.
So you're saying
we have a skeletal system. So we evolved from things with a skeletal system. I talked about I talked about the backload fish that come out the water.
Okay, so
Talk about that. The tetrapods, right?
Okay.
Then I moved up. Hold on. So we're 350 million years, yo. With the fish to do push-ups, yo. 350 million years. All right? And let's just keep moving it forward a little bit more.
Right.
All right? And just keep.
This nigga ain't lived more than 50 years. He talking about 350,000 years ago. You don't get the fuck up out of here. A million years. He said 350 million years ago. So you want to tell me about something that happened 350 million years and nobody has any evidence of, but these are theories of what they think. He wasn't there. He was not, man, maybe he was there in the past life. Maybe he was Olodumare and, you know what I'm saying, and there at the beginning of time and, you know, but he don't even believe in God. He's an atheist. So I don't even know where would he even get this from? That he think he knows something that
Move it forward a little bit more. Now, let's get to the hominids. Let's go to 7 million. Okay? Let's find our common ancestor with chimpanzees. About 7 million years ago. All right?
You're talking a step down, huh?
No, I'm not. I'm moving us forward. I'm moving to the hominids, the hominidae.
Right.
Okay? I'm talking about Homo erectus. Walk the right. Okay? And then now I'm starting to name the different humans.
I'm saying evolution itself is a step down.
No, you're gonna step your ass down while I'm talking. You're gonna
hey, bro, you can watch yourself, man. Come on, I don't treat you like that. I do not treat you like that.
Yeah, that was personal. Yeah,
no, it wasn't. I said you gonna. It was a joke.
I do not treat you like that, but I don't treat you like that.
But he don't know you're joking. So respect. He didn't know you were joking. So just give him that.
No, hold on. I'm not giving you nothing because hope it is rude. At about the third hour of being rude.
Hey, bro, you know how many times you cut me off?
Right.
All right, and just keep moving forward a little bit more. Now, let's get to the hominids. Let's go to 7 million. Okay, let's find our common ancestor with chimpanzees. About 7 million years ago. All right,
you're talking a step down, huh?
No, I'm not. I'm moving us forward. I'm moving to the hominids, the hominidae.
Right.
Okay, I'm talking about Homo erectus. Walk the right. Okay, and then now I'm starting to name the different humans.
I'm saying evolution itself is a step down.
No, you're gonna step your ass down while I'm talking. You're gonna
hey, bro, you can watch yourself, man. Come on, I don't treat you like that. I do not treat you like that.
Yeah, that was personal. Yeah,
no, it wasn't. I said you gonna. It was a joke.
I do not treat you like that, but I don't treat you like that.
But he don't know you're joking. So respect. He didn't know you were joking. So just give him that.
No, hold on. I'm not giving you nothing because hope it is rude. At about the third hour of being rude.
Hey, bro, you know how many times you cut me off?
Because I'm hosting the show. I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not listening to none of y'all. I done sat up here for hours. I should have put your asses off when you first start talking reckless and crazy. Now we get to the point. Hold on, let me finish my point. Hold on. Now that we get to the point where everybody get their chance, now I'm not listening to that because he disrespecting me with a wild ass theory about everything. That is disrespect. It is disrespectful to me. It's disrespectful to me. You can't tell me it was disrespectful. That's one thing you can never do. You can't tell another man was disrespectful.
No, you got to understand if somebody's trying to be disrespectful or not. But he wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
So how long? Okay, so
go ahead. Let's skip it. Go ahead, bro.
I say don't cut me off.
He was breaking down. Wait, he was talking about the timeline, and y'all jumped in about respect. Can we hear the rest of what he's saying?
That's what I'm asking to do. Finish it.
For 45 minutes, he keep cutting me off, and that's not disrespectful. For 45 minutes, he been cutting me off. Him in particular, this guy that got soft because I cracked Joe Bo stepping down. All of a sudden, he fell apart. He's sitting there trying to convince us he got a theorem of everything. I should have cut him off, but I didn't. I was nice. Now
go on with your nonsense.
They get mad.
Go on with your nonsense.
That's
go on with your
disrespectful.
nonsense.
That's disrespectful saying that. See how you disrespectful? It's not nonsense. Right. It's biology.
Okay, go with your biology. Go with your biology.
So I think I'm at Homo erectus. Homo gastar. No, I'm breaking away now. Now we got a common ancestor here. All right, and we come up with maybe Homo erectus. We talking Homo erectus. We talking Homo gastar. We talking Homo naledi. I'm giving you the different humans now. There's one that survived, and that's Homo sapiens sapien. And we find Homo sapiens sapien at Morocco about 350,000 years. We find Homo sapien at about South Africa, somewhere about maybe close to maybe 275,000 years. And then Olduvai Gorge, Omo Valley, maybe 260.
You know, it's so crazy. When they found these bones, right, they were all broken up. They pieced them together just like they did the fucking dinosaurs. It ain't like they found them, they was buried and nicely. Like it was like pieces of the thing all scattered, and they put it together and said, "Hey, Homo sapien, Lucy." White people, exactly. Listen, I did a whole thing about this shit. They grabbed, like, they found a femur, they found a jawbone, a fingertip, and boom. And next thing you know, they had a whole put some titties on it and said, "Listen, this is what it looked like. This is Lucy." All these things are bones that they found, like one piece of a bone, and said, "Oh, must be a Homo erectus. Oh, look, let's find this piece. Oh, this must be a blah 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 blah." Listen, do you understand they have built entire dinosaurs based on one bone? You go to the museum and they will have an entire dinosaur. They'll find a jaw of something and make an entire creature out of it. I don't know, Lucy, white or black? It was in South Africa, so I guess I don't know. She was black. Listen, all I know is there was no other bones of males found by Lucy. So how did Lucy procreate? You found Lucy. Where's the male Lucy? So you found a female. How did Lucy have other Homo erectus? What was the process? Why wasn't there a Lucy and Donovan or and Joe right next to Lucy? How you find Lucy and not the counterpart of Lucy? How did we procreate? If you only found Lucy, where is the other counterpart of Lucy? Endogenous. But you want to like talk shit, like, oh no, you guys ain't want. If you don't get this microbiology book, you don't know what the hell you talking about. Okay, well, let's do the microbiology of how humans come together and create other offspring. Where is the counterpart of Lucy? He should have been buried somewhere close to that, right? Should have been Lucy and John right next to each other. This is Lucy, and down the street we found John. Even though, so this is Lucy's parted up body. We found John down about 2 miles away, and that's how they came together and this was the how it was made. Why is nobody stopping her? What was the counterpart of Lucy? Where was the counterpart of Lucy? I mean, where was Lucy's mate? You want to talk about Lucy so bad, right? You want to talk about Homo erectus? Well, we found bones of Homo erectus. These were female bones, not male. Where were the male? I mean, y'all, that's what y'all want to y'all want to go off of this embrace all this we came from monkeys, we came from Lucy, we came from where's the rest of the other bones? Where was her mate? How did Lucy procreate? Does anybody know? Is anybody in the audience that could tell me? Could somebody like listen here? I'm gonna drop the link. How did Lucy, if we came from monkeys and then we came from Homo erecti based on fossil record, how did Lucy procreate? Where is the record of the counterpart of Lucy? So does Lucy either prove that Lucy was being able to procreate on her own? So were monkeys just dropping babies? Like, just, you know what I'm saying? And why did they stop? Why did they stop being single-celled organisms? You know what I'm saying? Like, where they could just like have like drop eggs into their own sack. You know, what's really going on here? Everybody, listen, people want to play on my top like I'm dumb, but I'm like you really don't even want to you don't want to get me going. You don't want to do it. They're not saying shit because I mean, say what they're gonna say. What you fixing to say? let me break it down. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on, let me just, because all this stuff is going into like this whole cover up. Because they love to bring up Lucy. Let's go into it.
Mothers, all the way back to the mitochondrial Eve, the single woman in Africa from which all living humans descended. You notice that they didn't find a man with her, right? Hello? Where's the man? The egg selects the sperm. Contrary to popular belief, they done made you believe that the sperm is what selects the egg. These sperm, they're swimming, they're trying to get to the egg. No, baby, that's not how that goes. The egg selects the sperm, not the other way around. Recent research shows the egg sends a chemical signal that attracts specific sperm and repels others. Thank you. And repels others. So our eggs send out a signal. Well, the feminine is not passive in conception. She is the selector, the chooser, the gatekeeper of which genetics move forward. The placenta, the organ that sustains all human life in the womb, is built by the fetus using maternal resources. It is the most sophisticated biological interface on Earth, and medical science still doesn't fully understand it. The feminine body creates an organ from scratch for every pregnancy and then discards it after birth. No male body does anything comparable, not even close. Your mothers, all the way back to the mitochondrial Eve, the single woman in Africa from which all living humans descended. You notice that they didn't find a man with her, right?
You understand?
Laws. Week 8, the doctrine of discovery. The doctrine of discovery, what we've been talking about all week. The doctrine of discovery, how the Bible was weaponized for colonization, slavery, and genocide. Dumb to verses, inter caetera, and the curse of Ham as manufactured justifications. Week 9, comparative spirituality, African, indigenous, Eastern traditions, what existed before and what was stolen, and what can be reclaimed. Week 10, personal reckoning. Now that you know the full story, what does your relationship with this text look like? What do you keep? What do you release? What do you reclaim? That would be Bible study, an actual critical examination of the text, its origins, its authors, its politics, its African precursors, and its role in colonization. What happens on Wednesday nights at the church? That's book club for a book you're not allowed to question. So, laws. Week 8, the doctrine of discovery.
Right. So when it really comes down to it, and shouts out to this young lady, because I mean, she breaks it down. You know, we want to pretend like we came from some monkeys. Y'all want to talk about some monkeys we came from? All right. You rather believe that Luca came and morphed into a fish and morphed into a damn lizard and turned into a I mean, you do go through evolution in the when you are, you know what I'm saying? There is an evolutionary process in the womb where all those things kind of happen. But whether or not, like, does it really happen like on Earth like that? I don't know. Rather say I don't know. I'd rather say I don't know than to tout myself as knowing and don't know shit.
See, 5,000 years. Out of these, Homo sapiens sapiens, you will get modern humans. All right? We right here living and breathing. We come from that population. That's the answer. So now I'm giving you your shot, Mr. Smarty. Now you tell us. We're listening. We're quiet. We're not going to interrupt you for 45 minutes long. I mute myself out. Ready, set, go.
Yeah, mute yourself out. Because nature doesn't produce itself. It's a force
above nature. And this is what the question he's been asking all the time. So you fade out. Okay. So
I didn't fade out.
He's listening, bro. He's listening.
So we truly have to understand what's putting everything into motion.
I'm gonna make sure you believe that. Go ahead.
When you talking evolution, what's putting evolution into motion? What does that? Scientifically. What would you say do that? When you talk about the cells, when you're talking biology, what is biology? You taking us to the periodic table? So you know it's pure energy that's forming everything. And basic science, they taught us in school about the atoms and matter. Matter doesn't come of itself, which is nature, which is what you're talking about when you're talking evolution. Don't realize that evolution is really a step down, but you don't understand why evolution is necessary. And this is why I was telling you that evolution is the gravitational process of our growth and development. It was necessary. We need it. We needed evolution. But you don't understand why we need evolution. Ain't nobody against evolution, but what's putting evolution into motion? What is it that's forming everything that we see in the universe? What's forming that? Come on, Unc. You know it's a force beyond that. Tell us what it is.
You tell us, brother, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Down. Let me ask you this question since you don't know what I'm talking about.
See, they don't believe in God. They're atheists. So they'll never admit that there's a force behind evolution, that there's actually a creator. That's what this is really about. People would prefer to believe in Luca and all this other scientific thing in Darwin and everything like this than to say that there's a divine design, an intelligent design. There's a creator that created all of this. That is the problem. See? Show proof God is real. Show proof Luca is real. Show proof that you can make a human from Luca. There is proof aliens are real. Show proof God is real. Well, there's also proof a lot of stuff, but Luca, that's where we supposedly came from in evolution, right? So if we came from Luca, show me that Luca is real. The last universal common ancestors, Luca, Luca. People are doing fireworks outside, so now Luca is just a piece, like some cum juice the earth created to make you. Honey, I don't know, child. Some goo, some black goo that made humans.
What is it?
Don't ask me.
I'm asking you to tell us. You don't want
No.
You didn't know.
I'm asking you. What is it that forms everything?
I have no idea.
I'm asking you. I don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, okay.
We don't know.
Yeah, you tell us. You seem to know. What do you think it is?
I don't know.
For 45 minutes, yo.
Why you keep telling us there's a force that does then if you don't know?
Yeah.
But I do know.
There's a force that does.
But I do know. But I do know.
Tell me. I'm asking you because I don't know.
Yeah, really.
We've
okay. But
you don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know. That's why I can't ask you.
Yeah, brother, you've been talking on here, and you've been talking with Unc as if you know something, right?
I just keep telling you.
Hold on.
I'm asking you what force you keep referring to.
Let me ask you this question: do you feel that there is a force that puts that it is a force? You just don't know what it is. Is that correct?
I don't know nothing about it. I don't know nothing about it.
So you don't know there's a force beyond nature. You don't know that. So you playing. You playing, bro.
I'm dead serious. I don't know.
You don't. No, I'm dead serious.
Won't you tell me? You don't want to know. You tell me. I'm trying to ask you.
But what is
Stop
it? What is the force you're talking? What is the force?
Can you just tell me? You don't want to keep saying it. That's what made me ask.
Okay, hold on. This is what our scientific community is studying.
The what kind of community, yo?
Our scientific community is studying gravity, electromagnetism, the nuclear strong force, and the nuclear weak force. This is what our scientists are studying.
We're talking about
studying
humans.
that.
No, we're talking about humans. Don't play me. I done sit here and
stop.
Hey, Montoya, did I not say? I said this is the part of the show where it gets silly.
Stop.
All right.
Yeah,
stop it up.
Really asking him what is the force that he keeps referring to. I want him to tell me.
I just named the forces, the four fundamental forces of nature. The four fundamental forces of nature. They put everything into motion.
I would know that. I don't know that shit.
Strong and weak nuclear forces, gravity and magnoelectricity. He just talking.
You regurgitating. You throwing up, Unc. That's all you're doing is regurgitating other people's stuff, like as if you understand. Understand.
Wait, that's not the four. That's not the four fundamental forces you were talking about, yo.
Hey, bro. Hold on. I asked you, what is it that's putting everything into motion? What's forming the matter?
Are you serious? Is it the 4 things you just said?
Yeah.
I'm asking.
Yeah, but Unc ain't studying the 4 things. He's not studying.
I'm just saying, are you
I
telling
said strong and weak, yo.
This
is what I'm telling you, that evolution as a evolution far as the human race is a step down from that universal force.
I got you. Now what? After come to be. Go ahead. After step down, when you got mad about the step down. When I say step down, your ass don't cut me off.
I'm telling you that evolution is false. That's what I'm saying. But what do I mean false? Hold on. What do I mean false? I'm saying that it's incomplete.
We gotta go to the next.
That's what I mean by false. It's incomplete. You regurgitating evolution don't mean you understand life.
I know a guy. I say Montoya watch it get crazy. They be off for hours. I say as soon as I give everybody a chance. The sister says she don't know. After she beat me up for hours on like she do. Then
I'd rather say I don't know than pretend like I do.
Pure energy. Pure energy. Pure energy.
It's a science book I brought. Just look at this science book I got like from the elementary, and then this is how everything is. Hey, listen, until you make a human, you say, listen, this is the human I made based on this science book. I don't want to hear none of that shit.
Ain't nowhere in the world. She don't want to hear nothing from
nothing unless you can make a human.
That's the question she asked. Humans exist, so where did they come from?
Grant, now don't worry about it.
Reproduce the
Hold on, we gotta call her, man. We gotta let Grant on here pick up the Grant, man.
If all the directions are
all right, sis, we don't trust you, sis.
Right. So see how you talking over me? All I said was what we made from is reproduction. And all this shit that you're talking about is bullshit. Now, unless cloning exists, that I don't know. Can we make clones? I don't know. I mean, based on what he said, we can clone.
But you don't know. But yet you seem to know every time somebody else says something, you know what it's.
You seem to know. You got your book that you brought up. If you ain't got this book, then you can't tell me how to make it.
I have another question regarding evolution.
No. You don't question. You don't question shit at this point. You seem to know something.
Yeah.
Right. He got his book though. Don't question it unless you got the book. He don't got the Bible. He got the microbiology book that somebody wrote recently in 2022. You know what I'm saying? His nephew book, microbiology book from high school. He got that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Grant.
Yeah. So about the pure energy, what do you think is what is your definition of pure energy to the gentleman that was speaking before?
We're talking about electromagnetism, gravity, the nuclear strong force, and the nuclear weak force. This is the pure energy. It's that invisible energy that forms everything. But we learn this in basic science when they teach us about atoms and matter. Atoms can't be seen with the natural eye. But when atoms take form, we call it matter. That's nature itself. That's the physical world that we see.
Okay,
so we know it's a force beyond the physical, because physical don't come of itself.
Are you then positing that there's a creator that created the force, the pure energy?
That creative force is energy. You can call it what you want, God, Yahshua, Yahweh, whatever they want to call it. I don't care what they call it. But we're talking about energy itself.
So you're certain about pure energy, but you're more ambiguous.
Yes, I am. And I'm certain about energy.
Yes.
I'm certain about that.
Energy.
Yes.
You're certain about energy,
yes.
But you're ambiguous about what is creating the energy or the name of the energy creator, correct?
And what? See, this I can't stand what these guys come on. Well, I want to talk about. Okay, so let me. You get like this one dude that has. Okay, well, I'm going to talk to you in a really nerdy voice. And okay, so you're concerned about that. I don't. Yeah. I hate it when people like this come up because it's like he wants to like be the like a lawyer and ask questions.
The name of the energy creator. Again, you're talking pure energy. You can call it. It's got many names. You can call it what you want.
Yeah, no.
I'm talking about.
In your worldview, you're saying that energy is equivalent to God, and then everyone who has a different God can call it whatever name they want. Correct?
Again, it is, but one God, you can call it what you want. That's what I'm saying. You can give it any.
Yeah, we're trying to find the ripest banana so we can shove it up your ass. There we go. We're trying to like build a banana.
Name that you want.
So the Hindus have multiple gods.
The Hindu. This is what we got to understand, and this is the reason for the Grand Unified Theorem. The Grand Unified Theorem unifies all principles. I don't care if you're studying science, mathematics, biology, chemistry, or even theology. It's all telling the same story. That's what the equation does. It unifies all the principles, so we won't be fighting against each other about what we think we understand.
I think it's the banana's getting bigger. Go on ahead, open wide.
So why you holding it back? Why you ain't give it to somebody?
Hey, bro, you don't know what I'm doing right now. You ain't got a clue, you ain't got a clue what I'm doing right now.
You put your hand and say, are you mad, yo?
So you have a grand unifying theory, correct?
Come on, man.
Yes,
You know it's cool, yo.
yes, I have the grand unified theorem. I can unify gravity and electromagnetism. How did I do that? Because I looked at it in a different sense. I looked at that. I looked at the.
So
Go ahead.
what is the equation? How do you get to this place? What's the math? Would you have like math behind it?
Yeah, I got math behind it. But again,
can you give us some of the?
Hey,
I'm generally asking the questions.
But this guy in the background,
who me?
You know, no, I'm talking about this guy in the background that want to laugh.
Don't worry about Unc laughs at me all the time. He makes fun of me, so I don't worry about him. I'm trying to figure out your grand unifying.
Hey, you ain't nowhere in the world, yo. I'm up here, eyes red, tall, yo. You playing with me, yo?
I'm playing with you. No, you playing with me. You playing with me.
So you
keep playing with me.
Yo, you know how much money you would have, yo? You would get the Novo Prize.
Look, hey, bro, look here.
Why are you not going to
Hold on, bro. Look
Novo Prize in physics.
Look here. This is what I can do mathematically. Hold on.
If I have no frontal lobe, what do you like watching me? You are lacking the frontal lobe, the cerebral cortex, the entire brain. To watch a person with no frontal lobe, why are you watching me on my channel? You must be lacking the majority of the brain. Let's go.
Would
you be quiet for a minute?
The African American community would actually need you to get that off, yo. You just toppled Albert Einstein, and yet you sitting up here arguing with me. You got me in tears.
Hey, bro, you got a slight idea what am I doing? You don't even know. You don't even know me, bro.
You know what I'm doing at 12 o'clock at night. You obviously ain't working on it. You're right. Do you know?
Hey, bro,
I phone with me at 1:30 in the morning, yo.
This is what I got. Hold on for me. This is what I got, and this is what I know. That all ancient scriptures are ciphers. They are ciphers. They are ciphers. You know what cipher is? Which is cryptography. You know what that is? It's a hidden code. I'm talking about binary codes. This is what I'm talking about. The same thing James Gates was talking about.
Would you say Greek mythology is also part of the ciphers, even though
yes. Greek. We're talking Kemetic, Hermetic, Semitic. All of them telling the same story.
So all of the dead religions are still valid. Is that right?
Yes. You just have to study it on a different level.
How about are you also including Scientology in this and Mormonism?
No, I'm not talking Scientology. You know, but again, but science, you know, they read a biblical script. They all, you know, it don't make a difference.
Why would he bring up Scientology and Mormonism and these things were existing? These are newer bullshit. Come on now. You know that the person that made Scientology was a fucking comic book writer that created Scientology, and that Mormonism was really based on the Moors and actually was that's a whole nother thing. The Moors were the ones that Mormonism, M-O-O-R, Moors, that was stolen, but that's a whole nother story. I already had my friend come up here and break down the Moors. Okay, listen, if you go on my channel and look up the thing where I what's his name? Damn, I forgot his damn name right now. I had a whole thing where my friend broke down the Moors and the Mormons and how the Moors, John Smith and all those guys were black. So Mormons is stolen from the black folks. So let's go.
But they read the scripture, they read them wrong.
Do you include Mormonism that thinks that black people are cursed, or they're not included?
No. Black people are what? Cursed?
So it's not all religions, it's the ones that you selected, correct?
No. I'm telling the biblical stories and the ancient texts.
Go look up the Book of Johnson on my page, and he'll break down the whole Mormons. There was part 1 and part 2. He breaks down the Mormons. The Mormons they were stolen from the Moors. Okay, so the entire Mormon, all that stuff was really like stolen Moors information. Let's go.
Are all telling the same story.
Yeah, man.
None of them stories are literal. When we talk about the Kemetic principle, the Kemetic story has not been deciphered because it is a cipher itself. People can do what is called a transliteration, but not decipherment, because to decipher is to decode it.
Yeah,
that message is hidden.
Can I say something real quickly?
Go for it,
I just want to jump in here. Ankh is up here and you were asking about science. Now you're taking into a theological conversation about. So when you were asking about the beginning of life, you know, the answers were What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say something?
Right. See, because you would say the beginning of life. When I look at, I don't call nature life. Nature is actually death. That's why I say it's a step down. The evolution, it's a step down from invisible becoming now visible. See, that ain't the reality.
But then you go, this is the thing. I get it. Listen, I can relate to you on the part where you're getting into, you're excited about the conversation when we talk about the quanta realm and all that. But you do know, even when you look at science, because you brought up weak force and strong force, when you look at something like a quark, that's still linked. It still ties into the scientific explanation of the Big Bang theory.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
So you can have a conversation about science, or you can have a conversation about God and theology, but you're bringing, and I'm okay. But if
real quick before I go any further, listen, on my page, if you guys look it up, this guy right here called the Book of Johnson breaks down the whole Mormon connection with the Moors. Okay. And then there's this is part 2. So yeah, go check him out. He breaks the whole thing down about the Moors and all that, So yeah, Book of Johnson, go check him out. He dropped some gems on that. So this is on my channel. So, this channel is constantly bringing the heat when it comes down to knowledge and everything like that. It's just, you got to dig. Cause I've done so many videos and interviewed so many people that it might be hard to find, but yeah. So let's go.
we're having a scientific conversation.
Yes, but
And
I got you,
so,
Paul. But
so when you
go ahead.
talked about weak force, strong force, that still is in the confines of conventional science.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but when you look at the four fundamental forces, what you also see there is kinetic principles, right? The kinetic principles of the pairs. So what you see is opposition. So you see weak
So now
force.
you're having a theological conversation. Now you're having a conversation about.
No.
Now we're having a religious conversation. So if you want to talk about science,
incredible.
The science is there. Yes. The science is there, and it's okay. But my point is, when you're like, where is life? Where do humans come from? You asked that several times, and we gave you scientific information. Now you're coming in with more science. You're coming in into you. Oh, you should have said. I mean, on a quantum, on a quantum. Yeah. You should have said, "Hey, I'm talking about quantum mechanics or quantum theory," and then we would say, "Oh, you're talking about weak force, strong force, quarks, and gluons." That still goes back to the Big Bang. It still goes back to the Big Bang theory. We know that those are building blocks. I'm trying to get this out. We know that all of this are building blocks of life, but you're not debunking science.
I was never trying to do that at all. Period.
Okay. All right.
Not at all. I'm not against evolution at all.
Yeah, you're unifying it. That's what
Keith, you know what I'm gonna do with you, Keith?
That's what I'm doing.
Hey, Keith, I'm gonna be a better friend, yo. Go get yourself some help, yo. Go get some help, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And how come we don't see?
I'm gonna say this. I'm not against evolution either, but I think in the proper context. We actually do go through an evolutionary process in the actual womb. We go from, a single-celled organism, then the sperm hits the egg, then it breaks up into multiple cells. It becomes kind of like it breaks it down, a zygote and all these different things, turn into a, you know what I'm saying? And then finally it becomes a human. You know what I'm saying? Like it looks like a fish and it could breathe underwater, all type of things, So I believe that the evolutionary process what they're trying to explain is really what happens in the womb during birth. But what happened is that they studied this and then they tried to actually explain how life existed on Earth. And then they went from there to try to make up these other theories by using ancient knowledge, and then they kind of got carried away with it because it's bro, there's no proof of what you're talking Luca, and it gets really strange, No, I don't believe that we are monkeys that crawled out of the ocean, was a fish and then turned into a reptile and then turned into, come on, are we serious? At some point, because of the fact this is the guy's an atheist, Darwin is his God.
any
Hey,
evolution from
mathematically, I know how to reach infinity. Mathematically.
And another thing is that like atheism, when it says it's its own religion, to be quite honest. And in order for atheism to truly fully exist, they have to believe in evolution. So when you're arguing atheist, you're arguing arguing against evolution. You're arguing against the very foundation of atheism. So that's why people are so passionate about like no, like evolution has to exist, because that's the only way they could prove life without God. So I see why people get so passionate about this, because atheism is its own religion. People that are atheists, they don't believe in nothing, but they believe in something at the same time. Yeah, I don't believe in God, but I believe in this whole process of evolution that just started out of nowhere, the black hole, the this, that, the other, going back to like galaxies and the Big Bang. And well, they have to believe in that. If you crush that entire thing, then they believe in this nihilism. If you crush that entire thought, then it's nothing. there's nothing. So that's why they're willing to die on their hill of science. Because when people believe in like a God, a supreme being or whatever that created the earth or whatever, the life or whatever, they have to fight against that, because that's going against everything that they believe in. Atheism is a religion within itself. No matter how much people try to pretend it's not. But I'm kind of done here. I'm gonna do one last thing. I want to like really. I want to really get into this, and I think I'm gonna do a show about this next, like after this. I think it's really interesting, because I have a young man I want to bring on, but I want to get into Gnosticism. That's going to be my next thing I want to go into. Let's go into this.
They aren't the same. I mean, how could they possibly be the same when the mainstream Christian afterlife and the Gnostic afterlife are so fundamentally different that one of them looks like liberation and the other one, according to the Gnostics at least, is just another trap? And newsflash, I'm sure you weren't expecting to hear this, but of course the early church violently suppressed the Gnostic afterlife, but they could never make it go away. And the reason nobody talks about this is because if the Gnostics were right, the place that most Christians are hoping to go isn't the end of the story at all. Now, really quickly, let's cover the mainstream Christian afterlife. You already know this one. You go to heaven or hell, there's a final judgment, resurrection of the body, the righteous dwell eternally in the presence of God. It's a destination, and it's also the permanent reward for a life of faith. The story ends there, and that's about it. But the Gnostics had other ideas, namely that at death, the soul leaves the body and begins rising through the 7 planetary spheres, and at each one, an archon is waiting. The same 7 administrators who put the garments on the soul during its descent are now interrogating it on the way up, each one demanding proof, and each one trying to drag the soul back into a material existence. In this version of the afterlife, the soul that doesn't know the passwords doesn't get to pass through. These are the specific seals and names that correspond to each sphere, and every soul who achieves gnosis should know them. If not, you get sent back into another body and back to live another life. Just another cycle of forgetting and another chance to remember. Now, I want to be clear that none of this information about the Gnostic afterlife is speculation. The Gnostic texts preserve the actual passwords. The Pistis Sophia, the books of Jehu, the First Apocalypse of James, all these books are literally navigation manuals for the soul's post-mortem ascent, because without them, the journey ends at the very first gate. But if you thought that was strange, wait until you hear the most extraordinary claim in all of Gnostic theology. If you want to learn more about Gnosticism and mystery traditions, click the link in my bio. That claim is this: the Christian heaven, the realm of light and rest that the faithful are hoping to reach in Gnostic cosmology, is one of the lower archontic realms. Not the pleroma and not true divine reality, just a more comfortable level of the kenoma administered by a more benevolent archon. Still inside the system, still under Yaldabaoth's architecture, and still not home. So the demiurge didn't just build a prison for the living, he actually built a convincing afterlife for the dead too. This is meant to keep the soul cycling in the system indefinitely. And the tradition designed to point beyond it got suppressed in 367 AD when Athanasius sent his famous Easter letter instructing all the bishops to destroy exactly the text that contained the way out. And the Gnostics were precise about what happens to different souls at the archontic gates. For pneumatics, which are souls in whom the divine spark is fully awake, they carry the gnosis required to pass through every gate. They know the passwords, they recognize the archons for what they are, and they ascend through all 7 spheres, eventually crossing the Horos and returning to the pleroma. It's essentially complete and irreversible liberation. Psychics, on the other hand, they aren't the same. I mean, how could they possibly?
All right, so that's going to be the next subject. I thank you guys for watching so far. I mean, I'm doing 5.5 hours, guys. I hope that you guys enjoyed the show. It was a lot going on, but I appreciate those that stuck with me through it. Much love, guys, and
just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah,
I search the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you,